Good day, race fans from the Peach State of Georgia. You are looking at Atlanta Motorsports Park for Race 5 of Cup Kart's North America South Division. I'm John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Dave Mack. Dave, we had a big day of racing yesterday, and we have more in store here at AMP today.
Yeah, John, we had a fantastic time yesterday, some really good races. We had 3 photo finishes where we literally are watching the screen in front of us in the studio here, and we couldn't tell from the screen who won. We had to look to the electronic scoring. So once again, that proves put that transponder as close to the front of your cart as legally possible.
Absolutely. So yesterday was 2 heat races and then a final. Today we are seeing 1 heat race and a final. Karts lined up on track. Dave, what's the first class we're going to be seeing in our program today?
First class is called Kid Karts. They're 5, 6, and 7 years old. They're going to run the same number of laps. In this case, it'll be 12-lap heat race, but a condensed racetrack, a much shorter racetrack. Kid Karts, like I say, are 5, 6, and 7 years old. Now, keep in mind, these kids, I always say I go back home to Grandma's house, you know, when I was raising my kids. They can't walk down the hallway at Grandma's house without bouncing off both walls, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But here they are racing open-wheeled race cars at speeds faster than you were allowed to drive on your city street.
That is right.
And they're safe and they're capable.
Well, for those of you joining on Kart Chasers today, thank you for joining in. We are at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and that is about 3 miles west of Dawsonville, Georgia. So we're nestled in the foothills of North Georgia. Different weather scenario from yesterday. Yesterday, we had plentiful sunshine with temperatures rising into the 70s. It's already 70 degrees here. We're going to be flirting with the 80-degree mark, and a little bit of cloud cover might be coming in. So, Dave, I have to imagine these temperatures might change how these the drivers and the mechanics, a.k.a. the dads, are going to set up their karts for racing.
I'm absolutely convinced you're right, John. There's going to be a lot of changes as the day goes on. And we have people from multiple countries that I've verified. We have people from the U.S., of course, from Canada, of course, from Brazil, and from Germany racing here today. So we're a real international race weekend.
Well, we're definitely excited for it. 177 karts were on hand yesterday. That is a record for AMP, which broke the record we set last week at 161 karts. If you were watching the feed last week at AMP, it's a little different flavor this week. As Dave's here, we have Cup Karts North America, so it's different classes than we saw last week. Last week we had a mix of tags, KAs, shifter karts, as well as LO206 classes. And Dave, if I'm correct in understanding, it's all LO206 all the time today.
You're absolutely correct. Cup Karts North America is 206 only. I don't know if you guys know down here, and I told a couple of people, they dropped a LO 2 years ago. It's just 206 now. But that's fine.
That makes my life easier.
Yeah, everybody just says automatically down here says LO 206.
And looks like we might be underway with our kid kart. And they will be running a modified course, as David indicated. We call it the Jelly Bean here. They've come past the start-finish line. They're into turn 1. Then they'll take that cutoff. And right there, that would be turn 14 on the main track. That gentle bend to the right is turn 15. Then they will possibly be on the brakes into turn number 16, and then it is downhill into turn number 17, and they'll be flat on the gas back to the start-finich line.
And I have never been here before. I'm from northern Minnesota. This is my first time ever to this racetrack. You can't even possibly imagine at home the elevation change here. I was shocked and stunned. My jaw was dropped when we first entered the property. It is absolutely beautiful. The employees are the best ever. I'm here to tell you, if you're considering bringing in an event here, I heartily endorse it. You will be happy.
Well, Dave, I might just let you keep giving compliments over the span of our broadcast today. We're now looking in. You're riding in 5th place here in our Cup Karts division. We do have a couple of drones. Jeff Farver is on the high drone. That's courtesy of AlumaCube Engineering. But this is Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, and they're going to be helping show you the action all day.
No, I'm just looking at the lineup here. We have Reed Hindry up front and Spencer Height in second. Coadoza, Dean Yates, and Deacon Wargo. Deacon Wargo is absolutely new to this, so he's probably not going to have a real front-running kart. But those front 2 right now, Reed Hindry and Spencer Height, have put on some fabulous battles around the United States. I don't think either one of them raced international yet, but they put on a great battle everywhere they race.
And once again, 5 to 7-year-olds. So basically think your average kindergarten students. They're going to go into class Monday and get asked, what did they do this weekend? And you have to imagine they're going to have a big, vivid smile saying that they were at speed here at AMP. So just to give an idea, Hindry is a native of Jacksonville, Florida. We also have Pennsylvania, Illinois, I believe Ontario, Canada, and Louisiana represented. So 5 different states or provinces among the 5 drivers.
Sure, and that's Spencer Height in second place. Like you said, Pennsylvania. His dad works for NBC Sports, so he has the ability to do anything anywhere he wants at any racetrack, and they decide to come racing with Cup Kart. So we're grateful for that, very grateful.
So we're in our 12-lap heat here, and the finishing order of this race will set the lineup for a 16-lap feature later in the afternoon. Dave, I've seen some drivers come off here after 10 laps. As we see a pass for the lead, Height diamonds down to the inside of Hindry, so we have a new leader as they come around to put lap number 5 onto the board.
Yes, indeed. And once again, it's the same engine. It's a Briggs 206 engine, and there's restrictor plates, obviously. Restricted slides is what we use, similar to a NASCAR restrictor plate. So everybody from 5 years old up to, we may have some people as old as 75 are all racing the very same engine, just restricted.
Another difference, these karts are lighter, and it's mainly just, you're talking about kids again, where the kid might weigh 40 pounds soaking wet. And one other big difference you might notice, fans, the rear axle on these karts is narrower. The tires are narrower. As we move up in classes, the karts get a little wider, and they'll have wider tires to give them a little more grip on the track. Here you're getting an indication of the elevation on the Jelly Bean. That's probably the lowest point. They'll head to the start-finish line and climb up to turn number 1, a challenging off-camber left-hand turn. Then they make the cutoff, and this would actually be right there, the highest point of the track. Then they'll drop downhill through 15 to 16. When we're running the full track, this is a very good passing zone, turn 16 for these karts. Really, it's just a modified oval out here that we do call the Jelly Bean.
And when you get that aerial view, you can see obviously why you call it a Jelly Bean.
Yeah. Now, when we do have other shots, ooh, a little contact there between Dozit and Yates got the worst of that, trying to go to the inside. A little bit of contact briefly off track. He's able to get resettled and back underway, but you can see the advantage that Dost has. Right now, he would be the 3rd rung on the podium, but we're going to focus back in on our lead duo as they are reeling in Wargo to put him 1 lap down.
And once again, like I say, Wargo is new. They're from Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana. He's got an older brother that races, but yeah, Deacon is brand new to us. Spencer Height, your leader, is multi-time champion, and he is moving up in class next year. So it's gonna be sad to see Spencer leave this class. He's given us a lot of excitement for a couple of years, but that's what they do. They move up.
Well, that is one of the excitements. It's sad to see them leave, but then you do get to see them grow into a new class. Lap times here, just about 25 seconds around this Jelly Bean. But when they run the full course, those 206s will be right around the 1-minute mark. So here we're seeing Hindry glued right to the rear bumper. Trying to get the number there as we're flying along. Looks like that he was putting Wargo down a lap.
Yeah. And there's much waving of hand there. And, there's a checkered flag. Obviously, so your race winner looks like it's came home as Spencer Height.
Yeah, the laps go very quickly here, as we said, about 25 seconds. So exciting opener here for our Cup Karts North America South Division, day number 5.
And being that we got a quiet moment here before we come out with the juniors, and the juniors are very exciting, by the way. They're a little bit older, and like I like to say, they're preteen or teenage kids. They don't pay the bills, and they don't hurt when they wreck. So they do put on an exciting race.
So they're like Superman out there. And there you can see a fairly new addition to Atlanta Motorsports Park. We used to stage the karts under the building where we are currently broadcasting from. It was wonderful when they all fired up and we had a rich 4-stroke rumble through the building. Well, now to ease the congestion at the top end of the complex, they stage them right off the front straightaway. So they'll leave from there. They will get 1 parade lap, and then they'll form up and do a rolling start in this division. For Kid Kart, let's be honest, like you said, it's tough for them to walk down the hallway and not bump into things. So they do a standing start so that they're able to just get properly lined up.
And once again, this is a dramatically larger racetrack. I believe it's 0.87 mile racetrack for everybody other than the Kid Karts who were just out. And the elevation is just unbelievable.
It's over 40 feet in elevation change. The signature turns and the places to watch for passing turn number 2 is the signature turn here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So if we're flying along, we're going down the front straightaway, and this is where we would pass the start-finish line into a left-hand turn number 1 that is off camber, up the hill, and then they will drop down 3 stories into the signature turn, turn number 2, a U-turn. So they drop down 3 stories, turn, and head immediately back up this hill. Then they set up for a 3-turn complex 3 here. Then turn number 4, you'll see that building. That's where we're broadcasting from today. Turn 5, another precipitous drop through turn 6 and 7 that we call the kink. That's the lowest spot on the speedway. This is one of the longest straightaways in kart racing. Technically, that's turn 8, and then it'll be on the brakes for turn 9. A great passing opportunity. This double apex turn 9 into turn 10, and then the complex we call the S's. There's turn 11 and 12. The drivers will be flat out on the throttle, uphill through turn 13. And right here is the highest point in the track. They'll still be flat out through 14, a blind corner, and that will set up turn 15, and then back on the brakes to turn 16, another great passing opportunity. They'll drop downhill to turn 17, and that is 1 lap here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And huge compliment to our drone pilot. Do you believe what he just did? I mean, thank you so much, you guys.
That is Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com. So it's a beautiful morning here, an April Sunday in Georgia. Other people may be thinking of the green down at Augusta National, but we're enjoying the trees just starting to bud out here in North Georgia. And we will have a word down in Victory Lane with our intrepid pit reporter this afternoon, Steve Newbold.
How's it going, John? We missed you yesterday. We're here with Spencer, winner of the Kid Kart division. Spencer, tell me a little bit about that race.
Well, I had to get a good start, stay in my tram lines, but I couldn't get a good start, so I just had to let those 2 karts go. So I had to battle them back for the spots.
So is that your favorite part of racing, as close as you guys are?
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. So, again, you won, what was it, twice yesterday, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
So you trying to go for the sweep this weekend?
Yep.
All right, guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. We might need you to find a broom for later in the afternoon. We'll see if Spencer Height can complete the weekend sweep here at AMP. So once again, we're waiting for our 206 junior class to roll onto the track. We had 21 karts signed in at various points in early warm-ups this morning. Ryan Sukina was the quick time. He's a native of Mooresville, North Carolina. Dave, Mooresville more known for NASCAR stars than for karting stars, but maybe they have a new budding talent in their future.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ryan races with us fairly often all over the South, so we're happy to have that. There's a good shot right now of the tram lines that you heard Spencer refer to the tram lines. When you are rolling around for your parade lap and before you get the green flag, you have to stay within those tram lines. If you put a tire out or 2 tires out, you get a 2-position penalty. If you put 4 tires out, all 4 tires, you get a 4-position penalty. And this track is just fantastic as far as they've got a electronic flag over the racetrack, and they also have a speedometer, digital speedometer over the racetrack, which is, we are so spoiled here, let me tell you, because that is so nice to have. Now, I would imagine race officials said you have to be maximum speed of whatever going down the tram line before you're going to get the green flag, and if you exceed that, we're going to wave off the start.
And if they do wave off the start, they'll use that cutoff that the kid karts use just so they don't have to do a full lap in sort of a parade formation just to keep the program moving. Now, if you are watching this and you're ever in the Atlanta area, you can come and do arrive and drive karting here. We have SOTI karts that will reach speeds of 55 miles an hour, and you can find out more information at atlantamotorsportspark.com. You can find all the information about this facility, the karting track, as well as the Herman Tilke designed road course that we have. That is a 2-mile, 16-turn design, and that is for full-size cars and members that are here to have open lapping sessions today. Extreme Experiences having an event at the track, so when we show some overhead shots, you may see some cars in the background. Now, Dave, I don't know, they need to let us announcers get out there either in the karts or on the main track.
I'm here to tell you, John, I was amazed because we have to drive through the big kart track, or around the big kart track to get back here to the kart track. It's all one complex, but we get to see that. John, I'm looking at Ferraris, Lamborghinis. I mean, and not just one or two. There was a lot of them out there.
There were a host of them out there. And you think the elevation change is dramatic here. The main track has over 90 feet of elevation change, and a couple of signature corners there, speeds probably eclipsing 150 miles an hour down the main straightaway. But then they drop downhill, so they're hard on the brakes, and we see a lot of cars over there that end up wearing out the brakes before they would wear out parts of the engine.
Yeah, it's amazing, and you will see it, like John just said, you will see it a number of times where you'll see our karts racing, and right next to them another strip of asphalt, and that's the big kart track. And I'm going to brag a little bit. There's a few spots where you see our karts going basically the same speed as big cars. Now, granted, the big cars are on the corner or, uphill or whatever, but, yeah, it looks pretty impressive. Now, they wouldn't consistently hold that, but there might be a split second there. You say, wow, them karts are fast.
Well, we do want to give a mention to some of the staff helping make the broadcast possible this afternoon. Our executive producer for this broadcast is Will Rigdon. Our producer this afternoon, Michaela Denny. Mikey Lane is our director behind the board. On camera, we have Jim Abbott, Ethan Denny, and then, as we mentioned, our drone operators, Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, and Jeffrey Farver. So they're all helping give you these shots right into your home. Thanks for joining us this afternoon for Cup Karts North America at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And our next Cup Karts South race, I'm going to, I think it's the North Series. Next weekend I'll be in Ohio, and then after that I think Baltimore, Maryland or something. But our next Cup Karts South race is none other than Daytona International Speedway, which I'm very excited to be going to Daytona. Cup Karts has not been to Daytona yet.
Where do they run for a novice, for someone new to watching karting? Where do they run when they're at Daytona? Are they on the high banks there?
No, we're actually in roughly turn 3 and 4. There's a sprint kart track there, and that's where we'll race, on the sprint kart track. And I'm not sure how long it is, but it'd be somewhere around a mile total configuration. But yeah, will be just inside the big track, turn 3.
If you are watching on the grounds, if you want to get a little clearer audio of Dave and I, you can tune your FM radio to 88.7 FM, and you will hear the public address broadcast direct into your car or trailer as we see the karts just stretching their legs, trying to warm up the tires. You see in the background the back straightaway of the main track, and in the foreground, the turn number 4. So the main track wraps around this kart track, Dave, just as much as you have to drive around the main track to get back here to the karting complex.
And you see a massive tire wall separating the big cars from the karts. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so they look like they're in pretty good formation. We have juniors on track. Dave, what makes a junior a junior?
Well, they're a little bit younger age. They're considered an adult for our purposes, and that's another good point. Our corner workers can touch, if somebody slides off the track, our corner worker can touch the youngest 3 classes, which is kid karts, cadet, and sportsman. If a corner worker touches any of the other classes, which are considered adult classes, and this junior is an adult, if they touch the driver or the kart, that person is done.
Okay.
Their day is over, and they push them off the track. And we are green, 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 go, 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 hammer down.
We are underway. How old are the drivers that we have in our junior division? And normally for us, it's 12 to 15.
Yeah, it's, I guess I'm not exactly sure. It's right around there, though, yeah.
Okay. I usually say these are middle school students, so they're not taking a test in social studies. They're taking a test in horsepower. A couple karts at the back, nibbling the grass there up the hill through turn number 3. And now, whoa, trouble in turn 4. Trouble in turn 4. A couple of karts swinging right out to the building under our vantage point. The rest of the field snaking down this long back straightaway, and then they'll be hard on the brakes for turn number 9.
And that was the action corner yesterday also, that turn 4, like right under the building we're in. It seemed like most of the action happened right there, even though traditionally it's turn 2 for you guys here. That wasn't as...
Yeah, turn 4, usually when there's an issue, it happens fast and usually bad. So there's turn 14, the high point of the track. The drivers will be heading down to turn 16, hard on the brakes. We don't use that bus stop chicane. Will occasionally jokes that we should if this track couldn't get any harder. Lap 1 goes into the books. First leader, Nathan Dupuis, the early leader.
And Nathan Dupuis has raced with us a number of times. Lucas Feck, Talon Laney I'm not familiar with, Thomas Nichols. So there's a number of people that actually follow us around the South Series for sure, and actually a lot of areas. We've got a Legends driver, Ellie Yanko, one of our friends from Canada, from Ontario, Canada, that races like all over the country with us. So it's always nice to have Ellie.
Talon is a local here, we call him. He's raced with us couple of races this season, I believe, has picked up at least one win. Whoa, trouble! Kart getting a little airborne there. There's a couple of karts at the back and then spinning to avoid. You could see dirt on the track, so action aplenty through turn 9 and 10. Dave, you could see one kart get a little bit sideways, bump another kart, and wheels popping up in the air for a brief moment.
Yeah, and once somebody gets sideways on this track, if there's quite a bit of the field coming yet, hang on tight because you potentially are going to get tapped.
So the field's starting to spread out now. It's a 2-car breakaway. And Dave, normally when we see these here at AMP, we almost see a draft effect happening. Was that coming into play yesterday as well?
You know, it absolutely was, and I'll tell you, John, that's what surprised the heck out of me when we showed up here last Wednesday or Wednesday, I think we got here. I said there's no way this is going to be a drafting track. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong.
Well, there we drop down through the kink. That's one place you want to be single file. Right now, 2 karts trying to break away from 4. We'll see if that quartet's able to get in line, but no, they're going to race with each other. And Dave, you have to imagine that's going to slow down their ability to reel in the leaders. Dupuis and Lucas Thick are your top 2 right now.
Yeah, very much so, yes. Pretty much anybody dancing on anywhere, either the front 2 or the next 4, whatever, they're going to slow them down a little bit. Yeah, if they could just stay together. And I know it's easy for me to sit up in the tower and say this kind of stuff, but yeah, if you could just stay together in a freight train, you're going to run a little bit faster.
Well, 12 laps is the distance, so they have just put lap number 3 into the books. Normally when we do AMP karting events, 12 laps is our final. We'll do a 10-lap pre-final. So these drivers will be tested in every corner physically as well as mentally this afternoon. Dave, I like to compare it to during the middle of your CrossFit workout, you're given a math pop quiz, and you have to answer every question correctly very quickly, as these drivers are challenged to have to make the right decision in every corner.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, just to explain a little bit, so we had earlier, before we went on the air, we had our qualifying session sponsored by RLV. Everybody gets 4 laps. They're separated on the track. There's a big distance between them, and they get 4 laps. They're looking for one hot one. That dictates their starting position for this heat race we're in. Their finishing position in this heat race dictates their starting position for the feature. The feature is worth everything, all the marbles. There's no points at all today. It's your finishing position. And the last one is the heat race, which is 16 laps long.
So you can once again see our top 2 have broken away, and that quartet behind them is somewhat dissolved. It's 2 and then 2, and then there's a big chain behind them. So there you can see the karts drop to turn number 2 and then make that 3-story climb up the hill to turn number 3. The course actually does come a little bit downhill to turn 4, right by our vantage point in the main building, and then they'll sweep downhill through turn 5 to the kink.
And once again, I'm shocked, actually, John, when you say it's only 45 feet elevation, because it just looks like so much more to me when we're out there.
Well, and when you walk around, you really get a perspective. Now, imagine doing it an inch off the ground in one of these karts at speeds exceeding 60 miles an hour.
Sure. There you saw our drone in the camera for just a split second.
So you're riding along with Nicholas Capolongo there in the 269. He's in 6th place right now. If the race finished right now, they would start on the 3rd row of our final later today. You know they're going to look to improve, as behind them looks like 7 karts have bandied together. They're trying to reel in the next group ahead of them. It looks like Alyssa Vasquez, one of our AMP regulars in the 7 kart, a distinctive pink kit on that kart. And for us announcers, it's easy to pick out the well-colored karts as opposed to a black kart with a driver with a black helmet and a black driving suit, where they're all the same out there.
So John and I have never worked before, but he could not be more right. Those very distinctive karts, yeah, they're so appreciated by
there
us.
You get an idea
Yes.
of the drop from turn 5 down through the kink, full throttle down there. It's the one place on this track you do not want to be side by side. We've had it in earlier races. Usually it ends up with karts coming through the clay there. As we have a local caution off turn number 12, looked like one kart came to a stop.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was, but somebody is off the track. I'm guessing maybe somebody towards the end of the pack here. And it looks like we did start 20 actual karts.
It looks like Ian Patterson not able to answer the call. We'll try to get a number on that card. As you see the cross flags out, 6 laps down, 6 to go here in our junior heat race.
And there's that very distinct pink card. Again, she was in the picture a minute ago. There she is leading this pack.
Yeah, that's Alyssa Vasquez out of Grayson, Georgia. She's a regular here and down at Lamar County Speedway, taking part in the Georgia Championship Karting Series. That's split between Lamar County and here, 2 races at each track. So that's just some of the karting program that happens here. A lot of these drivers, if you're watching this and you want to get into karting and you want to do more than arrive and drive, AMP even has karting classes as well. I think it's most Monday mornings. You can learn about the classroom, the science, and then get time on this track. As we see a little jostling back here, right through turn 14, kart going way off outside the rumble strips.
Now, I believe the officials are going to call a penalty every time somebody gets 4 tires off the track or outside the white line. That's what I thought we had in the drivers' meeting. We'll see how that all turns out.
Oh, as they're side-by-side in turn 1. That's a tough sledding track right there. I believe that was Talon Laney and Capilongo battling, and now you can see what happens when drivers start to battle. They get swept up by the rest, so now it's about a 9-kart train, 5th back through, let's say, 14th place.
And we are beyond the halfway point, so everybody's getting a little bit antsy now.
They're getting antsy, the fatigue, the bump drafting starting to happen on this back straightaway. Dave, you had thought there was no way you would see drafting. There you go. They're playing nice for now. We'll see how long that entente lasts before it just becomes an all-out brawl on the track. Out front, you're not missing anything. Nathan Dupuis continues to lead Lucas Theck. The distance that time around was just 0.09 of a second.
Now, me sitting up in the tower here, I'm thinking, just play safe, just play safe, just play safe, because you want to make the main event. Well, they can't do that. They're racers. They want to win.
The adrenaline is flowing, much warmer temperatures than when the drivers arrive for practice on Friday, so you have to imagine the sweat starting to form inside their gloves, the sweat starting to roll down their eyes inside that helmet. They are covered to head to toe, and when it starts to get warm, the cooling effect of air rushing over you just stops working at a certain point.
And that's quite a field, and they are going to be dancing real quick here.
There you see them charge down that hill, a quick right-left combo through the kink. This is a counterclockwise track, but we do have a few right-hand turns, like you see through the S's. The majority of the turns are left-handed, except that turn number 2 is one of those signature turns, is a right-hander.
An extreme right-hander, by the way, yes.
So now it looks like this group's broken up a little bit. The top 4, so that would be 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Nicholas Capilongo, Talon Laney, Alyssa Vasquez, and Carson Neal. They've broken away, and just as I say that, here comes 9th place, Ryan Sukino right back into the picture. Ryan is one of those drivers from Mooresville, North Carolina, once again normally thought of as a NASCAR home. It has some karting. Dawsonville's often thought of as a place for NASCAR racing. Bill Elliott and his son Chase Elliott, both NASCAR Cup champions, are from Dawsonville. They have an airport that's just to the north of this property.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to drive through Dawsonville. Originally, our hotel was supposed to be in Dawsonville.
As they're going to go side by side, and one kart getting forced way out wide. I believe that might have been Alyssa Vasquez, forced off into the blue paint. So she lost at least 2 positions in a big shuffle in this battle for 5th through 13th on track. They're still side by side through turn 14. And they're going to stay that way. Now the kart that was on the outside in 14 has the inside advantage. Late dive bomb there, and some karts going up off the pavement. 2 flags out, so 10 laps down, 2 more to go. Dave, like you said, it's easy for us to sit up here and say, just make the feature.
Yeah.
It's not happening. The adrenaline is pumping. One kart goes around, as we said, right at the bottom of turn 2. One kart goes around, and that might have been either 5th or 6th place, so going to lose a ton of positions, which will impact their start for our feature later in the afternoon.
No, that's exactly what we're seeing. If you just would have listened to us,
yes,
he'd still be in 5th or 6th.
Well, easier said than done. Every turn here, trouble can lurk at every single corner. As Ken Squire once said, daring drivers dancing with danger in every corner.
Yes, couldn't be more true.
So less than 2 laps remaining as we continue to watch this great battle for 5th on back. You're not watching anything up front, almost become some sort of pair up front, 1st and 2nd. Nathan Dupuis and Lucas Theck, they're about 3 seconds ahead of Derek Wargo and Thomas Nichols, who are running in 3rd and 4th.
And the white flag was out. You see everybody's on the last lap.
Now, Dave, you had said that Deacon Wargo, it's his first race. Or, excuse me, no, it was Dozette, but we had Deacon Wargo running in the kid karts. It's his brother Derek running here. They're both from Metairie, Louisiana, one of the suburbs of New Orleans.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see them at a lot of the, well, you see the older brother at a lot of the southern races.
As we have a battle here, they're going to go side by side to the inside. That might get freight train on the outside. Here comes Vasquez up the inside. Little bit of side contact. Vasquez might actually lose a position out of that. So they're still shuffling and battling up the hill as they sweep once again through turn 14. They get single file. We're going to go split screen. You see the checkered flag in the air. Nathan Dupuis is your winner. He will start on the pole later today. Close battle there for third, but Derek Wargo was able to hold on. And here comes the clump of cars, fifth on back. Carter Banks, Talon Laney, Ryan Zucchina were the top three out of that group.
And be aware the checkered flag was waving with the black flag, meaning this race is unofficial. It's under review, so these results are unofficial till they straighten out the reviews. And the review could be anything. We have no idea up here. It could be an infraction at the start. It could be anything, but this race is unofficial.
Now, you're seeing one other new addition here at AMP. The drivers come off the track. We just moved the scale house from over by the building to right there, so immediately before the karts can even exit the track, they'll roll across the scales and make sure that they are the minimum weight. If not, they will be disqualified. So the drivers just stretching their legs, maybe making sure the kart's okay if they need to make some adjustments. And I'm not going to say sharing some words with each other, but maybe just going over what had happened in those 12 action-packed laps.
It looks like pretty good sportsmanship so far, and of course this is just a heat race. But I saw a number of people talking, and they weren't talking in an angry manner, which may happen later on in the day, but it hasn't started yet.
As the temperatures rise, the tempers may also rise.
Very much so.
So once again, you're getting a look out to the beautiful backdrop here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're located 3 miles west of Dawsonville proper, and there you're looking at the main building. We're located up by where that white tent is. We're inside broadcasting to you live today. The underneath garage, that's now used for karts that are staged up and working today. Dave, we used to have the kart stage under there, and when you'd have 30 or so fire up, this building would literally rumble to life.
Okay. I was told that yesterday that they used to start them there. Why did we move out? Just because the classes are getting too big?
The classes were bigger, and also having staging up top, and we have some karts that are garaged back here, and there was a lot of kart traffic back and forth in the tight area with the staging and the scales. So just to simplify the flight pattern, so to speak, having the kart stage back by the main straightaway spreads things out so you don't have staging and post-race inspection all happening in the same area.
Makes perfect sense. We've got some real heavy hitters coming out in this next class now. This is our heavy class, if my schedule is correct here. That number 119, Owen Lloyd, is not necessarily a local, but he's from Georgia here, Waycross, Georgia, and that Lloyd family is just so strong. We also have Colin Aiken, number 11, Mikey Bolin, Ronnie Kleiss, number 7, Bryce Frank, 17. I mean, just a bunch of super, super heavy hitters in this race.
Owen Lloyd has picked up wins here in the past. I believe he was victorious yesterday. He also came last week, got some extra laps on this track, and he was a winner, I believe, in the 206 senior division that we ran last week. He is a native of Waycross, Georgia. That's, I'm going to say, 5 to 6 hours away down in South Georgia. Waycross is known as the home of the Bubba Burger. That's where it was. The man who created it lived in Waycross at the time. I'm an oval track guy myself, so Waycross, also known for Waycross Motor Speedway, a half-mile dirt track just outside of the city proper on, I believe it is U.S. Highway 82. So our drivers just making any final thoughts, getting their thoughts collected for what's coming up. It'll be 12 laps here in our heavy division. Juniors still going through the tech process. Each kart will roll across the scales and make sure they're official, as we see that one kart that was stuck on the back part, some sort of mechanical issue. He's getting a ride back courtesy of our pickup vehicle. Hopefully he'll be able to get back to his trailer and make some adjustments, get some repairs made, and hopefully we'll see him for the feature later in the afternoon. And for the moment, we're going to go down to victory lane with Stephen Newbold.
We're here with Nathan, the race winner. Nathan, yesterday you battled a lot in the top three. If I'm not mistaken, you had 3 consecutive top threes, and now you finally pull off the win. What did you change for today?
My driving, just trying to not make any mistakes or as many mistakes, and just work on my racecraft. We had some throttle sticking issues, so we fixed that. So now it should be a lot better.
So you're expecting to continue battle in the top 3, possibly win the whole event today?
Yes, I expect to. Yes.
All right, well, I hope to see you here for a sweep again. John, you said bring out a broom. Maybe we can see that happen today. Congrats on your win. Back to you guys.
All right, congratulations, Nathan Dupuis, the winner of our junior heat race here at AMP. Once again, you're watching round number 5, day 5 of Cup Karts North America South Division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I am John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Dave Mack, and as we had just seen, Steve Newbold is down in victory lane.
And Steve doing a fantastic job down there on pit reporting, and I really, really appreciate the guys that do a good job at that, because that's so hard to do. So thank you, Steve. And we are coming out with our heavy class.
Now, what is heavy for someone who's maybe watching this for the first time, Dave? Heavy might be a compliment, might be an insult. What does heavy mean in this karting concept?
It just simply means the minimum cart weight has to be a little bit more. It's an adult class, and it's usually older adults that weigh a little bit more, and it's a class so they can still be competitive. Our senior medium class starts at, I think we're 16 years old or something. You know, a 50-year-old guy can't compete against a 16-year-old. It's just almost impossible. There's a few that do, but for the most part, well, and they weigh a little bit more. So we have a class for the heavy people, and it's very, very, very successful. We've got 16. We got about 18 entries. So I don't know if 2 are going to make it, but once again, we have about 18 entries in heavy. So.
Well, you had mentioned Owen Lloyd. He'll also be running in light as well. So I imagine they just bolt on some lead to be able to make the minimum weight here in heavy.
I think Owen is running 3 classes this weekend. Owen is very, very competitive, and he just lives for this. He's got twin brothers, older brothers, and they originally, the first time we went to Bushnell, I went and interviewed them in the pits just for the heck of it. I had no idea who I was interviewing. And they were so strong at Bushnell, and they started racing with us in the South Series. Well, the older brothers got busy. They grew up and they started a business, and they're busy back in Waycross. But Owen is able to go to all these races, and he is very, very, very successful.
Well, we heard our junior winner talk about racecraft. We will see that on display as the green flag's out. 206 heavy underway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. 2 by 2, they are through turn number 1. They'll make that 3-story drop down into the U-turn of turn number 2, and they'll try to get settled out, but they're still 2 and 3 wide as they bobsled their way up the hill. Still 2 wide as they come by our vantage point. Owen Lloyd out front for the moment as they will try to get single file through the kink. A couple of carts still 2 wide there, so risky in the middle of the pack, as once you have said, Dave, 18 carts could be signed in for action here, so a horde stampeding down the back straightaway.
Absolutely, and the ones to watch, definitely Colin Aiken, Ronnie Kleiss, Owen Lloyd, Macon Moore. There's a number of people that you want to pay attention to.
So they are mostly single file at the front, still a couple of carts at the back, duking it out, but for now, the field sweeps through turn 16. You see them arc out very wide, make that turn 17 sweep. Once again, see the green flag in the air as they put lap number 1 onto the board. First lap leader, Colin Aitken. Your leader, William Lessig, running in second.
And William Lessig turned purple. For those people at home that don't understand what we mean when they turned purple, it means they just ran the fastest, by time, the fastest lap of that group of people on the track at that time.
You know, Dave, turning purple could have some other meanings when you say that, but his name flashed purple in the Race Hero system. So if you want to follow along with us, go to the Apple App Store and download Race Hero. You can see the timing and scoring that Dave and I use during the broadcast.
And we truly, John's not kidding, that's exactly what we're looking at, so that you could look at the very same thing and get it at the very same time that we are getting it. But Colin Aiken is leading the race, but William Lessig did turn purple last time by.
Once again, a host of states represented in this field. Aitken, a native of Ponte Vedra Beach in Florida. As we talked about Owen Lloyd, he's from Georgia, but then we have Ronnie Kleiss, another Florida driver. Some Texas drivers, North and South Carolina also represented. So the Southeast thoroughly represented in this field.
And we actually have 4 distinctively different countries represented over the weekend here. I know we've got United States, Canada, Brazil, and what was the last one? I got it right. Oh, Germany. So we're very happy to have people from all over the world racing here.
So the field mostly single file as they weave their way down the back straightaway. Something else that you're seeing right there, a long shadow cast by a light pole. That is something new here at AMP in 2024. I don't believe they've been used yet, but lights are being installed around this facility, and that'll expand the hours that the karting, especially the arrive and drive karting, can do. Just one of the many capital improvements that has been done here at AMP. We're a facility that I'm going to say is about 12 years old. They recently had a 10th anniversary. It's just a wonderful facility here, all about speed and driving fast.
And they do. They do a wonderful job of driving faster.
So there you get a good indication of the drop that the field makes down into turn number 2, and they come right back to your vantage point up the hill. Colin Aiken continues to lead William Lessig. Owen Lloyd had dropped to 4th. He was able to get by Kleiss, so he's now in 3rd. Kleiss is in 4th, making more, running in 5th.
And 4th place, like you just mentioned, Ronnie Kleiss, he did turn purple that time by. And Ronnie has dropped 4 spots since the start of the race.
So just to give an indication, they're running a 101 as the fastest time, so 61-second laps. We'll see a few seconds quicker when they get into the light classes, but still a competitive group. As you can see, our drone leading this group through turn 13, also known as David's Bend. They hit the high point of the facility there at turn 14 and then sweep blindly down, setting up for turn 15. Dave, I've taken a few laps in the rental carts. Turn 14 is one of those sneaky corners where you can't see what's ahead of you, but they tell you it should be a flat-out corner, so you just have to trust that, 1, the cart's going to stick, and 2, trust that there's no obstacles up ahead that you'd have to avoid.
Yeah, we had to laugh. Our head tech guy has never even sat in a go-kart. And we came here on, I don't know, whatever day. Anyway, Thursday they were going to allow him to go out there, you know, and see what it feels like to be in a go-kart. Anyway, we had pouring rain. It got canceled. So he still never sat in a go-kart in his entire life. But he is our head tech guy.
Well, you had mentioned that Daytona is coming up next. I've done some arrive and drive karting at the Orlando Karting Center. Pancake flat. Completely different experience here, and it's because of that elevation where you can't see around certain corners here as the track drops away to the right. That signature corner where you fear that if you use a little too much brake, the back end will lock up and snap right around. And I imagine in these 206s, they just have a brake on the rear axle.
You are correct, and that's something for people at home. If you're not familiar with it, go-karts have a solid rear axle. There's no differential, no anything. So if you lock up that rear end, you're going around. It's just that simple.
Another complication of that solid rear axle is when the car is in the corner, because you're turning left and right, you can't stagger like they do in NASCAR where you're always turning left. You just make the right tire bigger so it rolls like a solo cup. Here you have to go both ways as we're seeing a battle for the lead up at the front. Owen Lloyd looking to the inside of Aiken. Looks like Lloyd is your new leader as they sweep back through the S's here on lap 5. Well, Dave, with that solid rear axle, when you corner, you want to pull the inside tire up off the ground. And we've had some photographers at here and other tracks where you can actually see them on 3 wheels at one point. The inside rear wheel in a corner, they have to pull that up to get the cart to corner the best.
And you're absolutely right, John. We're halfway. Yeah, when I first got into karting 10,000 years ago, they told me you got to drive it like a wheelbarrow. I didn't understand what they mean. Well, they mean is you want 3 tires on the ground, just like you just said. You want that inside rear up in the air so it is not binding. And if you ever get a chance, anybody at home, to push a go-kart, they push very well in a straight line. Have somebody turn that steering wheel, and you're going to bind up so tight you can't push it anymore.
It looks like our top 3 has broken away down the back straightaway. Owen Lloyd leads Colin Aiken and William Lessig, and it's a small gap back to Ronnie Kleiss. So could be a 3-kart battle. No podium for this race, but Dave, the odd man out here, will not be starting on the front row for the feature later this afternoon.
Yeah, and these front runners, it's really not going to affect them a whole lot. Once again, I'm sitting here in the ivory tower saying, just be safe, just be safe, just finish the race. Well, they can't do it. These people are racers. They race each other a lot, and they know what they're going to do, and they want to win.
Yeah, words like manage and conserve are ripped straight out of the dictionary for a racer.
Exactly.
As Ayrton Senna said, when you no longer go for the gap, you are no longer a racer.
Yeah.
So Owen Lloyd leads the field up the hill. Sometimes you see the drivers bump forward and back. Everything I've heard says it's more of a placebo that actually helps you, that you just want to stay planted in the seat, but must feel good to do it out there. Again, we say conserve and don't bob around, and the drivers still do it.
And another thing you'll do is see them bobbing up and down before the start-finish line. And what they're trying to do is take all the weight off the cart and get that clutch to spin just a little bit faster. When the cart's light, it'll spin just a little bit faster. You can't prove it by me. I wasn't a good enough racer to have any difference.
And we do talk about a clutch. These aren't shifter carts. The shifter carts actually have more of a transmission that you think of with a clutch that comes in and out. This is a one-speed centrifugal clutch. The way you control things isn't by shifting gears. They have a gear on the rear axle and on the engine, sort of like a bicycle. They'll change one of the gears, and that will change the math as far as how quickly the rear axle changes in relation to the RPMs out of the engine.
Absolutely, and that's your tuner's job. And there's some really, really good tuners here, and I would imagine they're probably high-priced. But you want the best of the best if you're racing a Cup Karts, especially a Cup Karts national race. This is a divisional race, but all them good tuners are still here. I walk through the pits, I see them all. And they do what they do, and they do it well.
And this morning, it was a beehive of activity back in the pits. If it wasn't drivers mounting tires, adjusting pressures, they were tuning on those engines, trying to get these carts in prime form for racing today.
Absolutely. And I know the facility is so nice. CJ is running the Kart Pro Shop, and her people will change tires today. So if you want to put on different tires, I mean, you have to run the same ones you qualify on here. But you could have changed tires earlier, and her people will do it.
When we have other events here, and especially with the shifter carts, we hear things like red tires, yellows, and greens. What type of tires do they run in the classes that we'll see today?
Everybody's got a spec tire. Everybody runs the same tire, except for like the kid carts, of course. They're a smaller tire. But everybody else runs the very same Vega tires, and they're our sponsor. And Cup Karts, the owners, the original owners, Greg Jasperson and Steve Vermeer, went down to, I think, Bushnell and had a testing session. They spent a whole weekend testing thousands and thousands of compounds until they found what they thought was the absolute perfect compound, and we've stuck with that since day one. So everybody is very happy with the tires. They don't wear out prematurely. If you know what you're doing and you run them correctly, adjust them correctly, they will last indefinitely. So everybody loves these tires. In fact, to the point that most racing series that run four-stroke are copying us and using the very same tires.
Popsicle sticks in the air, so 2 laps to go. Owen Lloyd is your leader, followed by Colin Aitken and William Lessig. Earlier we had talked about a driver turning purple. Owen Lloyd now has the little purple moniker in the scoring system. He has the quick time, 61.319 seconds. He did that on lap number 4. Dave, to me it seems like as the race goes on, usually the drivers slow down a little bit. Is that just that the tires start getting hot, the pressure comes up, and the grip goes away a little bit?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, he was back on lap 4 out of 10. He set the fast time, so that might be true. I don't always see that, though. These tires we're very happy with. Do you know at all, John, what happened to Danny May?
I do not. He is a regular here, and I look in the timing and scoring system.
I just noticed he's way back 16th. He increased 2 spots, so he started 18th. But he was very fast yesterday. I was really impressed with him. I don't know him. He's one of your locals.
He is one of the locals. As now we see a pass for the lead coming to the white flag. Aitken moves to the inside of Owen Lloyd. Lloyd's going to battle back down through turn number 2, so they're going to go side by side up the hill. And now Aitken has the preferred inside line. We'll see if Lloyd gets freight trained. He drops back to 3rd. So a change at the front as William Lessig's able to get by. It is now Aitken, Lessig, and then Lloyd in 3rd. And now we see Lessig pushing, urging Aitken down the back straightaway.
And those front two are running together, and they're going to draft. Owen Lloyd is kind of left out. I wouldn't say he's done. It looks like he's in bad shape, but he has come back from some amazing things. Owen Lloyd is just a wild child.
Well, and he dropped back to fourth, maybe had his hand off, maybe adjusting something on the engine, so something a little sour on that red 119 kart. But it's going to be a two-kart battle to the finish as Aitken in the number 11, he's your leader. Let's see what Lessig can do.
Oh,
they're going to be side by side down to the line. Aitken on the right,
Another
and
photo
the
finish.
photo finish, you're right. Let's see what timing and scoring. William Lessig is your winner, 11 thousandths of a second as Lessig was able to dive to the inside, coming off turns 16 and 17 and get to the inside of Aitken. So Aitken had led a couple of early laps, made the move to get by Owen Lloyd, but it was pipped at the line by William Lessig. Lessig, the driver out of Ridgeland, South Carolina, picking up the heat race win.
Now, once again, notice the checkered flag is waving with the black flag, so this race is also unofficial. It's still under review.
And here's the
there's
replay. You can see Lessig able to get to the inside of Aitken. Aitken went very wide. The drivers lumping their carts forward there, and you see at the line just a few inches deciding the winner, William Lessig, the unofficial winner.
And what I noticed in that shot, Lessig was on the left-hand side. He wasn't looking ahead at all. He was looking at the cart next to him all the way down the last straightaway.
Well, at that point, your foot's to the floor, and you don't have to turn anymore, so it's pretty elementary what you have to do at that point.
I haven't seen anybody hunch down yet. You know, a lot of times you'll see him hunch way down, try to make it as aerodynamic as possible.
I saw some in the hot lap qualifying. You would almost see the younger drivers almost put their helmet onto the steering wheel. So there we see the drivers just going through post-race tech. They'll roll across the scales and make sure that everything is official.
See Ronnie Clyde's dead center in your shot.
And right there, that's Owen Lloyd in the foreground there.
Talking to, I'm not sure who he's talking to there, but yeah, Owen Lloyd discussing. I think something happened to Owen Lloyd on that last lap. Just like you said, his right hand was up in the air. I'm not sure what he was doing. He may have been adjusting something. I'm not sure, but he definitely had his only one hand on the wheel.
And they can make, I believe, some limited adjustments when they reach back there to try to change the cart. Not very much and not normally quickly, but you could see that cart not running to full strength in the last half lap of the race.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a two-stroke, and especially a liquid-cooled where they got a radiator and they're always, you know, pulling tape off or whatever. None of that's going on in a four-stroke here at all because you just don't have a radiator. So I think that's Danny May up front, isn't it? Standing by the first cart? I'm not quite sure. I just met him this weekend.
Well, I'd have to get a look. He is typically in a number 9 cart, a very famous number from around the Dawsonville area. That does look like Danny May running a triple 9 cart there.
I'm not sure whose cart.
Danny May hears us, so he's waving. Danny's not in his normal cart there, but he is at the front of the line.
I did not know him before this weekend. Now I know him well. So yeah, he's very impressive.
Yeah, as a native of Athens, Georgia, that's home to the University of Georgia, the Bulldogs.
What's the name of the mascot?
It's the Bulldogs. Oh, Ugga.
Yeah,
Ugga's the name, which is just it's just UGA
Sorry,
pronounced out. In the racing world, yesterday Athens hosted the Athens Speedway Reunion, a track that closed down in the 90s, a dirt track just outside of town. Through a weird land deal that failed, the basis of the track is still there. Nothing has ever been built on it, but it is a much revered track in Georgia dirt racing history.
Yeah, and we're definitely in big racing country right now.
Absolutely. The Highway 9 that runs down through Dawsonville is the number that Bill Elliott took. That's where he got his number, and his son Chase used that same number. But another piece, Dave, it's hard to separate early racing from moonshine running. And people say that more moonshine ran down Highway 9 from Dawsonville to Atlanta than any other highway in the country. So we do encourage our drone operators to not zoom too closely into the woods lest they see something that they shouldn't see out there.
Oh, that is funny. No, I had never heard that story about that's how Bill Elliott got his number.
That's where he chose it from, was the highway that runs through town. Much different town back when Bill was running in the 70s. I've heard people say Dawsonville might have been 900 people. It's now Dawson County, one of the fastest growing counties in Georgia.
Like I say, when we first got to town, we were fortunate enough to drive through Dawsonville.
Okay.
And we were in a hurry. We were trying to go to the next hotel, the correct one, whatever. But we went by the Dawsonville Pool Hall. Is it called Pool Hall? Yeah.
Pool room. The pool room. That's
okay,
a very famous place, and you probably went by the Rotary with the famous old courthouse in the center.
Yes.
That is on the National Register of Historic Places, one of 3 buildings in the city that is registered as that. The new courthouse would have been probably off to your right as you went by the old courthouse. As we're lining up for our cadet division here, 6 karts. Dave, what makes a cadet a cadet?
Well, it's the next older class after kid karts. You can go to cadet, and it kind of overlaps with sportsman a little bit. We added another class that I think 2 years ago, the cadet class. We didn't have it previously, and it was just too much of a jump to go from kid karts to sportsman. So this is kind of a happy medium.
Green flag is out, so we're underway. Once again, it'll be 12 laps. Some of the names you'll hear in this race: Ruben Greer, Ryder Thompson, Tyler Morowick, Blaze Hindry, Jackson Brewster, and Silas Root. Couple of karts go around down at the bottom. That's number 19, Blaze Hindry, one of the karts involved, as our top 4 are able to scoot away by our vantage point. So trouble down in turn 2 early on.
So the front 3 are all together, then 1, and then we've got a gap back there till we get to the 2 that spun out. Ryder Thompson is traditionally real strong here, Jacksonville, Florida. Ryder's dad follows us all over. Well, Ryder and his dad, the whole family follows us all over.
I definitely noticed a lot more campers than we see for a weekly race here for one of our championship series races. And there we follow with the number 5 car, Tyler Morowick out of San Antonio, Texas. So he's made the trip over here. But, yeah, a lot more RVs, campers, caravans on the property. I can imagine the family hooks up the trailer and tows to the cart tows the cart to the track each weekend.
And Cup Karts did announce, thank you very much, John. Cup Karts announced that pits are real restricted here. It's not something we're used to at all. We're used to a lot bigger area. We've got 3 actual pit areas here. So, yeah, most people tried to leave their campers home. So traditionally we have just a massive amount of very large campers.
As we're seeing a good battle up front, Ryder Thompson leads Ruben Greer. Greer pressuring down to the inside. Thompson's going to throw the block on for now. As Dave, we'd normally say, just get some laps in and take it easy the first few laps. And here we go. They're racers racing out there. Thompson and Greer are going at it in the early goings of our cadet division.
I would like to say the older adults, you know, the masters and the legends and whatever, get that. No, they don't get it either.
Well, and we have to say, cadets, we're really talking about elementary students that are out there. They maybe a first grader still in the kid kart. This is second to maybe 4th graders out there. And I don't know about you, Dave. I was probably still playing with Lincoln Logs and Legos at this age, not trying to go 60-plus miles an hour here.
Yeah.
We do have a third voice that's going to join us, Dave. We're going to welcome Al Edwards into the broadcast. Al is the proprietor of the Willbite Racing Stable, and he has done some racing up through the Masters class as well. But I believe he has a couple of karts in competition today, so welcome to the broadcast, Al.
Thanks, I appreciate it. It's great to be here. Great to see you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
All right.
So Ryder Thompson, your leader, of course, number 904, followed by Ruben Greer, number 020.
Yeah, Ruben is one of our regulars, especially in this class. Picked up some wins, I believe, already this year. He's a native of Vestavia Hills, Alabama, a suburb of Birmingham.
Is that close, fairly close to here?
I'd say
2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, if Highway 20 is cooperating,
Correct.
It's 2.5 hours
That's
that
right.
day.
So your people, just like every track, they'll drive a fair distance to come here to be a regular. Okay. A lot of places we go to, you know, we'll have just local really means local.
Yeah,
and that cuts them down. But yeah, you know, go-kart racer will drive across the country for a race.
Hey, you know, we've got lots of people here from Canada today, and really good to see them from Ontario, Toronto area.
Yeah, we've got Ellie Yanko, of course, is one you're referring to. We also have people racing here from Germany, from Brazil, and of course the U.S.
Oh, here's Ruben Greer doing a challenge here, going into turn 9. He's not gonna make it stick there.
Yep, backed out at the last second there. It's a little early still, only 3 laps scored out of 12. But that has allowed our leader, Thompson, to open up just a couple of kart lengths of advantage. And we're going to take a moment here to go down to victory lane. Steve Newbold, who do you have with you?
Well, it took a second to get through tech. There was a decent amount of penalties that were issued, but we're here with William, race winner. William, tell us a little bit about that win.
It was actually fairly hard to do because yesterday I was fast enough, but I didn't catch their draft in time. So it would be very hard to catch up with them. But today I actually had a great start. We pulled away. I was like in front of Ronnie, and we actually passed through turn 2 evenly.
So we were joking in the booth earlier about barbecue. All right, so you said you're from South Carolina. What is your favorite barbecue?
To be honest, my favorite barbecue is a brisket.
All right, what kind of sauce do you like?
To be honest, I just have to go regular.
All right, well, he likes regular barbecue. Speaking of barbecue, guys, we have a barbecue vendor down here at the corner. John, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
All right. Well, once again, thank you, Steve. Congratulations, William Lessig, our heavy heat race winner in Day 5 of the Cup Karts North America South Division. As Steve had mentioned, and Dave, now I'm starting to get hungry, he had mentioned that Smokehouse Q is on property. They're the official barbecue provider of Atlanta Motorsports Park. As we see on track for just a moment, looks like Ruben Greer, Ryder Thompson still dicing it up a little bit here, and they have broken away from Tyler Morowek, who is about 4 seconds in arrears.
Yeah, and once again, Ryder Thompson is always fast. I think, yeah, he started in the pole position, so yeah, he was faster in qualifying. And Ruben Greer, them two put on a great battle.
Get by. I know he made a challenge there and managed to get by as we were talking there, that driver interview. Here comes Ryder making a challenge on the outside going into turn 9. Ruben Greer is going to do a late break here and turn in and maintain his position.
You could see Thompson already starting to wear out the back bumper as they came through the kink of Greer's number 20 Kart. But then Greer stuck to the inside. A little early to see defensive driving, but so be it as they sweep through turn 14, downhill, and they should be on the brakes in turn number 16. This time around, we should see the cross flags. 6 down, 6 to go. As now we got a battle for the lead. Thompson sees the path open, cross flags in the air. Thompson moves down to the inside of Greer. So you have a new lap leader, but they're still side by side through turn 1. Greer not going away. He's going to dive down into turn number 2. And Greer, a little contact there. Greer, your leader, looking back for Thompson. So they're getting after it here in our cadet division.
Absolutely, and we do not use pushback bumpers in Cup Karts North America, just so you know. In case you're wondering if that's going to play into effect, no, it does not.
And for the novice, what is a pushback bumper?
It is a bumper that's in position. It can be, if you run into the back of somebody, your front bumper will get pushed back into another slot, and it locks there. So when you come through the scale line, if they see your pushback bumper is pushed, you get a penalty. We don't use that. Our bumpers are locked.
And Al, I imagine that. What does AMP use on a normal weekly or normal event for us?
For all of our club racing, we do use pushback bumpers. We actually followed the USPKS when they mandated pushback bumpers just to ensure clean driving and that people aren't using their front bumpers to push people around and things like that. It did help. It's been a little problematic, but it has helped at the club level just to clean people up, because at the club level we're doing a lot less experienced drivers, and they need to know what is proper and is not proper. And I will tell you, even though we had a lot of contact yesterday, we had a couple of incidents yesterday, but overall the driving was extremely clean. Really looking at it here from the booth. Oh, we have a challenger here.
Looks for
same
a second.
deal again.
Yeah, Thompson took a quick peek to the inside. He seems faster down the kink. He's able to reel in Greer, so you have to wonder now, is there a difference in gearing that maybe Greer's better sort of up the hill out of turn 3, and then Thompson set up for that long run down the back straightaway?
He actually is set up for that long run, but you see, once you get in the draft, this is the thing, and Dave was talking about this yesterday. He was really surprised about the fact that the draft played such a big role here.
As we see Thompson take a peek to the inside of Greer, not able to make it stick for the moment. So they're going to stay nose to tail. You're not missing anything else in the rest of the field. 3rd place, Tyler Morwick. 4th place, Silas Root. 5th place, Jackson Brewster with Blaze Hindry rounding out the field. But all the focus goes on to our leaders right now as they're over 7 seconds ahead of 3rd place.
They sure are. Yeah, so as you watch here, the draft is going to come into play. But also when you break out of the draft, it's like someone puts their hand in your chest. So you really have to have a lot of slingshot. And here he comes. Oh, he's going to go for it again. but he backed out of it. He probably could have made that stick if he had just waited for a little bit later of a break. But we've got 4 laps to go, or actually really 3 laps to go. And, better off just start racing in the last 2 laps.
Well, and Dave, I have to imagine at this point, Thompson just testing, probing, looking for where he may have the advantage over Greer.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is a smart racer, and he's raced with us a long time, so he is
Goes
very
on
well
the
aware.
inside.
Oh,
You
no,
see,
it's
as
gonna-
soon as he turns in, that air hits him, and he just falls right back.
So another feint from Thompson there. They're going to be single file down into that signature turn number 2. Laps winding down here. And once again, Thompson gets a good run, but again, just not quite enough to get alongside that number 20.
You hear them in the background going around. Is he going to get a run here? Looks like he might take it to the outside. Ruben Greer's waiting for him. All he has to do is keep his foot in it here and do a little bit of a late break. He's got to fall in behind him. And you see that. You see Ruben just surge forward because he does the late break about a half second later, and then all of a sudden there's Ryder having to fall back in. So this might be a dice back and forth.
I have to imagine, though, you have to brake properly because if you overshoot the corner, Dave, Ryder Thompson's going to turn right underneath
That's
towards
exactly
turn number
right.
10.
Now it looks like Ryder's might be getting a little bit frustrated there. He's looking to the outside. He's getting back behind his draft very quickly because he realizes that you could feel it. And so just like Dale Earnhardt, he could feel the air in his mustache.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here as the popsicle sticks were out that time around. Dave, we've talked about the drivers being tested physically and mentally with their decisions. It sounds like that emotion part is coming into play. A driver might get frustrated being back in second. Then they'll do things, I imagine, like push too hard and start making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, most of the people have been racing long enough that it's not new to them, but you're absolutely right. The frustration level has to come out.
Okay, look at Ryder right there. He just sat on the left side of Ruben's bumper while Ruben gave a little bit of a defensive maneuver there. If they start weaving back and forth, that can lead to a penalty. You get one maneuver. And so you can't just sit there and block back and forth. You have to let the guy try and make that pass.
Well, it seems like Greer is saying he is going to defend the left side of that back straightaway, so he has inside position in 9. Coming around this time, Thompson gets a good run down at 16 into 17, but Greer able to close the doors. The white flag flies in the air. Just 17 turns remaining. Greer continues to lead Ryder Thompson. They're a good distance ahead of third place as they work their way up the hill.
So I'm going to tell you something that's really obvious about Ruben. He is really good at listening and situational awareness because he has not turned his head back. And it's almost like he is either anticipating or he's listening, and he hears and he hears him. He goes in for that little bit of a defensive maneuver. Now he checks over his shoulder. He's like, whoa, wait a minute, where are you?
And Greer slams the door in the back straightaway. Thompson not able to get by on the outside. So about half of this lap remaining. Greer leads Thompson. Morowick well in the distance. So you're watching the race here. The battle for this heat race win is on the line. Both of these drivers should be on the front row of the feature, but you have to know they want to be the first to get those checkered flags.
Oh,
off
boy.
turn 17.
Oh,
Greer
touching each
pinches
other. They're
down.
doing a drag
Thompson's
race.
there. And it looks like Greer is going to advance with a hand in the air in celebration. Ruben Greer, your cadet heat race winner.
Now, once again, all they were battling for was if they start on the inside or the outside of the front row, because they're both on the front row.
And bragging rights for an 8-year-old.
And bragging rights, yes, which is so much more important.
That's a big deal.
Well, the heart of a driver, they always want to be the one who is first. You're going to get a view here as they come to a stop. Ruben Greer, hands raised in victory, and maybe in a few moments he will get a word with our Steve Newbold in victory lane. And here you really get an indication of these are kids. Yeah. You see that this isn't a grown man coming out. This is a little, third grader that's standing there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good sportsmanship going on.
Yep. These guys congratulating each other, even though the front two just ran away from them. They had their own race. We were really focused on that one, but it's really great to see these guys give each other the hand slap. Although I do believe Ryder might be a little irritated now.
He doesn't
pretty
look
obvious.
happy.
He does not look happy, and I wouldn't be either. It can be really frustrating when I can't get around somebody, and they're doing a better job at situational awareness and defensive driving than I can, kind of outsmart them. So definitely have been there and feel a little bit for them. But, you know, hey, there's always the next race. Hey there, wave your hands. Good to see you guys. And we have a tire guy there. He's checking with a durometer to see if the tires are consistent and in spec as to where they're supposed to be as far as softness and hardness.
Yeah, he's actually our head tech guy. That's Bobby Jacobson from Minneapolis area. There's Bobby.
I guess almost like checking the stimp meter in golf. We had talked about the Masters being in town or being in the state for this weekend. But, yeah, just to make sure that the tires are proper, it'll punch down in and give a reading. Coming up next in the Atlanta Championship Series, we're going to take a few weeks off. We'll be back in action for a doubleheader Saturday, May 4th, and Sunday, May 5th. And that'll be rounds 3 and 4 of our local championship series. So may the 4th be with you. And Cinco de Mayo will be here in action. And I believe you'll be able to catch the action right here on Kart Chaser. While you're watching us, we just encourage you to go to Atlanta Motorsports Park on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, and on the platform, whether it's to give a follow or a like. We would love to have you follow us, and you get to see some of the content that's created. And click the bell button so you get notifications either when we post content or go live. Dave, for an April Fool's Day joke, Will Rigdon had put together that AMP released its new course layout, and it was around the downtown in Dawsonville. And people thought it was real when he did that.
They sure did. They blew up my phone. Where do I register? It's like, guys, come on. It's April Fool's Day. Come on.
And now you're getting a great look not only at the pit paddock. There you see the main track. That's turn 4 and the water tower with the main track building in the background as our next group of karts rolling out onto the track. They've come out of the staging lanes. It is our Legends division. All right, Dave, we've talked about cadets. What makes a legend a legend? And I have to say, what not like a legendary hero. What's the age range for legends?
This is our oldest. I'm not sure what age we start at, but I'm thinking like maybe
it's 50.
That's what I thought. Okay, I was just gonna say I think about 50 up to unlimited. I don't know who our oldest is right now, but we used to have a 75-year-old guy that raced with us consistently. So it's basically 50 to whatever.
I will tell you who is the oldest, and he likes to brag about it. It's Frank Baldozier, Racing. He's a local here. He's most likely the oldest one on the grid. I believe he is 68.
Okay. I can't think of anything that would be older. Anybody that would be older, so he probably is.
So now you're seeing the field get stacked up. Might be up to 20 karts. We'll see who's able to answer the call. So as we've said, over 50. I don't think that qualifies you for an AARP card, but we'll just say they're more seasoned drivers that are out there. Still enjoy the feeling of speed, the thrill of competition, and we'll see that in their 12-lap heat race.
And there is some very good racers in here, too. Ellie Yanko, our Canadian, is on the pole. Todd Barron, of course, Dr. Todd, one of the premier gastro doctors in the entire country, the entire world is out there. Dr. Todd sent me another joke that I've got to say eventually. Brant Estes, I think is one of your locals, right?
Brant Estes, Paul McElroy, regulars that we see as they come down. Green flags in the air, Legends at speed at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Some of the other drivers that are regulars with us would be Frank Baldozier and Chuck Teasley, as they're mostly single file down into turn number 2. They'll head up the hill. Now, Dave, we've mentioned that the younger drivers don't follow our wisdom. Maybe we'll see it here in the Legends that they'll cooperate for about the first 8 laps and then let the punches start flying as they get closer to the finish.
You'd think they would at their advanced age, but no, unfortunately, they don't either.
They'll unlock the child within out there.
And once again, I can't keep reiterating enough. This is just simply to dictate your starting position in the main event.
Right.
Yep.
But, yeah, Ellie Yanko and Todd Barron will put on a great race. I'm here to tell you right now.
Yanko, a native of Thornhill, Ontario. Barron joining us from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And, Al, when you had mentioned Frank Baldozier out of Gainesville, we'll get back to that. We're going to go down to Victory Lane. I see Steve Newbold with our winner from the cadet class.
So we're down here with Ryder Thompson. Ryder, you pulled off the victory due to a penalty. Yesterday you had heartbreak with the white flag, double white flag. Tell me just a little bit about that.
I passed everybody clean. I thought he waved the checkered flag because of the shadow and the blackness, like there in the shadow, I thought it was a checkered flag.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. We were just wanting to ask you because of yesterday. You know, that was heartbreaking. I've personally done that myself. But congrats on your victory today. Hopefully we see you back over here a little bit later. Anybody you'd like to plug before we go?
Michael Caps, my dad, mom, and Nitro Karting, and Austin Jordan. He's been racing for 18 years. And that's all I like to thank my mom and Cody at Nitro 10.
All right, thank you, buddy. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Steve. Congratulations to Ryder Thompson, declared the winner in the cadet class. Dave, as you had mentioned, everything's unofficial until they sort of look over the results, and some sort of penalty must have been assessed to Ruben Greer.
Yep, and we do not have access to that up here. We're just simply commentators on what we're seeing on TV, just like you. So, unfortunately,
if we get word, we'll pass along to you what had happened.
I can tell you what it is. I can tell you what it is.
Hold on, Al's got the sunglasses on for this. We got to play that look going on.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit too much blocking going on. I think there was a couple of times.
I think a couple times on that backstretch.
He made two maneuvers instead of just one, and you know, again, he's really situationally aware. But I think you've got to learn how to just let him get up beside you and just make the late break and don't slam the door so hard on him, because that is against the rules. Multiple corrections off your line into a corner.
Great battle back in the pack as they come around to put lap number 3 on the board in our Legends division. Brant Estes leads Todd Barron and Drew Galloway. One driver that was not able to answer the call, the aforementioned Chuck Teasley.
Yeah, Chuck got into a bad crash yesterday, and he was really hurting this morning, so he elected to bow out. So,
okay. Chuck, a native of Cumming, which is sort of the next city down from Dawsonville down in Forsyth County.
Yep.
I was sharing the story with Baldozer. He's from Gainesville. Gainesville has one of those claims to fame that Lake Lanier is around Gainesville. And Dave, don't know if you know this, there's an old speedway under Lake Lanier in Gainesville, the old Looper Speedway. When they built the lake, it was one of those properties that was in the floodplain. Huh. There's been a couple times in the history of Lake Lanier being around. There's been drought. The lake level has dropped. And the top of the grandstands will start to reappear of the old Looper Speedway. So it's one of those stories of what is under Lake Lanier.
Todd Barron making a run here on Brant Estes for first place. He's going to stick it and make it work. So Brant's going to fall into second place here. Brant qualified on the pole, which was really great to see. But let's see if Brant Estes and Todd Barron can work together and pull away from the rest of the pack, and we can see a really nice race here the last 2 laps.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you, Ellie Yanko is going to come into a factory eventually, too. He's currently back in 5th place, but Ellie is very strong.
I'm praying it is Ellie. I would have said Eli when I saw him.
It is Ellie.
He goes by Ellie, okay.
Yeah, I called him Eli for 3 years before I was corrected.
All right, so most of our field getting single file. Top 2 have broken away momentarily from 3rd place, but now we see that group of 5 starting to reel in the lead duo. So much like Talladega in NASCAR, you see drafting coming into play in our Legends division.
Boy, it sure does here. And they're going side by side and battling quite a bit in this back of the second pack here, and that costs them. Eventually they're going to start falling behind if they keep on battling back and forth. Right now, about 3 kart lengths between 2nd place and 3rd place. 4th, 5th, and 6th are really going at it.
As they hop their way up the hill through turn number 3, they'll come under our vantage point in the building, and then they'll drop downhill, the biggest drop on the track, down to the kink. That's the low point. Full gas on this long back straightaway, as once again our top duo, Todd Barron, Brant Estes, able to open a little bit of daylight. Here's a pass for 3rd. Down the inside, James Insko moves to the inside of Galloway.
Whoa. A little bit of contact. Oh, a lot of contact there. Almost got sideways. Big time.
So once again, you're enjoying our Legends division. This is the, I don't want to say the oldest class. That sounds disrespectful. How can we phrase that?
Most mature?
Yes, most mature. Our most seasoned class of drivers on the track. They still enjoy it out there, Al. I can imagine when these guys take the helmet off, they probably have a big smile on
Absolutely
their faces.
They do. And look at this. 1st and 2nd have really pulled away. That bobble there in the turn 9 complex really cost that second pack, and they still battling at it. Not really working together anymore. They're just battling at it. Brandt is laying back, waiting for a maneuver here on Todd Barron. He's given Todd Barron a couple of bumps here and there. They're working together, and they have pulled away significantly. 20 kart lengths now between second place and third place. Well, let's see if these guys really getting sideways going into that second pack. They're struggling a little bit to maintain pace here.
We had just passed the halfway point. Al, I do have to admire, it seems to us, the new camera that we have down at the bottom of the kink. What a wonderful addition.
It is.
I wonder if that's the revival of the old pole cam that we had on main track, but a great way. A lot of times when the drone camera,
wow.
way wide,
sideways, and bam.
Trouble as one kart gets spun around. They're still 3 wide.
Was that Insko that went around?
Well, we'll see when they come to.
Iliyanko's
third out of that group. Insko fourth. Tyson Swain fourth. So I believe might have been Frank Baldozer. I think he just dropped a ton of positions, as well as Tim Clark. So it'll be interesting to see a replay of that. One kart got super wide. Watch not the lead duo. Watch that next group of 5. The lead kart in that goes very wide off turn 16. So the second kart there ends up, with the contact, quickly spins around, and for a moment, 3
Frank.
and almost 4 wide.
That's Frank. I recognize the white helmet. Backed it into the wall there. That really has cost this second group here. They have their own race at this point. They will not catch back up to Brandt and to Todd.
So Iliyanko is, after that melee, is in third place, up to third place in that Tony kart. James Insko right behind him in fourth place.
And Dave, melee, a good term for that, because it happened so quickly. All it took was one driver just going a little bit wide. They all fanned out behind, and then a little bit of contact sent Frank Baldozer into the wall.
Yeah, that's treacherous turn 16. That really can get you. That's for sure. You get out in the marbles, especially on a club race day, where we have different kinds of rubber down on the track, and you get the big green marbles out there. It really can get you.
And it looked like that's exactly what happened when it got so wide.
Yeah, went a little hot.
Got loose and came back in, kind of out of control, or out of traction.
For our viewers, the marbles, as the tires run, they're soft enough that little bits of the rubber will wear off the abrasive asphalt surface, and then they don't just sit there. They'll eventually sort of get blown to the edge of the track. The driving line is clean, but once you get a little off the line, there's little bits of rubber, and it's almost like trying to walk on a floor where there's marbles.
Third, right here, they backed out of it. They're going through David's Bend. And look at this gap that has opened up between second position and third position. Again, right now it's 3 different races going on.
Yeah, our lead duo is 4 seconds ahead at this point.
Wow, look at the freight train that just happened in the second pack. Iliyanko just went from 3rd to 6th.
I'm not sure what happened there. He really went backwards.
Yeah, that was something happened there.
So once again, our top 2 about 4 seconds ahead of this group of 5 that you're watching. James Insko leading this group down the hill. They'll head down the back straightaway. 9 laps in the book. So you're not missing anything out front. Todd Barron and Brandt Estes just seem to be hooked up and pulling away from the rest of the field.
Quite a ways back, that Bill Cobb in, I think, 16th place, number 62. He's the head of the BMW racing, or BMW America or something racing division. He's the number 1 guy in the U.S. for BMW racing. Yeah. And he's still racing. He's a fairly seasoned gentleman.
Absolutely. That's awesome. I think, actually, our spinner was Paul McElry. He also has a white helmet. Because Frank Baldozer is 12th position, and he would have been way back at that point. So we're not really seeing that back pack anymore, but we are focused on really where the race is. Well, last 2 laps is going to be the Todd Barron and Brandt Estes show for sure, because Brandt Estes, as you can see right here, just right on Todd's bumper in the draft. They are really working together to pull away, but all bets are off. 2 laps to go for sure, and that's where we are right now.
So Todd Barron, you could see right down to the left side of that back straightaway. We have to imagine a little bit of defense being played right now. Dave, when they're 4 seconds ahead, I imagine they can get a little more racy, maybe earlier in the race than they imagine, because really they're safe from the rest of this field.
You're absolutely right. They could and they should know better. White flag is out, by the way, for Dr. Todd. Yeah, they should know better, but they're still going to race. He's front two.
And here comes Brent Estes, a challenge into turn 2. He's going to back out of it, but he might stay to the inside here and make it's a drag race up the hill.
Barron
looks over his shoulder.
Yeah, you can see Barron give way there, but now Barron has that preferred inside line by our vantage point. So once again, there'll be single file through the kink. And will the draft come into play? Can Estes close that gap down the back straightaway? For now, Barron about a kart length and a half lead. He'll be on the brakes. So for now, Estes not able to get alongside.
Well, let's take a look and see if there's a challenge in David's Bend and see what happens here. He's going to lay him back a little bit. He might make a challenge for Todd here up the hill. He's going to break to the inside. We're going to go through David's Bend side by side as Brant Estes and Todd Barron drag race into turn 16. Todd Barron's got a little bit of an advantage. Brant Estes might over-under him here, and it's going to be a drag race to the finish. Oh, my gosh. But Todd Barron runs the defensive line, and Brant Estes cannot get to the inside, and Todd Barron takes it.
So Todd Barron, your winner in Legends, and maybe for the first time today, I don't see a black flag waving with the checkered flag, Dave. So it looks like the Legends showed them how it's done out there, showing those youngins how you're supposed to race hard but yet race clean on track.
All right. Well, and actually, if we look here, that was Tyson Swan that was in third position. So another AMP local, Brant Estes and Tyson Swan in second and third. Brant and Todd Barron out there just give each other the, hey, that was a great race. It is so great to have Brant be able to keep up with Todd. Todd is a veteran, and Todd is talented. Really great to see these guys. That was an awesome race.
Dr. Todd took like 20, 25 years off of racing. He was a national champion
just
way
like
back
me.
in the day. Yeah, and he came back, and he's doing very well. So real quick, Dr. Todd just sent me a joke, or not right now, earlier. He said, Sylvester Stallone wants to make a movie about classical music. He says, I'll be Beethoven. Jean-Claude Van Damme says, I'll be Mozart. Arnold Schwarzenegger says, okay, I'll be Bach.
I'll be Bach.
Dr. Todd always sends me jokes.
Oh, so we do definitely have some characters out there in the karting world. As you said, gastroenterologist?
Gastro something.
Doctor,
he's actually, he's beyond a doctor. He's the teacher that teaches the doctors.
Oh, goodness. So basically, we don't want to see him ever really in his professional life.
And
it
he
sounds
invents new surgeries that haven't even been thought of or couldn't be done. That he does that kind of stuff. So, yeah, he's a really big deal.
Yeah, and he's, again, so talented. He's one of those guys you love to hate.
And he's close to my age, for goodness sake. Look at me and look at him.
Right.
We're almost the same age. He's just a little bit healthier than me.
He is very athletic, I got to tell you. The guy's – and, again, we've seen him at all these CKNA races here in the South as we've been coming to him. I can't remember if he went to the WKA Daytona race that we went to. Brant Estes, by the way, won that. He crossed the stripe in first place in the Masters division. So,
well, you talked about the shape that they're in. These drivers are athletes out there.
Yes. It's
easy to overlook that you're just sitting in a seat and making a few turns. You need incredible hand-eye coordination. But as these laps wind on, the G-forces on your body in every single corner, front, back, and left and right. Al, we've had drivers come up here on our staff when it was Lucas Arnett ran down at Lamar County Speedway last week.
Oh, yeah.
The CEO, Jeremy Porter, ran shifters, and you just see them gassed when they're coming off. And that's not a sign of their health. That's just an indication. These guys are working hard out there, basically doing a high-intensity interval training for 15 straight minutes.
Yeah, it can be really difficult. And now, on track, is our LO206 Senior Light Division. And they are getting ready to get gridded up here.
All right, last week, if you were watching on Kart Chasers, AMP had a tremendous field of seniors. We had 41 karts come to the green. This week with the CKNA sanction, they break the classes up, so we're not going to quite see a traffic jam down the front straightaway, but we still have up to 23 karts ready for action. And Dave, here's a familiar name. Owen Lloyd was quick in warm-ups this morning.
Yeah, Owen Lloyd, Waycross, Georgia.
Home of the Bubba Burger.
Yeah, that's right.
By the way, there you're getting a great view in the background of the main track facility, the back straightaway, the front straightaway, as well as some of the other facilities in the paddock areas here. But now we're going to zoom in on our light division. Dave, what makes a light a light?
It's the same adult, same as everybody, but just a little bit lesser weight. So if you don't weigh so much, you don't have to add so much weight to come up to the minimum.
Right.
And like I say, Owen Lloyd will run all 3 classes. Oh, there we go, Doc.
All right, well, we're going to go down to victory lane with our intrepid reporter, Steve Newbold.
Doc, what a race. Tell us how you did that. I mean, that was probably one of the closest finishes we've seen in a little while.
Yeah. Well, I've hats off to my competitor who's local here, and Mr. Estes, who drove me really cleanly, and I just happened to get a good run at the last corner coming up the hill here. I was able to get under him and then hold him off, but it was definitely tight. It was a fun race.
All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up to you because it looks like we got karts on track.
You are right, Steve. So congratulations, Todd Barron,
Yeah,
our
way to go,
Legends Heat winner. And now you see that thundering herd work their way down the back straightaway. Our light division underway for their 12-lap heat race. Al, we've always talked during our club races how we wished we had more laps. Today, by golly, we're going to get it.
Oh,
Instead of 10 laps and then 12 laps, the race is today 12 laps and 16 laps. So almost feels like bonus coverage here. Thanks for CKNA coming to join us at AMP this afternoon.
Absolutely. It's just been a wonderful time with the folks here at CKNA. Hats off to their event that they've run really well here. They've managed to keep on the schedule, and you know, we've got a full day, packed day today, and got to remember we're going to end around 5:30 with our podiums. It's going to be good to watch, and then the gates close at 8 for those RVers that are not driving all the way back to Ontario.
And just for those people in the area here, we had to delay our Saturday awards till today. So we'll have Saturday's awards today and Sunday's awards today.
Yep.
Early leader Owen Lloyd, familiar name. He has that purple moniker inside a race hero. Quick time so far, 61.226 seconds. The rest of the field getting lined up behind him. You see Owen take a quick peek behind him as he comes off turn number 12. And for now, nobody sticking a nose out into the wind. Everyone content to ride single file.
And I think that second place, that's Caleb Gaffara. He's a very, very famous 2-stroke racer. Decided to come try 4-stroke for a change.
Coming down from the Tar Heel State to join us this afternoon. So Georgia leads North Carolina in our top 2. Third place, Colton Warren. He's out of Naples, Florida. As we see a battle for second, I believe it's Warren trying to get to the inside of Gaffar, but Gaffar able to sweep by with the outside momentum to hold on to second place for now.
That's right. Just as a matter of note, we've got Brant Estes, who placed second here in Legends. His son, Cameron, right now is in 15th position. He's lost a couple of positions. He started 13th, but he is out there with all of our AMP locals at the club level. Wesley Bacon is out there, and Kelvin Zhang and Sam Avrutsky are in the 10th to 16th.
It looks like we had a battle for second there as Warren able to work up to the inside of Gaffar, and now they're all right back together. So Gaffar in that light blue valence, the leader Owen Lloyd in red, and then we have that one kart in the middle. That is Colin Warren, as they are, 6 karts breaking away from the rest of the field.
Colin Warren from Florida, he is traditionally very strong also. Expect him to be moving up real quick.
So what age are we talking with the senior class? At what point, or in the light class, at what point does someone leave juniors and head up to the weight-based divisions?
I think it's 16, 17, something like that you start at, and you could go unlimited.
It's 16.
16, okay.
Okay. So high school and beyond at that point, although we do have full-grown adults in this class as well. There you see our top 6, once again content to ride for the moment. That red kart of Owen Lloyd, number 119. I think we're going to be calling that name, that number, often this afternoon.
I think I've seen that kart once or twice.
Once or twice.
As Taylor Swift said, I've been there too a few times.
Sure. Yeah, Owen Lloyd has just come into his own in the last 2 years. He's just amazing. He's almost unbeatable in the last couple of years, and he struggled mightily before that. So congrats to Owen Lloyd.
Well, Al, I know one of the phrases you mention often, racecraft.
Yes.
Here, what are these drivers doing right now to work on racecraft? You know, what is their plan of attack, whether you're in first or you're at 6th at the back of this group?
Well, you know, there's strategy and racecraft. Racecraft is when you're trying to go too wide through 2 and you're really pushing it right to the edge, and even leaning on another driver there. And it's really up to both drivers to make it through the corner together. So, you know, at this point, we're seeing these guys working together, running nose to tail. Unless someone really messes up, there's going to be no position changes unless someone really has an advantage, because these drivers are seasoned enough to know that nose to tail really works. But then I spoke too soon. We got a challenger here on the inside. They're mixing it up here in the front pack between,
Colin Warren there,
and Caleb Graffar. Wow.
Graffar way out in the fluff, as we'd call it, and he's going to lose a position off of that. That opens the door for fourth place, William Lawler, who now
might
moves
even
up to
get
third.
shuffled back to the back of that pack right there. Look at that. As they come down through 2. Yep, he's fighting. He's fighting through turn 2. That's where you see the racecraft, where you just get it on the edge, you stuff it in the middle, and everybody says, okay, that's your line, that's your space, and we'll just get back in line and start racing again for the next lap.
I knew Colin Warren was coming up soon, and sure enough, he's right behind Owen Lloyd now.
He sure is. They traded positions all day yesterday.
Historically, this is the division that's given us our best races. When we do club races, it is that senior division that is just a joy to behold as a race fan.
Now, how many divisions do you normally run here?
Since we have KAs and tags, I know last time we had 12 races, but some of those are races within a race. That there's KA junior and senior. There's a couple of tag divisions and shifter, kid Kart. As we see the cross flag, 6 down, 6 to go. And then we will have, we call it LO 206 from rookie, cadet, junior, senior, and Masters and Legends.
Yeah.
Some of those, I think in the past, Masters, we just started Legends, so the Legends run with the Masters. I remember a couple years ago, Al, we would run the Masters with the seniors, and now the seniors is so big that they get their own dedicated race on track.
Yeah, we went to the point where we were only having 2, maybe 3 show up for Masters, and kind of made it a mission of mine when I came of age to participate in Masters that we would grow the class. And so I took most of my team up to the Masters groups because, you know, a lot of them were grown adults, and it made sense to do so. Lowered the risk a little bit, and let people run kind of in their same age groups, and that really has worked out well for a lot of these guys. And one of them was Brant. You know, Brant used to run in the senior, and we brought him up to Masters, and he's doing quite well in Masters and Legends.
Top 3 are running right together now.
And here comes fourth and fifth. At one point, this was a 6-kart affair, and it looks like Jose Chambers has dropped off the back a couple seconds in arrears. So now it's 5 karts all together. Owen Lloyd continuing to lead. A couple laps ago, we saw a lot of churn, 2nd through 5th. The one constant has been Owen. That red kart in the wind, and for now, no one has been able to challenge the driver out of Waycross.
Yeah, and I will tell you, Colin will make a maneuver at some point very soon.
Well, we are currently on lap number 8, so there's still plenty of time for that. 12 laps will be the distance. Once again, you're watching heat race action. The way they finish here sets up the starting lineup for our feature later in the program. Dave, as we've said in every class, well, they should be content if they're in the top 2. They're on the front row.
But Colin Warren on the inside of Owen Lloyd with another driver in tow here, and they're going to make the pass. Owen Lloyd gets shuffled to 3rd place with that maneuver.
Yeah, you could see William Lawler there, the pusher, so to speak, to help Owen, and now Owen loses another spot up the hill. So Owen has a couple of bad turns, goes from 1st to 4th, even though he was officially scored as the leader on that lap. 2 1/1000ths of a second, but that's all for naught as he's now fallen back to 4th. Colin Warren, your new leader.
And definitely do not count Owen Lloyd out, even though this is just simply a heat race. He is a entity to contend with for sure.
We just saw a new view there from outside of turn 9. That was an exciting view to see.
Yeah.
We're not used to seeing that. The karts coming down at you from the back straightaway. Dave, I'll tell you, one of the coolest places to watch as a fan is right there at turn 16 where they come into that corner. You can hear the tires ripping at the asphalt as they're on the brakes. They turn the kart, and then they're back on the gas. A harrowing turn number 16 with that wall right there.
And I don't think many people have figured that out yet because there wasn't a big crowd there.
No.
Well, you're far from the hub of activity, but if you were a photographer, that'd be a great place to see the karts coming right down on you. Usually the photographers are in that alley from turn 1 down towards turn 2. They get some great photos there when the drivers are showing off a little bit. They'll actually catch a little bit of air over the crest of that
Lloyd.
hill.
Owen Lloyd's making a challenge for third and makes the pass there going into turn 9.
McKeithen.
So Owen Lloyd getting one of those spots back. You have to imagine he'd want to get one more so we can be on the front row. But he is running out of time, just about 2.5 laps remaining as Colin Warren leads William Lawler up front.
And let's see if they can work together to catch up to that front 2 now. They've broken away. They've got about a 4-kart lead here over third place with Owen Warren, or I'm sorry, Owen Lloyd in third place. Colin Warren leading in the number 111. And they're really starting to break away here, but Owen is closing the gap.
Now, most people can't do it all alone. Owen Lloyd
Very
has done
difficult.
it many times all alone.
Yes, and where he's good right here is under a late break coming into turn number 9. He does that late braking maneuver, gets the kart to rotate just a little bit, and gets slowed down enough that he can come out of the corner really fast. So you see he is catching up, but he's got 2 folks coming up on his bumper as well, and they're working together to get back up to Mr. Lloyd here.
So I imagine at this point Lloyd is just not quite able to grasp the graphics. You see a late dive bomb, crossover.
And you see that almost ended up in the wall. Wow.
That was McKeithen and Grafahar there. Grafahar sent it, as we would say in the dirt world, with a slide job, but went right past. And then McKeithen just turned right underneath and took his 4th spot back. But definitely some wild moments there through turn 16.
And the white flag is out. This is the final lap. It's going to be the deciding one. Is Colin Warren going to be able to hold on to it from William Lawler?
Lawler locked right in the tire tracks as you see them coming down to your vantage point. They'll be on the brakes right about there. Still single file. Colin Warren maintaining a scant lead over William Lawler. Let's see as they get to the next best passing opportunity, 14 through 16. You see 3rd, 4th, and 5th fading into the distance. Maybe another pass for 4th place, but we're going to focus up at the lead. They get to the braking area in 16, single file for now, and maybe that's just how they're going to ride to the finish as they're battling behind. Checkered with that black flag out. Was there a late pass there at the line? Lawler from out of nowhere.
Did he really?
Yeah, Lawler beat Warren.
Yep, he came right out of the draft there, and he might have clinched it.
He did. Warren.
Another photo. Look at there.
Lawler by 14 one-thousandths of a second. You almost would have thought
Warren.
It almost looked like Warren shut it off to make up that much ground, but you have to race every single lap, every corner. So Lawler pulls off the win in this heat race over Warren. Owen Lloyd 3rd, Grafahar 4th, and McKeithen coming home in 5th. But wow, that was a sudden reversal of positions on the last lap.
Woo, that was unbelievable.
And now we really didn't see that coming. All of a sudden, it just seemed like in the last few feet, Lawler just seemed to be launched almost out of a cannon to get past.
Like hit the nitrous bottle or something.
Yeah. So, wow. We'll have to almost look over to our director and see if we can get a replay of that. But not a moment that really would have been the setup for a great pass we had seen on the previous lap where we saw Grafahar do right out of dirt track racing the slide job move where you just send it in the corner and slide up in front of someone. But he went too far and it opened up the crossover move.
He is lucky that he didn't end up in the wall on that one. That was a considerable risk, but, a risk, I guess, was worth taking.
Well, almost a windshield wiper there where you just go right across from the inside to the outside of the track. You see in our staging area, the next group of karts getting staged up, ready for action. This will be our sportsman division.
Yep, and Lincoln Massey is qualified in 1st place on our sportsman division. So this was an interesting race yesterday, and it's going to be an interesting race today because Lincoln has to tangle with some really good drivers here. And yesterday he took a 2nd overall.
Okay.
And that was good to see. And today I think we're really shooting for a 1st place.
Well, Lincoln, one of our regulars. You see him in the number 7 kart right at the front of the line. He's out of Monroe, Georgia. Alongside of him in the, trying to get a number on that kart. I think that's the 122, Ryan Perez. another one of our regular names that we do here. And we have in the second row Isaac Carvalho in the 21, and alongside in the 221 Aston Wyatt out of Huntsville, Texas. And in the final row, Evan Fry out of Flowery Branch, and in the 488 Riley Dobelier out of Fort Mill, South Carolina.
And
we
they're
do
all
see
waving at this point. They don't see the camera there.
Sportsman is for drivers age 10 to 13, so at that point, my math is right, you're maybe a fourth grader up to about seventh grade, and I know that's how old Lincoln is. We've had him up in the booth in our club races, and you hear him talk about, well, I had a social studies test, and then he gets out of school and he comes up, works on the kart, works with his dad. So I imagine a lot of these kids, they're working with dad in the evenings to get the kart ready for action. Once again, if you're on the premises and you want to listen to the banter that Dave, Al, and myself have, you can tune your FM radio to 88.7. That's 88.7 to hear the broadcast right into your car, right into your trailer. And Smokehouse Q is on the property, the official barbecue provider of Atlanta Motorsports Park. So these kids just having a good time as the drone drops right down in. I believe this is the drone from Jeff Farver's drone from AlumaCube Engineering. Guys, I was really liking that shot where the drone was sitting right behind turn number 9. That's a new vantage point for us.
I gotta say, that's really interesting because it looks like they're using a Crane 88, and they just bring that camera down as they get closer and closer. It makes it more dramatic. It's really neat.
Yeah. So definitely shows how drones have improved racing broadcast. It's a little difficult to see it in the dirt oval world where you can maybe get behind the car if the car's on a restart. But after that, the cars pull away. But here, it just seems absolutely perfect to follow the drivers and give unique shots. And temperatures warming up there as we see the rip cords being pulled. These engines are going to fire to life. When we started the broadcast, it was about 70 degrees, but we are under plentiful sunshine right now, 78 degrees. We'll flirt with the 80-degree mark. So I have to imagine for a driver in a full suit, helmet, head-to-toe covered, they might be getting a little warm before the in the old way, they were in the building, so they at least had, some fans on and some shade. They're under the relentless Georgia spring sun.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be one of those things. I'll be one of the next editions. If this stays permanent, they'll do some sort of an enclosure, I'm sure, to make the drivers comfortable. That's what Trackhouse did. For years and years, we were gritting up out there in the sun, and they finally put up a canopy. And that canopy really helps.
And you can see some of the flags trackside just wavering in the breeze. A little breeze today, not as bad as yesterday. Boy, we had some big rain come through the Atlanta area Wednesday night into Thursday, and some tremendous winds. I remember Wednesday night I spent a couple hours up in my area hearing some pretty howling winds outside, but that really continued Thursday into Friday. You could see players at Augusta National standing on the green near a bunker, and you saw sand blowing across. That's how intense the winds were. Augusta, I'm going to say it's about a 3-hour drive to the southeast from here in Dawsonville as we're getting stacked up for our Sportsman heat race. Lincoln Massey and Ryan Perez will lead the field to green.
And they are gridded up, ready to go here. We're hopefully going to get a start. They look like they've got a tightly packed field of 6. They're woven them down there. The track worker there trying to get them to slow down a little bit. And we are
green.
Lincoln Massey out there a little bit.
I don't want to jinx it. Every race we've had so far has had a green start. And Al, on a club race, I think about almost no races get a green on the first race as Lincoln Massey zooms up the hill to claim the early lead.
And here they go by. You hear those 4-stroke engines, what I call is the big block Chevy of the racing world. They really make a thunder as they go, that 206cc engine. And here we are with our drone shot going into turn 16 on our first lap here with Lincoln Massey out in front.
Wait, is that how big? It's a 206cc? That's where the 206 comes from? Okay.
Yep.
And that's actually bigger than some of the two-stroke classes, those KAs or tags or 125.
125s, yeah.
But yet those make almost double the horsepower.
Significantly more. Well, actually, in some cases, 4 times the horsepower.
Okay.
This is almost like a diesel, though.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they're really torquey on the bottom ends, and the power falls off as they get to their 6,100 RPM rev limiter.
And I imagine the two-strokes barely getting warmed up at 6,000.
Correct. Life starts in two-stroke. Life starts at 8,000 RPM. That's where life starts.
And none of that high-pitched whine or the plumes of bluish-white smoke this afternoon. Every class running that 206 Briggs & Stratton four-stroke engine. I'm not going to say it's the same gas you get at the corner gas station, but you don't have to mix the oil and the gas
Looks
together.
like we got a challenger for second there. They decided, he's going to do a late break and try and get it there on Lincoln Massey too. Now he's side by side with the second place driver. Woo, that was a good pass right there going into turn 9.
Actually, we do just use pump gas.
It is pump gas.
87
okay.
octane. Yeah.
All right.
We generally have a gas station somewhere nearby. That's
this driver, they're going by Lincoln Massey. I believe this is either Isaac Carvalho.
I think that's Aston Wyatt in
Aston
there.
Wyatt, that's
in
who
that
it is.
red card. Was third place coming around the previous lap. He's gotten 2 spots. Wasn't content just to pass Carvalho. Sweeps by Lincoln Massey. You've got a new leader here in our sportsman division.
And so, Lincoln, what he's going to do, he's going to lay back. He's going to work with them unless there's a big mistake to be made. Try and pull away from the rest of the drivers there.
Now, on these karts, you can see those narrower tires in the back. So, Dave, is it the juniors that jump up to the wider tire in the wider kart, or is that when you go to senior?
Junior, appears to be a full-size kart. Aston Wyatt turned purple. I noticed that last time.
He did. Ran fastest lap. 102.079. Lincoln Massey right on his heels here.
So, once again, we're enjoying our sportsman heat race. Coming up after this, we will have, I believe we have one more heat race. It is our Masters division. Actually, we have 2 more heat races, our Masters, then our Medium division, and then that will set the stage for opening ceremonies and then our finals for Day 5 here of Cup Karts North America South Division.
Take a look at Lincoln Massey and Aston Wyatt. They have really pulled away here. They're working together to pull away from the group. Here comes Lincoln Massey on the inside of Aston Wyatt through turn 2. Aston's trying to get that little oof up the hill there. Lincoln's going to fall back in place here.
I thought maybe it was a little hand communication from Aston coming off the wheel there. I'm not going to interpret it, but you could see he made some sort of gesture. They fall back in single file. Al, you had talked about the gap back to third. Now it seems
It's
like
narrowing.
Carvalho has a chance that he might catch a whiff of that draft off our lead duo.
Yep. So, again, that just shows you when you start doing the passing game in the front, it really can cost you because you're inevitably going to run a little slower. You're trying to defend. Your attention is distracted. But Lincoln is going to bump draft again up a little bit. Lincoln's a very strategic driver. And so unless he really sees an open window, he's not going to take it. He's going to drive and try and pull away.
Drivers going right to the edge of that blue and white paint off of turn 16. They sweep by the start-finish line to put lap number 4 into the record books. Aston Wyatt leads Lincoln Massey, Isaac Carvalho in third, Ryan Perez fourth, and Riley Doubleair in 5th.
And you see Lincoln just give the hard bump draft there to Ashton.
Wyatt made the trip over from Huntsville, Texas. Normally, I think of Huntsville, Alabama in this area, so Huntsville, Texas had to be quite a drive. So glad to have Aston here for the weekend. Speaking of in the background, I wonder if that might be an Aston Martin back there. Dave, I know you were oogling earlier the Ferraris and the Porsches that were rolling out onto the main track.
Yeah, it's quite impressive when you enter the property here, without a doubt. And those are all like rentals or school cars or something?
Today it's Extreme Experience. Maybe Will Rigdon would come in and join us to describe more of that. Sometimes members have cars that they will rent a garage at the track, and then they have their nice car there, and then they drive whatever they have to the facility, open up the garage, and then their supercar is ready to go. Some of these times, though, they have experiences where you can pay money to come in and drive one of those cars on track. And recently I've started to see a YouTube ad in my feed for one of those driving experiences, but you drive those supercars on city roads or country or highways, not interstates, but back roads. And one of the facilities that does that is Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Okay.
I can tell, Al, in the ads, you can see scenes of the paddock and the
Yes.
clubhouse in the background.
Are you saying they drive them off property then, or not on the enclosed racetrack?
Today is on the racetrack,
Okay.
but they'll do like a tour where you're out through sort of the twisty roads of
Oh,
North
wow.
Georgia.
Yeah, like we're talking about
Highway
the
9?
tail of the dragon. And,
Okay. Oh, sure. Yep.
Yeah, and so they'll take these trips. That's more of a member side of it. But the extreme experience out here is you can rent a supercar all the way from, believe it or not, a Dodge Charger all the way up to a Lamborghini Huracan.
And I've seen posters around the property here, and it's like $7,000 for one of the many experiences that you can rent. But
Yeah.
$7,000 a day.
In addition to that, they also have classes over there as well. This is one of the Primal Racing School facilities. You can get into their downforce cars where they weigh about 1,200 pounds and really put on some phenomenal racing. We also have racing on the main track. We have a 7-race series this year. 2 classes primarily. We do Spec Miata, so the old Mazda Miata class, and then they do have the downforce cars, where those downforce cars, if you've heard the name Raiden Nickel, he is one of the drivers who spent a lot of time here, started in the karts, holds a few records still in the karts. He's moved over to Spec Miata, has kind of advanced beyond AMP and Spec Miata, where he holds the track record, and he's gone on to advancing up into that Radical division. So, Dave, those look like a smaller Daytona prototype, a smaller Le Mans
Yeah,
type
oversized
prototype.
go-kart with bodywork. Yeah,
Yep.
that's the way I describe them when I see them.
And they have a Hayabusa engine in them, so they got it right at 200 horsepower. At 1,200 pounds, those things are stupid fast.
They're fast, but the first thing that they end up doing, though, when they get on track, they wear the brakes out after a few laps. It is the elevation change here. I don't know how much the drivers would wear the brakes out, but next door with 90-plus feet of elevation change, there's several corners where you're using up all the pedal that you have.
Yep, and Lincoln and Aston have really pulled away from Isaac Carvalho here. While Isaac is probably just getting the tail end of the draft, he's, for the most part, lost it. Lincoln is really pushing hard with Aston to try and move away. They're going to start racing in just a minute here. We're on lap number 8, going into across the stripe. We'll have 8 laps complete going into lap 9, and then things are going to start getting a little dicey here. I think Lincoln's going to start making his moves when he can.
Last time by, it seemed like Lincoln almost bump draft our leader, Aston Wyatt, down the front straightaway, but for now they're content to once again just stay single file and inch away, just that little bit farther from Isaac Carvalho in third. Right now the gap is 1.2 seconds back to third place.
The Aston Wyatt, I see, is from Texas, Huntsville, Texas, which you referred to earlier. Georgia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Georgia. So, few homies here.
Yeah, a lot of the names that we see in one of our regular club races. Too bad we don't have Bowen Green joining us. He's normally right up there with Lincoln. I think it was last week they were just about swapping paint out there in our they were on LO206.
Bowen was here yesterday.
Okay.
He was actually here yesterday, and he kind of just showed up and gave Lincoln a run for his money.
And a good day, yes.
And so that was really interesting to see. And I don't know if he's going to come back today. I think he has some sort of a baseball tournament that they might show up at the track just in time.
Unfortunately, no, they told me they won't be here.
Oh,
unfortunately, they won both games yesterday, which means they won't be here today, yes. Yeah, he seemed kind of sad about it.
Yeah, it's one of these things where I've got another customer that they do competitive soccer too. And it's like at some point you're going to have to make a decision as to whether you're going to do travel baseball, travel soccer, or racing.
Yeah, there's only so many hours in a day. Right now you're watching Aston Wyatt lead Lincoln Massey down the long back straightaway as they are working on the 10th lap of our Sportsman heat race. These two should be featured prominently on the front row of the feature, but Dave, as we've said all day long, they don't want to be second out there.
Yeah, they've really pulled away from Isaac. Isaac's just lost the draft. It's getting a little warm late in the race. The kart might be tightening up a little bit. But it seems like Lincoln and Aston are just really going at it here. Lincoln is laying back. He's laying in wait, so to speak. We have 2 to go. We are now on lap 11 out of 12 laps. And this is where Lincoln is going to try and make a move, I am sure.
Well, we've had Lincoln in this booth many times. Hails from Monroe, Georgia, one of those towns south or southeast of the city of Atlanta. I know they have a lot of that sort of antebellum type architecture as you get down to Monroe and Social Circle. Lincoln looks outside, looks inside.
Outside here, he's going to try and get up beside him. Will he do a crossover maneuver here? There he goes. He tried to go underneath, but Aston closed the door on him, just running the regular line.
So once again, a great view from that sort of new camera shot we have down in turn really number 9. You see the karts coming at you.
And here comes Lincoln again. He's going to go to the inside. It really blows right by him. And he's up side by side. He's going to brake a little bit early here. He's going to try the crossover maneuver. And there he goes with the crossover maneuver. It's a drag race to the start-finish line at this point. We're going to see them go into turn 1. Side by side, Lincoln and Aston. Side by side, will they make it? Yes, Lincoln ends up pulling ahead, and he is going into turn 2 in first position, Lincoln Massey. Aston's going to have something for him, though. Take it away, John.
They head up the hill, so now Aston in that red driver's suit, he gets right into the tire tracks of our new leader, Lincoln Massey. They're going to head down the hill and charge right to you here at turn number 9. This is the best passing spot on the track. They crest that little hill, and now you see Massey covering up the inside. So on the outside, Wyatt trying to get around, cannot make it happen. So
Lincoln
Massey
runs a little bit wide there, but he wasn't able to get underneath. Aston wasn't able to get underneath, and now they're going to go up in the Davis Bend. Aston might have a little something for him here going through Davis Bend.
But Lincoln,
you see Lincoln on the defensive line here.
Yeah, Lincoln's going to cover the inside, so they're coming down to the final turns. Lincoln Massey in the lead. Aston
Wyatt is going for it, but Lincoln's going to cross him over.
Can't get the crossover.
Didn't get the crossover. He's going to get him in the drag race to the finish. Nope, he's going to have to settle for second place.
And a clean checkered flag in the air for our winner in Sportsman Division, Aston Wyatt. Lincoln Massey second, with Isaac Carvalho coming around in third place. Well, what a delightful sportsman race we had. We are going to, in a moment, send it down to our victory lane. Steve Newbold, I believe, has a word with our winner. Unofficially, it was William Lawler who was able to pip Colin Warren at the line. We'll see if that stood. So, Steve, take it away.
Well, guys, I'm here with last race winners, Will. I'm going to compare this to a NASCAR moment. So that was kind of like a Hail Melon, but you didn't ride the wall to get the victory. You just kind of popped out of nowhere and claimed the checkers. Tell us how you did that.
Well, I pushed Colin away because I didn't want a whole bunch of people battling for the win. So once I saw we had a gap, I wanted to wait till last couple of corners so no one else would end up racing for the win. And I kind of set him up. I pushed him into the corner and kind of dove under him and was able to get the win.
So we were talking a little bit outside before the interview. You were saying this is your first time at AMP, correct?
Yeah, it is. I've never been here before, and we weren't going to come here a few weeks ago, and we were asked to show up, and Sodi asked me to show up and race for him, so we said yeah, and it's turned out to be pretty good.
So overall, what's your opinion of the track?
Oh, it's really fun. It's super hard to pass. You just have to be able to push away and kind of race on it, race for the win with like 1-on-2 or something like that. Like, you don't want a big group because it's so hard to pass.
So we were also talking about passing. What was your favorite part of the track to pass?
There's only a few spots. Down the hill, you have to be able to clear the guy on the outside because he'll have the run coming back up the hill. So I like to pass down the straightaway if I can get someone pushing me, but it's so hard to pass anywhere else.
All right, guys, give us just a second. We'll get race winner from this race.
All right, thank you, Steve. Congratulations to Will Lawler, our winner in our light division. Made the trip from Ellicott City, Maryland, worth it in that heat race. Well, next group of karts you see sweeping by our vantage point and down the back straightaway, it is our Masters division. I feel like we need soft piano music in the background and shade, the voice of Jim Nance coming on. But it's not those Masters. That's down at Augusta National. These are Masters in karting for drivers that we're going to say over 30 years of age. Still enjoy the competition, but maybe don't have the lack of care that the senior classes have. But these guys like to get after it. Tyson Swan looked to be the quick time early in our racing out of Canton, Georgia. But Tyson's local, but we haven't really heard of that name. But I believe first, though, we're setting up to go down to our infield once again for our pit reporter. Take it away, Steve.
Guys, we're here with Aston, winner of the last race. Aston, tell us about that race. Tell us how you made your pass for victory.
Yeah, it was pretty intense. I was able to squeeze it in through the last corner and secure the W. And yeah, that was pretty much it.
Well, it looks like this interview is going to be kind of short. It seems like karts are coming into the turn 14, so let's set it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. We're going to get you to have some of those drivers cut some promos at soon when they win, when they talk about getting the W.
Yep, and
down there.
They are definitely going to wave this start
Yeah,
off.
we got people out of order. So
and
they're
you know,
gonna go
just
another lap.
when I had said everything's been a green flag today, next
Yeah,
race they
jinx
go
it.
out. Yeah, there's the announcer jinx in play. If someone's going to miss a field goal, we're going to try to announce that too, I guess. That's where the announcer curse really comes in. So Masters, as we say, we normally say they're our eldest drivers, but we've added that new Legends division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Dave, I imagine they've had the Legends in CKNA for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same group of people, though. It's you got your Todd Barons and your et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, they're very, very competitive. They race against each other a lot. They follow us around the country. They don't so much go up into Canada, but they race north, northeast, and definitely the south. And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go!
All right, so we're underway in our Masters heat race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They're going to thunder down that signature drop into turn number 2, and then they'll head up the hill as they're still too wide back in the field.
Yep, there's Todd Barron in third position there. And again, same deal, that front pack's going to break away. Now, you had mentioned one thing about Tyson Swan. The Swans actually are locals. They're members here, but they really focus on vintage karting.
Okay.
And they're very competitive in vintage karting. So they were down in Jacksonville recently in the vintage races down there. They're down at Barnesville in the vintage races there. So when they're here, they do quite well. They're very competitive, and they've been kart racing for a very long time, and it is a father-son duo.
And we have had the vintage karts here a couple times last year. Haven't had them yet this year, but we did see them in the Georgia Championship Karting Series down at Lamar County Speedway.
Yep.
Dave, don't know if you've heard of that, but in the 1970s, Lamar County held several WKA-level events, and to see the pictures of 40, at the time they were current karts, but now we would think of them as vintage karts, Titan formation coming to the green flag, and to see how not just the karts have changed, but the pictures that show how the trailers that they take, where a lot of times you would have thrown it in the back of an old Chevy van, and now you have a landscaping trailer to bring the karts to the track.
Yeah, absolutely. WKA, yeah, we're doing, I guess we're battling them around the country a little bit, so we usually don't give them a whole lot of promotion. But yeah, CKNA, we're racing very well, and we're on our way to Daytona soon for the South Series. We've got a few north and maybe northeast races before that. But yeah, we will be at Daytona, and we're going to open up our registration at the end of the week for Daytona. So make sure you pay attention if you're interested in racing Daytona International Speedway.
And do you know where that will be streamed? I imagine it'll be streamed. Is it on Kart Chasers?
I don't know that.
We
That's
don't.
a good question.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even know if that's been arranged yet, actually.
Well, out front, Ron Kleiss leads. Excuse me, I'm seeing a couple of names pop up. I don't know if it's Kleiss leading Barron, as one other name just popped into the timing scoring.
James
Bruncotti?
Bruncotti.
Yeah, I think
just
Bruncotti
ran the fastest lap.
Says he ran a 5-second lap, though, so I'm going to call sus on that right
I
now,
got
what's in timing and scoring.
102.016 for some reason.
Okay, we'll see
Which
what.
I think is probably accurate.
We'll see how things
Yeah.
settle out. A 5-second lap would be Spaceballs like going plaid speed out there.
And that's early. Ron Kleiss, though, Todd Barron, James Insko, Kevin Medeiros, Danny May.
So we are seeing a few names we've seen in some other races, as we just got word that Bruncotti is being manually scored. So we still believe it is Kleiss who is the leader at the moment. Kleiss coming up from High Springs, Florida, your leader at the moment. Todd Barron in second. Barron was the doctor that was in the previous race. Once again, Chapel Hill, North Carolina is the place he calls home as they put 2 laps on the board. Kleiss leads, Barron, Insko running in third.
So is that still Bruncotti up front, you think?
We heard he's being manually scored. So,
Oh, gotcha,
So
okay.
he's a little further back in the pack right now. Oh, they're saying he is the current leader. And Dave, we always say announcers are the last to know, and that's on display right here at this moment.
When I work up in Quebec, Canada, they have a French translator working with me. So, I say everything in English, and then he repeats it in French. But his tagline was, "It's not official till the race officials say it's official."
Yes.
We're not officials.
You were saying about racing up in Quebec. I have a subscription to Flow Racing, and they'll occasionally cover races from the Autodrome Granby. And the announcer there will do one lap in French, and then he'll do the next lap in English, and then he'll go back to French, sort of lap after lap.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch. I love the big block modifieds that they run up there, but when they do any other interviews, it's in French. So that part I can't follow too much, but it's definitely shows the dexterity of an announcer, not just to cover what's going on, that I have to suddenly filter it through a different language. Lap after lap.
So we just had a whole bunch of changes here. Ron Kleiss now in first, Todd Barron second, James Brancotti lost 2 positions down to third. But I don't see the carts changing, because I see Todd Barron. I recognize his Mach 1 cart. He's in third place. Let's see what happens as they cross the stripe one more time. They wind it up there. Now, what you can see here is Todd has lost the draft a little bit.
Yes.
He's kind of all by himself, which is not common for Todd, but it seems like his cart's tightening up a little bit there. But we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Todd's really good at making up time when he needs to.
So right now, 2 lead 1, lead 2. As they put lap number 5 onto the board.
And we're hearing that the halfway flags are going to come out next time by. Danny May is on the track, it looks like.
Yeah, he's one of the drivers out there, one of our local drivers out of Athens. We saw him in I believe it was the heavy race that they had out there, and he was somehow at the scales first, although it seemed like he was running at the tail of the pack. But hopefully Danny will be doing a little bit better out there right now. Used to seeing him in a number 9 Kart, sort of like Bill Elliott would have, but he's in the 999 for this race. Well, we're going to welcome into the broadcast. Al Edwards is going to step aside. We're going to welcome in one of our sportsman competitors. Welcome to the broadcast, Lincoln Massey.
Hey, Lincoln.
Hello.
All right, when I last saw you, you were eating ice cream on the broadcast. So I imagine, is that in your future to get amped up for the feature?
Yes.
Absolutely. He's got the head nodding. All right, Lincoln, you finished second out there. You were battling with Aston throughout that entire race. You were able to get past him on lap 11. What goes through your mind at that point, and then bring us to the finish?
Well, what was going through my mind was I should probably wait till the last 2 laps and then pass him. But when I went for the pass, I got around him, but he came on the inside of me on the last lap on the last 10. So.
Right now, as you process through that race, what adjustments will you make to either your kart or your driving for the feature?
Probably lower tire pressure.
Okay. All right. And now, Dave, we have to wonder, Aston may be hearing, so he may be completely lying to us. He's talking in code. He's talking in code right now.
He's sitting there telling you on the, a worldwide audience what he's going to do. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Sorry.
Now, Lincoln, normally we run, when we have club races here, a 10-lap pre-final and a 12-lap final. You just ran 12 laps. Does the prospect of going 16 laps, how does that set in your mind when you think about that?
It's going to be a long race, but I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I'm not saying that this race was easy, but I'm not saying that it was, like, exhausting. I kind of just stuck behind Aston and just kind of rode his tail the whole race.
So he's saying, give me more after 12 laps.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Will, and you too, Lincoln, people who haven't traditionally run longer races that we run, for the feature on Sunday, sometimes are very fast for the first half, and they start fading, and you see people that were back coming on. So set up for the end of the race. I'm going to tell you a secret. Set up for the end of the race.
Dave's giving away the secret recipe up here in the booth.
I've seen it so many times, it's like, oh, somebody is so fast, and they just start fading away.
All right. Earlier we had mentioned one previous week you came up here. You said you had a social studies test during one of the weeks. Do you have any tests in school this week?
Actually, tomorrow I'm going to have to do a science test. So, yeah.
Okay. And once again, to our fans and to our viewers, really, we're talking about a lot of kids out in these classes. So you're hearing about a science class, and you're in, is it 6th or 7th grade?
7th.
You're in 7th grade. So is that a middle school where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. And we've been saying you're out of Monroe, Georgia. What county is that? Trying to put that together in my mind.
I think it's Walton County.
Walton County, and you're down by, I know, a Social Circle is down there, so
right.
you see a lot of sort of the old southern antebellum look down in Monroe.
Oh, yeah.
That's if you head out I-20. We talked about coming from Birmingham, you go I-20 the other side of the city, you do get into some beautiful parts of Georgia.
We're staying back at hotels back by a town called Jasper. And we go by this beautiful, beautiful marble quarry with a
Marble Hill.
Building. Marble Hill, yeah.
There's like an elementary school that's built out of marble.
Entirely. It is stunning.
Yeah. Lincoln, I don't know if you've ever left the track and we'll say you go to the right on 53, and that's where it takes you over towards Jasper and Ellijay. And you're right, Dave. There's a school over there. A lot of marble was mined in this area, a lot of quarries, and there's literally a school that's built out of marble over there.
Is this where most of the marble comes from? I have no idea.
I can't say in the country, but in Georgia, Jasper is known for its
okay.
marble quarrying.
I'll tell anybody at home, if you're driving by that way, you've never seen anything this beautiful. It's just stunning. So here we are. We got 2 laps to go next time by the stripe. The leader was still Ron Kleiss last time by, followed by James Brancotti, Dr. Todd Barron, James Insco, and Kevin Medarius were your top 5 last time by. And there's 2 sticks up. Sorry.
Yeah, and there's that 2 to go signal.
Yep, 2 to go. I think that your top 2 is probably going to make some position changes, but if they start doing that, 3rd place by himself, he might catch up.
So right now, Kleiss is your leader, the driver out of High Springs, Florida. He's being followed by Brancotti, who's made the trip down from Troutman, North Carolina. You see Brancotti right in the tire tracks of Kleiss. Kleiss holding to that left side of the straightaway, a little bit of a defensive line. So for now, they'll maintain that single file formation.
So Brancotti looks kind of to the left just a little bit, cannot make any attempt at anything. Dr. Todd kind of all by himself back in 3rd place.
Yeah, they're showing over 2 seconds in arrears, so he's sort of stuck in the middle. All he can do is just put in some laps, maybe figure out some things for the feature as the top 2 set to see the white flag this time around. Kleiss, your leader, Brancotti in 2nd. So far, it has been a clean race between these 2 in our Masters division. So they go drop down the hill. Kleiss continues to lead. Brancotti gets right to that rear bumper, takes a peek to the outside. That's not the preferred passing through 3, 4, and 5, but he's going to soldier on there. He drops back in behind. So we'll see what that does as they head down the hill. Oh, you can see a couple of kart lengths for Kleiss lead there. So Brancotti may have used up his ammo in the wrong spot coming up the hill for turn 3. Let's see if he can mount one final charge through the closing turns as they move down through the S's. Kleiss still holding a comfortable margin, but here comes Brancotti up the hill through 13 and 14. Let's see if he has anything into the braking zone. He looks to the outside. Now he darts to the outside. Let's see if we might see a crossover coming. He sets up for it. Brancotti to the inside. He's going to make it stick. He's in front of Kleiss. So a textbook pass in the last corners. Brancotti, your winner, with the checkered and black flag flying in the air. But James Brancotti coming home as your heat race winner over Ron Kleiss. Dave, that looked like a textbook way you make the crossover setup work.
And how many times have we seen that at this track? The very same move on the very same corner. It's just like apparently this is the place to make your move.
So, Lincoln, is that a move that's in your book of moves out there?
I'm not going to say anything.
You're not going to say. He's not going to say. I saw a wry little smile from his mouth come out though.
You know exactly what he's doing. Yeah. Dr. Todd talking to the 2 front. I'm not sure. It looks like they have some kind of discussion. Dr. Todd wearing the Mach 1 racing suit.
Well,
suit.
that was a delightful finish. We saw a pass on the last lap. We saw a race earlier where we saw a surprise pass coming to the checkered flag. So, race fans, we do have one more heat race coming up.
Yep, senior medium.
And that is our senior medium. After that, I guess we will set the stage for our features. But, wow, what a great little finish there. Congratulations, James Brancotti, your winner. Ron Kleiss was in second. Todd Barron third. James Insko in fourth place, with Terry Downs rounding out your top 5.
But once again, the black was being displayed, so that's subject to change.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
It is all
unofficial,
unofficial. And when the black comes out, we really don't know. It's not they're giving the black flag to the leader. It's just somebody out there.
Something happened somewhere.
That's like the whole class getting called to the principal's office.
That's exactly
is what it
was,
seems
yes.
like.
And then you weed out the ones that aren't affected.
All right, Lincoln, you ever been called to the principal's office? Don't answer that. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
I think I may know why. I think I seen just out of the corner of the screen why there may be a black and a checkered. Third place did run off a little bit too much. It may have been 4 tires, may have been still 2 coming out of turn 2.
That's right. They'll call that track limits, which seem to enter the NASCAR lexicon at Circuit of the Americas, where they can drive off the course a little bit. There's some grace, but then if you go too much, they will start to install some penalties into the field.
And unfortunately, that's relatively subjective.
Right.
You know, just how far off you were. So our race officials work very hard week after week after week to try to make everything fair and legal. And our race director is Chris Olds. We're very, very happy to have Chris Olds on board this weekend. There's John Seglem sitting up on the deck watching his drivers.
So soaking in some of the spring sunshine here in Georgia. Pollen, I'll say it's not too bad today. It was 700 a couple days ago.
Oh, it's kicking my butt.
Which is, well, 700 sounds bad. Earlier this month, we were over 8,000.
Oh.
And the record was back in 2012 was about 9,300,
What's wrong with you people?
which is
Why you
solid
live
air.
here?
Well, you see all the trees in the background, and when you're here at the right time and those trees are flowering, or the azalea bushes, they're beautiful when they're flowering, but there is the downside of, whether it's the flowering trees, the bushes, the wisteria, there's so much pollen in the air. If you have I don't even want to say a black car, pretty much if you have a car that's not yellow, it's going to take on a weird hue. And if we have a period without rain, if you have a parking lot or a road that's not driven much, the road will almost turn green and have little tire tracks through it where people go. You're in Minnesota, you're probably used to like a light snow gets blown off the road.
Everything freezes up like 9 months. No, I'm exaggerating about 9 months, but everything freezes up rock hard solid. Are you going to get cicadas down here? Are they here yet, or is that what's going on with that?
I think we normally have cicadas, Lincoln. I'm thinking they're the ones they make those like sounds in the summer.
Because we're supposed to get an explosion up north. There's 2 different groups or whatever. Anyway, they're all supposed to come out at the same time, and it's coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Beautiful view of the entire complex of Atlanta Motorsports Park here, and you can see some of the mountains in the background. I think we're generally looking south here, but you can see the main track and the main building. Dave, one of the new features opened last year over the main track. There is a deck that goes right out to the edge of the track at the start-finish line, so you can see cars zip past you at speeds over 100 miles an hour. There it is, sort of that members lounge there, and then you can see all the cars,
yes,
in the parking lot and the supercars coming by. So a big event, extreme experience on the main track today.
And there we see. Okay, somewhere out there I know there's all the Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
You might see my Toyota if you look, if they zoom in close enough out there.
In front of the Lamborghinis, Ferraris, all right?
Not exactly. Sort of like that scene in Beverly Hills Cop where he comes up in the old Chevy Nova kind of thought. So there we're seeing some of the cars enjoying. That's one of the higher points on the track, a signature turn 4 modeled after the carousel at the Nürburgring Ring.
Now, John, you were talking about your Toyota. Me and Will have this ongoing feud. Should we all get our 3 Toyotas on track?
I can tell you I drove a simulator last night, and I'd be less Days of Thunder and more driving Miss Daisy.
Oh, come on. Dave, we should bring your car out here, too, before you guys leave.
I was just going to throw my hat in the ring. I also own a Toyota.
How about we get rentals and do like that scene from Days of Thunder where they had the Ford Tauruses going down the beach?
Destroy them,
Yeah.
You have to get insurance, though, when you do that.
Will, do you think we can make that a promo?
Well, that's Will Rigdon, our executive producer this afternoon. He is also in charge of digital content. Really, this is his brainchild, creating these races, and also comes up with some interesting things. Earlier, we had mentioned the April Fool's joke of the city course around the roads of Dawsonville. One other joke they have running is when it comes time for Elf on the Shelf in the Christmas time, Thurman comes out, and he's usually hijacking some Camaros around the course when they show him getting into those. Elves seem to get into some trouble.
So, do you guys have any street races around? I am a huge fan of street races. In fact, they hired me to work the Quincy Grand Prix this year. They're bringing back, and I've worked Rock Island Grand Prix, which is a real famous one.
But you mean where they take over city streets and do something? No.
Driving at right downtown streets. Yeah, they shut the city down. And
not too common here. We do have Road Atlanta, which is located up in the, we've seen some drivers that say Flowery Branch, so we've seen them, seen that name located, but that's where Road Atlanta is. Right across the street is Lanier National Raceway, where the karts and we've been before, but I think we're going to go down to Victory Lane to get an excited interview. Take it away, Steve Newbold.
Well, before we get started with the interview, Dave, there is street racing. It's just not organized.
Not just sanctioned. Okay,
yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah, it happens at least once or twice a day.
Sure.
Anyways, to the interview, the important part. Congratulations on your win. Walk us through it.
Man, it was a great race up front. These guys raced so clean and nice and smart. It was great having somebody to push the whole race and let us battle out the best two guys at the end of it. And I think the final is going to be a fight again. That was incredible racing, and I think the final is going to be great.
Well, the main event yesterday was definitely entertaining. A lot of incidents, a lot of pushing and shoving. Do you think that aggression is going to carry over, or do you think it's going to kind of calm down a little bit?
I think if we can get out front again, I think we can maybe get away from some of that. That's what we're hoping. But I think it's definitely – it's Sunday. Everybody wants to win. It's going to be a rough one, I'm sure.
What's that old saying, checkers or wreckers, or the famous line from the NASCAR ARCA race at Daytona? I'm either going to push it until I see God or the checkered flag. Is that going to be your kind of motto for the weekend?
Something like that. Hey, I just want a quick shout-out to Smoker Gears, Ryan Perry Motorsports, and Lawson Engines. Man, these guys kill it. This thing's amazing.
Well, thank you, and we're going to sit back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve, and congratulations, James Brucati, your Masters heat race winner.
I got to tell you, James, if you're still on, I've never seen you, I've never met you before. I consider myself very fortunate to watch you race this weekend.
All right, yeah, I tried to avoid what Steve was talking about with street racing. I'll say it's so popular it even makes the news, but it is sort of a it's spontaneously organized, and it's one of those where they more or less get a bunch of cars and take over an intersection.
Oh, you're not kidding. You really?
Yeah.
No.
It is a legit street takeover.
Yeah, and you just have people pop up at a fairly big intersection, and they block it with their cars, and then in the center where they're sort of doing the donuts and the drifting through the center. And then Gwinnett County's really had a problem. That's northeast of the city of Atlanta, where they're trying to crack down on it, but they happen so spontaneously. Sometimes people might get hit because they're trying to get out there with their cell phone and get video, and they get hit with the back of a car sliding around. They've had some episodes with them setting off firecrackers and whatnot. So we definitely say, if you want to race, if you want to drift, find a drag strip in the area, find a way that you can race legally. Let's keep it off the city streets where, innocent people might either be getting held up or actually hurt out there.
Well, the good thing about Atlanta Motorsports Park is we actually offer that. We have, all the public amenities here. You can get on the kart track, and in some cases, you can actually bring your kart on the main track.
I don't think we have a whole lot of that in Hermantown, Minnesota.
Oh, well, and they also have one of the other things they offer here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is a defensive driving course. So they have that. Skid pad driving. I know, Dave, you probably get plenty of snow driving experience here in Atlanta. It's a little less common, but they can take that. There's a skid pad, and then there's an ice hill where they can rush water down it, and it simulates driving on an icy, snowy surface. And in addition to the defensive driving course, they'll have courses for youngsters to drive, as we look like we have one kart pulled off, trying to get some mechanical help. He's getting a back work out there, trying to rip at that pull cord, and that's the number 10 kart out there. We're trying to get a name for that. That's William Lawler. He was the winner of one of our other heat races, and you can just sense the dejection as something is wrong with that cart. The way they were pulling at the cord, you get a feeling it's not the gear slipping off or the chain coming off the gear.
Now, just a reminder, normally that corner worker could not touch that cart. This is an adult class, but the race hasn't started yet. That's why he's trying to help him.
Okay. So in addition to the defensive driving course, they'll have sort of teen driving courses. They also occasionally have the Bobby Orr Stunt School over there. If you want to become one of those movie-type drivers or professional driver on a closed course, the Bobby Orr Stunt School can get you certified so you could work towards being one of those crazy drivers on the big screen. Okay, and we did get confirmation it was William Lawler, a winner in one of our earlier heat races. He is not going to answer the call. Something goes awry on that 010.
No start. No start. We're going around again.
You know, just as I had said, everything went green on the first shot. Now, literally, we're 2 for 2 on going the other direction. Lawler was the winner in 2:06 light, but here we are with our medium class. Dave, in your opinion, is this the pinnacle of competition?
This is the most people that we have in any class, almost every single weekend. I'd say 99% of the time, yeah, the senior medium class is the top. As far as the best competition, they may be a little bit faster, but, geez, some of them other classes put on some great races. The old guys, for whatever reason, when we first started them, we had very few, and they weren't that good. They've become fantastic, so I think we're going to go green.
Let's see. You are right. Green flags out for our 2:06 medium heat race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. 2 wide. They charge down into turn number 2, and then they head up the hill like an Oklahoma land rush. They're going to come by our vantage point and hopefully get single file. They do at the front. They don't want to be too wide through that kink, so they're going to sweep past our vantage point. What was that?
See some double I.
Oh, wow, at the last second, boy, they're getting squirrely. Cart's right to the edge of the grass there. Hey, Lincoln, have you ever been side by side with someone in the kink?
One time, yes, and that only time that I got side by side with somebody, I hit the curb and I had this big plate covering my clutch. And my arm went up, and it just hit the corner, and it swelled up like a baseball.
So we notice he said one time, as in there wasn't a second time. Looks like Caleb Grafahar in that blue cart is going to be your leader. Owen Lloyd in second. Familiar names, race fans, as they put lap number 1 in the books. This is an oddity. Somehow Owen Lloyd is the purple name as the quick score, but on the first lap he's running in second. So, yeah, that's math I don't understand right now.
So I find that interesting, though, that the two-stroke driver finally, and he's been struggling all weekend, or I won't say struggling, but he hasn't been dominant like he is in two-stroke racing, and now he's up front. But he's got that Waycross, Georgia kid right behind him, and that kid is tough.
Well, you say that it's odd how second place got the faster lap, and that can happen if the second place driver is taking a better line and going faster, but just catching up and then still bump drafting with them.
Well, that's true. It only caught me by surprise because it was the first lap.
Yeah.
Oh.
You thought they would have been side by side coming to the line, but we'll see. You get a truer read as they come around for lap number 2. Grafahar continues to lead Owen Lloyd. Now Reagan Seville in 5th gets the quickest time, 60.674 seconds. So we're flirting with getting into the 59-second bracket as they head up the hill. Owen Lloyd has some company alongside.
Yeah, the two Calebs are right behind him. He's got his hands full. Caleb Aiken and Caleb Warren.
Or Colin.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What did I say? Caleb? Yeah, Colin.
Caleb's in the lead, yeah.
Gafara, yeah. Owen Lloyd, yeah. Colin Warren and Colin Aiken, yeah, right in 3rd and 4th.
Top 5 on screen, so you're riding in 6th place off the S's. And these drivers will be full gas as they work up through turn number 13 to the highest point in turn number 14. That's a blind corner. Drivers still full gas. And that bus stop is about where they'll get off the gas as late as possible onto the brakes. They'll sweep through 16, downhill through 17, try to use up every inch of asphalt out to the right, and then get full on the throttle again down the front straightaway.
So let's ask our driver up here, that turn, I think it's what, 13, 14? The last turn before the start-finish line?
16.
16, 17. Is it getting, like, a little bit, is there dust out there, sand or something? It looks like a lot of drivers are going wider than they probably want to.
Yeah, so what it is that turn is a sloped turn. So whenever you're going on it, it's like that. It goes like that.
We call that off camera. Like it
Off
wants to fall away from you on the outside of the
And
turn.
You almost want to go too off right there, where that almost pavement kind of rumble
It'd be a little bit faster.
Yeah, you'd be going fast.
But you could get like loose or whatever. It looks like they're getting too far out.
Yeah, some people do get too far out if you're carrying too much speed.
And we have seen some karts where they're so far off 17, they're almost into that exit lane that would be used in emergency. They're almost out past that dashed line, using every inch that they have out there. We've heard officials calling track limits. I don't think that's one of the spots that's a track limit. It's more off turn 2 right there if they go too far into that blue and white striped area. So we have 4 laps in the books. Caleb Grafahar leads. Owen Lloyd second. Colin Warren third. And Colin Aitken running in fourth. Caleb's taken over the purple moniker in our Race Hero system, 60.452 seconds. Once again, if you want to follow along with Dave and I and see the timing and scoring that we're using up in the booth, go to the Apple App Store and download Race Hero.
Or for us non-Apple people, you can use an Android too.
Is it on Android? I'd heard that
it is on Android.
It is on Android. Well, go to Google Play.
There you
for
go.
that. There we
Google
go.
Play, yep. And once again, this is the final heat race. Now, this simply dictates your starting position for the main event. There's no pride, no glory, no nothing. Other than,
hold on. There's pride and glory. Yeah.
Other than you can walk through the pits and kind of hold your head up. You know.
Now, let me ask Lincoln. Would you rather finish first or second in a heat race?
First.
Yeah, I mean, he just, I got to tell you, race fans, he just gave me the look like that was the dumbest question he had ever asked, right? Like, of course I want to be first.
Always
so
first.
racers always want to be first out there.
You either want to be first or third, because first, every odd number is on the inside of the track.
Correct, yeah.
And that's where you want to be for that turn. So first, third, fifth, seventh.
A little more race strategy there. Now, in your race, you and Aston had broken quite far away from Isaac, who was back about 8 seconds in arrears in third place. So, Dave, we almost had the spot there. If you're not first, you're last. That's how racers do seem to think.
Close, yeah.
Cross flags coming out. Yeah, 6 laps down, 6 to go. Once again, running on this full track. When we were at Lamar County Speedway a few weeks ago for round 1 of the Georgia Championship Kart Series, that's a much shorter track. Everything was about a 25-second lap. So the races just came at a cadence. Lincoln, thanks for, or he's stepping off to the side for a second. He's not done with us yet here. So, yeah, the laps go off a lot quicker here at these 1-minute laps. Almost every class, except for maybe senior light, was about 58 seconds. Almost every class is within a 3 or 4 second range today.
Yeah, today, with that extra weight that some of the classes are having to add, since CKNA has different weight than what AMP has, they are going to be running a little bit slower like us right now in Sportsman. I'm usually running 1-minute flats, but now I'm running like mid 101s. So.
Well, and that compares to when we have a club event here. We have KAs that are about 52 seconds, and then tags that are a good lap and tag is high 49s. Then they unload the shifters that I believe the track record's in the 48-second range right now. And they're, Dave, we talk about this hill, and these 206s, one speed, one gear, they really lug up that hill. When the shifters are on track, they just downshift to get to the peak band in another gear, and it seems like flat ground when they're on this course. That's how the hill gets erased, because they can just downshift and blast away. Once again, Caleb Grafahar leads Owen Lloyd. They've broken away from their pursuers. That's Colin Warren, Colin Aitken, and Reagan Seville running in 5th.
Now, you know that 4th and 5th are absolutely going to want to be bad. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are going to be battling it out for 3rd.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be outside row 2 or inside row 3. You'd want to move up to that sort of advantageous 3rd spot there. They are already getting dicey off turn 1. They're still going to be side by side down into the pit of turn 2. And it still hasn't settled out. So the driver on the inside of turn 1 is able to stave off the attack there. And I still believe they're still running in order. Warren, Aiken, and Seville.
I am really surprised Owen Lloyd hasn't tried to put a move on Gaffra. Let me see. The pronunciation it is Gaffra, yeah. I haven't seen try to make a move yet. There's the battle for third, I guess it would be.
Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth.
And they are 1.7 seconds is the gap from second to third. So our leaders seem safe for now, but maybe right now Owen Lloyd just wants to log a couple more laps, make sure that he's going to have a good starting spot for the heat race before trying to go into his Rolodex of moves and see what he might have for our leader, Caleb Grafarhar, who is leading in that blue cart. We've seen them on track already in the light division. They're once again at the front here this time in our medium class. That's another nice vantage point. That's our pit camera shot. You were looking out past our viewpoint, turn 4, and then you can see them crest the hill and drop down towards the kink. As we'll focus in on our battle for third, hopping along in our drone. So third, fourth, and fifth, you're riding in 6th place through the S's. It is Colin Aiken, Reagan Seville, and Colin Warren, nose to tail.
Colin Warren looked like he went off track there a little bit. Very untraditional for him. I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
That looked like he took a little bit too much of an inside line, and he hit that rumble strip. I call them hot dogs, how they're just kind of bulging out of the ground.
Yeah, I call them rumble strips. Some places they call them gators.
I've heard them called sausage curbs out there as well. So now I have to imagine in a cart with no suspension, those probably they'll probably sting a little bit when you go over those, right?
They don't bump you out your seat, especially those through the kink. If you're going fast enough, you'll get a little bit of air.
Well, we see that little bit of that clay where there's no grass. That's where carts have come through and we'll say mowed the lawn through there. It's happened, and usually when you see that happen, dirt gets dragged onto the track. But when carts do go side by side through the cart, usually someone's going to be off the asphalt for a few seconds. So once
about to come around to 1 lap to go, that battle for third is going to start and getting
should heat up, yeah.
Heat up.
They should get all excited here real quick.
But the battle for first and second might get heated too.
I'm really surprised Owen Lloyd hasn't put some serious pressure on. Oh, there we go.
As even it looks like now this trio might have been battling so much. Here comes 6 through 8, so this or 6 through 9. So this may not all be over here. As once again our top 2 have broken away, 3.7 seconds ahead. Right now, 3rd through 5th, Reagan Seville, Colin Aiken, and Colin Warren. As it is a battle for the lead, just as we were saying, Owen Lloyd puts that red number 109 cart to the point.
Gets up front.
So we have a new leader. Let's see if Grafarhar can battle back as they sweep off of turn number 14. Owen Lloyd in the front, Grafarhar behind. Let's see what he might have for a move in the last couple of corners. Right now, Owen Lloyd is your leader. We don't want to call it. Remember that one of the races where someone shot by and at the line, Owen Lloyd able to hold on, and then a massed attack coming across for third. Checkered flag in the air with that black flag. So we'll see who's going to the principal's office after the race. But for now, Owen Lloyd is scored as your winner. Caleb Grafarhar in second, 79 1/1000ths of a second. The difference. Colin Aiken is in third, Colin Warren fourth, and we're showing Christopher McKeithen in fifth. So that to me would say, I wonder if there's a scoring problem, but for a long time we had Reagan running up in there. So I'm just looking for Reagan in the timing and scoring system. We'll try to get all that sorted out. But otherwise, that is a wrap for our heat races. Now we'll get to set the stage for feature action. The pressure goes up as well as the distance. They'll be racing 16 laps. The starting lineup will be based on their heat race performance. earlier in this day. So, Lincoln, I imagine you probably need to go get settled and ready for your race.
Yep.
Well, good luck out there. Come on up after and let us know your experience in the final.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Stay safe out there, Lincoln.
That's Lincoln Massey, one of our sportsman drivers, joining us up in the booth for a little while.
Now, our schedule says we're going to start like in a few seconds, start the features. So
I thought it said 2 o'clock. Did it say 1:45?
1:45, yep.
You know, it's almost like we know what we're doing here, isn't it, Dave?
Very much so.
Well, all of our drivers just lining up to go across the scales. As we saw at that finale, the black flag was shown with the checkered flag, so that means somebody will be getting some sort of penalty. We'll try to sort all of those out, but we have made it through our heat races. For the moment, Owen Lloyd scored as the winner. Caleb Grafarhar in second. I hear a... Okay, well, viewers, since we have reached the end of our heat races, we're going to take about a 10-minute break here at the program, and then we will be back with our opening ceremonies and our features, part of Round 5 of the Cup Karts North America South Division event here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Race fans, welcome back to the coverage of Cup Karts North America Round 5 at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is time for our opening ceremonies. If you are on the grounds, I would ask that you please rise and remove your hats. Join me in a moment of prayer. Dear God, thank you for this day that you have given us, an opportunity to not only enjoy the passion that we enjoy, but to do it with friends. I ask for your continued presence here in keeping our staff and our drivers safe, and give us all a safe trip home as we leave the facility tonight. And I lift all this up in Jesus' name. Amen. At this time, I ask that you remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. A beautiful afternoon for racing here, nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia Mountains. You are looking at Atlanta Motorsports Park, located about 3 miles west of the city of Dawsonville. I am John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Dave Mack, and Steve Newbold is our intrepid pit reporter. He'll be joining us in Victory Lane during the course of the event. Dave, we're setting up for our finals. We're in the home stretch, day 2 of this great 2-day event, and we're setting up with Kid Kart. 14 laps the distance here for our finals.
Yeah, so testing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Will, there's been a slight change in, I'm sorry, not Will. John. Anyway, there's been a slight change. We reduced 2 laps. We're down. We originally were 16 laps. We're down to 14 laps now. You're absolutely right, and you called that right. We reduced it down to 14 laps. We're just plain running out of time again today. Everything is taking a little bit longer than we predicted here, so we're going to do our best to keep the show going. We have to be out of here by 8 p.m., of course. They lock the gates. And it's going to take us.
I kind of think like we'd be the type we'd want to get locked in here.
I mean, it wouldn't break my heart. You're absolutely right. It would not break my heart.
Other than probably multiple felony charges that would happen due to that. As we're enjoying our Kid Kart division on track right now, our youngest drivers, age 5 to 7. And looks like Spencer Height is off to an early lead. They're once again running the Jelly Bean. You see them through turn 1. They cut off the main course there and jump over to where turn 14 is. They'll sweep down turn number 15. And then this would be usually a great passing braking zone for the main track. It's a little different for the Kid Kart track, and they'll click off these laps pretty quick with about 25-second lap times.
Yeah, and traditionally the top 2, which they are right now, is Spencer Height and Reed Hindry. They race each other all over the country. They battle just fine. Reed, I'm not sure where Reed is from. I know Spencer is from Pennsylvania. It looks like Reed is from Jacksonville, Florida, right? Do I get that right? Yeah. Okay. So Spencer is from Pennsylvania. Spencer's dad works for NBC Sports and travels all over for all kinds of sports, and he travels all over with Cup Karts to keep his son Spencer racing with us. So we're very appreciative of that. And Spencer is always a good show. Not kind of a quiet interview, unfortunately. And your is it Steve down in the pits? Yeah,
Steve Newbold. Although with the youngest kids, it's either amazingly hilarious or a really quiet interview? You don't quite know what you're going to get because sometimes they're like, "What was your plan?" We'll win.
Yeah.
Yeah, like real to the point out there.
And I was talking to John here earlier, and I said, so many times I've done an interview, and you throw up some, it could be a teenager, it could be anything, but you throw them a complete softball question. I mean, it's so easy to answer. You're trying to draw something out of them. You want some kind of good interview, and they just look at you and shake their head yes or no. And it's like, dude, we're on. It's radio. You gotta please do something. But yeah, that's part of the business.
Well, that's part of what makes it fun. And really, we're seeing the future of racing here, where we're going to go from age 5 up to over 55 as we have our Legends division will be one of the other in competition this afternoon. So here we're seeing our youngest, really a way for these drivers to break into racing. And Dave, what speeds are we talking about? We're probably about 30 miles an hour?
I'm going to guess a little bit faster, about 35, depending on the track, of course. But yeah, they're definitely moving. I know they're going fast enough to get a speeding ticket on a city street, which traditionally is 30. So,
but it has to feel like flying to someone who otherwise has only maybe ridden a BMX bike.
Yeah, exactly. And these tires are real narrow. They keep it on the track very well. But the tires are narrow. The chassis are a little bit smaller. But yeah, they make it work absolutely. They keep it very clean. I'm surprised at how clean they all keep it. Every once in a while we get a regional racer. I know there's one in particular up in Illinois, Indiana area. That's Diesel Maxwell from AMAX Racing Team. And Diesel Maxwell is brand new to us. He just became old enough. And
you said Diesel.
I swear to God, that's his actual name.
That's a racer's name there.
Yes. And that's what caught my attention in the first place. AMAX Racing, Brandy and Charles Maxwell, and they've got a couple older boys that race, and they had Diesel, and Diesel, I'll tell you what, this kid is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future. He does not give up for nothing, and he was running second. I think we were at Whiteland in Indiana, and he was running second, and he was battling. You don't see a real big battle generally with these kid karts. Oh, he was battling. He wanted that first place. His life depended on it. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, but you know what, Diesel, I became your biggest fan at that point. Absolutely. If Diesel's listening at home, or Brandy or Charles are listening, tell Diesel I'm a huge fan of his.
And you said the last name was Maxwell.
Maxwell.
I mean, that's a racer's name right there.
And it's AMAX Racing is the name of the racing team. And they got a full semi with the elevator, everything. They pull in and they race.
What you call them, a stacker hauler? That one of those?
I guess it would be. Originally, yeah, probably a stock car stacker. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of dirt late models have that where you store the car up top, and that leaves the under part where you can walk through and have all your tools and your spare parts.
They got a real good race team, and they've got some real good drivers under their tent. And they set up a massive circus tent, I call it, where the local crew comes in and sets up this big top, and they have many people under their tent. So,
12 laps on the board, so I can faintly see the popsicle sticks going up from our chief starter. Spencer Hite continues to lead. Reid Hindry in second, with Dozit running in third. As we're just going to get some close-in view, but we're in the waning laps. These 25-second laps go so quick, Dave.
Yeah, they really do for the small track. Jelly Bean, I think you referred to it as. Yeah, and I can see why. There it is right there. So the kid karts are the only ones that run this condensed track, the Jelly Bean, the smaller track. Everybody else runs the 0.87, I think, mile track or something.
We just call it a mile.
There you go. Okay, that'll work for me.
On the metric system, right?
There you go. Oh, and we got a spin here, and
can't get a number yet on that. We're going to zoom in.
Was that Reed? 80.
That was 87.
Oh,
so
82 probably. Dean Yates. Okay, so he was running fourth.
So a jarring turn there as we see checkered coming out. Looks like with the black flag. So we may see some penalties. But Spencer Hite, unofficially your winner. Reid Hindry second. Coados at third. Dean Yates fourth. And Deacon Wargo in fifth.
Well, that's unusual to have a black and checkered on the kid kart class. I'm not sure
maybe it was
happened.
Involved with that spin. Once again, we don't know where the announcers could be. Someone went too far off the track, could be contact, could be jumping the start potentially. So the officials will sort all of that out.
And next up, we're going to have our junior class. And once again, we've condensed this to 14 laps instead of the 16 scheduled.
And that's just in an effort to keep us on schedule here. To me, the time's been flying, Dave. We've just been enjoying our time this afternoon.
Yeah, it really is very entertaining. Any kart race we go to, Wednesday is move in, and for us, for the staff. The racers can't move until Thursday, and Thursday we spend the whole time setting up the tech area and getting everything ready, and then Friday is practice day, and whatever you can find wrong. Come Saturday, we're racing, and in a divisional race, Saturday and Sunday are two totally separate races. In a national, Saturday and Sunday is one long event. It takes 2 days to run it, and then Monday we tear down, Sunday night we tear down, Monday, and we're back on the road. And that's a good shot of the juniors waiting to come onto the track. That is the hot grid, and we got a pretty good. I think we got 20-plus juniors racing this weekend. Yeah. Once again, the juniors are younger. They're like 16, 17. 15, 16, somewhere around there. Anyway, they're a little bit more aggressive, and they don't hurt when they hit, and they don't pay the bills. So life is a whole lot easier for them. So they might put on a more interesting, shall we say, race.
Teenagers get that bulletproof effect to them when you see the way that they might play sports. You get up to our age, and you just look at something, and already you might feel some knee pain.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
We got the company truck. We got a new 4-wheel drive pickup, a Chevy something Duramax, whatever diesel. And I'm at that. I'm 65 years old, and I'm getting old really fast. And I'm at that awkward stage where I can't jump all the way from the truck down to the ground. So I got to hit the floorboard, the running board.
Okay.
But it's not really convenient, so I do a lot of grunting. What does Steve Vermeer always say? We announce when we get up out of a chair. Goes, So yeah, that's the way it works. I know you're listening from home, watching from home, Steve, and I thought you'd get a kick out of that, but I'm going to steal that line from you because I love it. Always got to announce when you get up. So there's our juniors once again, and I think we're clearing the track right now.
And they do have to just make a little bit of staff changes where they take the cutoff, and now it's the full track.
Yeah, that's true. I think they just have cones or something. But, yeah, they have to reconfigure the track. One of the beautiful things about this track, and I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but right at the start-finish line, above there we not only have the chief starter, which is Austin today, but he's from Bushnell Motorsports Park, but we also have a digital flag so you can see when you go green. And right above that is a digital speedometer, so you can see how fast you're going. So I thought that's kind of cool that they can see how fast they're going. And I'm thinking that the officials set a maximum speed for the start. So we'll see.
Well, they use that the green and red lights definitely also used when we do have shifter carts. They'll be in the tram lines, standing start, and it feels like a Formula One race where you see the reds go, and then everything goes off, and they do throw a green flag. But the drivers are looking at those lights.
So there's multiple reds,
there's like 5 of them out there. Yeah,
and they go across.
I think so. I'm not a race official, so I don't remember. But it has that Formula One feel when something changes, they go. And in those shifter carts, they have that clutch held in, the plumes of smoke as they're revving the engine, and when that light changes, boy. It seems like in every race, every cart but one goes flying, and then there's one that stalls, and the carts are scurrying to get around. But, boy, they give you that feel of a Formula One type start. Yeah. So that's where that lighting system definitely comes into play.
I can see it very much so, yeah, how it feels similar. Not quite sure what's going on the track. We can't – our studio is not – facing the racetrack, so we can't see the racetrack. All we can see is the TV screen, the same as you're watching. So we're not quite sure what's going on out there.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate those of you watching on Kart Chaser this afternoon. I'm John Matthews, once again joined up in the booth by Dave Mack. Dave, if our viewers want to find out more about Cup Karts North America, where can they get that information?
The vast majority of our information is Facebook. We use Facebook very much so for any information, any updates, anything like that. So Facebook is a real good site to go to. You can also go to our home site. We have our own page, Cup Karts North America. And then Cup Karts North America has 4 divisions. We've gotten big enough we had to split into 4 divisions. So we have the South Division, which we're in right now, and that's Brett Spouty is the promoter from Bushnell Motorsports Park. Brett Spouty does a wonderful job down here, and I really like coming down, working any of Brett's races. And we start in the cold winter when it's cold back home. We start down south in Brett's area and start working our way north. We have a north region, which is kind of like the Great Lakes region is the best description. A northeast region.
The old NFC North up there. it
Yeah,
sounds
very
like.
much
Yeah.
so. And then we have northeast, which is like New York. Let's see, where do we? New York, New Jersey, all around that area. We're racing Baltimore this year, whatever. And then when it really gets warm, we start moving up into Canada, and the Canadian promoter is let me think. Look like Marie and Annie. Oh, it looks like we got he's got the broom. Look at
Yeah, there we go. Spencer Height has a broom down in Victory Lane. So take it away, Steve Newbold.
Well, I told Spencer we were going to bring the broom out if he made the sweep. Well, I brought the broom out. Spencer, you swept the weekend. Tell us how you feel about it.
Well, I feel really good about it. I just had to be good all weekend, not make any mistakes, really.
So from here, where are you going to next weekend?
I'm not sure yet.
Are you planning any other races for the next month, or do you know?
I know we're going to go to the first East race in May. That's really all I know.
Well, congratulations on your weekend, sweet buddy. Hopefully you come back out here and race with us again. We look forward to seeing you next time.
All right. Thank you, Steve Newbold, with an excited Spencer Height down in our victory lane. Had the broom, and Dave, it looked like he had the American Gothic look going there, except he didn't have a pitchfork. They must have raided a supply closet somewhere here at AMP to be able to get that broom for the victory lane.
Yeah, Spencer is traditionally pretty underwhelming. He's a very good racer, but he's not overly animated. Hey, I just want to let you know, Spencer, we're going to be in Ohio, which is fairly close to home for you next weekend. We are moving to G&J next weekend.
And we did receive word they have to get the cars all across the scales before we can get to our next race. So they're just trying to work through that before we'll unleash the juniors. It was earlier in our day that the juniors came on track for their heat race. Nathan Dupuis came home as the winner. He also is the purple moniker in Race Hero. He was the quick time of the race. Lucas Theck second, Talon Laney third, Thomas Nichols third, and Nicholas Capolongo would round out your top five. So that will be the front of the field when they come to the green. So that's the way they sit in our staging area right now. Once again, we're just waiting for the track to get cleared so we can get back underway with our finals this afternoon.
There's a few of our fans. That's a public viewing area up there in the grandstand. It's really pretty awesome. It's high enough that you can see the majority of the racetrack, and we have a few fans up there waving, and it's very nice and warm here in Georgia.
And sometimes, depending on the race, you'll get a lot of parents up there, and as moves happen on the track, you'll almost hear the cheers of the fans come from off the balcony. We're inside the room where that white awning is, but that section of the track, Dave, you see right there, that is turn 5 and then the drop down the hill into the kink. So it's a great viewing spot. You get to see turn 1, you get to see all the way through turn 5 and then away down the back straightaway. But the action really comes close to home when they're almost directly underneath you.
Hey, do you know, does this place ever offer open track days for somebody that owns their own cart? I know there's rentals here. Do they ever have open track days where you could bring your own personal
cart?
All right,
we're going to welcome in first time in the broadcast. Will, you heard him yesterday in the show. Will Rigdon's coming in. He's got all the info. So, Will, if there's not an open cart day, when is there an open cart day for announcers? We'll phase it that way.
For announcers, you just got to be buddies with us.
Wow.
and you can come out. But for everybody else, you actually have to be a member.
You do? Okay.
Yes, yeah. We are a private membership club. So to be able to get track time outside of race day now, typically what we do is the day before.
The banner at the bottom of your screen right now.
Typically, the day before race day is open to non-members can come out and they can pay a fee and they can drive. And then obviously on race day is open to non-members as well. Anytime outside of that, you got to be a member to get on track. And they get close to 180 days a year, usually Thursday through Sunday, with the exception of race days and enduros. Tracks open to members. In the afternoons, they'll alternate with public karting, and you can get for the money. It's a lot of track time.
Okay. And I noticed you have rental carts, but I was just wondering if somebody, because I mean the facilities is fantastic. I think people should come from all over. and include it in their vacation. Bring their cart with and
yes,
and
yeah,
come down.
the rental carts. I mean, that's how most people find out about us is the rental carts, and the rental carts are such a blast to drive. They do 55 plus miles an hour, and if you've never been on this track before, definitely come out, do a rental cart. It'll change your opinion on go-karts.
You do get to experience that descent down into turn 2. A little different formation of the course with that wall off turn 16, Dave. When they run the public karting, they do a reverse part of the cutoff. So they come off turn 13, and then they do a quick left-handed U-turn, and suddenly they're dropping down into turn 2. We found that the people in the rental carts would maybe lacking experience would just go straight off into the wall
Yeah,
at 16.
That turn we're looking at right there, 16 and 17, that was where a lot of the damage deposits got collected.
Yeah.
So because people, they just you would think they know how to use the brakes, but straight into the wall.
Well, and I'm going to let tell a story behind the scenes here, but I saw the rental cars here. They literally have the gas pedal painted green and the brake pedal painted red. And I'm thinking people should know the gas and brake, but apparently not.
Well, most people show up here thinking they're going to some seaside village, 25-mile-an-hour go-karts, and these are way faster.
Fun carts,
than
we
that.
call them back home.
And when we have broadcasts of races from the main track, we'll very often see public karting start, and that's out. You definitely see turn 9 out that way. Well, they start up here in the clubhouse, get a nice run down the hill through the kink, down that back straightaway. Turn 9's the first spot that they have to really do anything in the cart. And we see carts doing all kind of things over there. They're backwards, they're hitting the brakes, they're mowing the lawn out there. So really you see see the full panoply of what arrive and drive is.
The view up front during main track race days is fun because we're in the tower and you got a perfect view of turn 9. Everybody's spilling out.
I know a friend of mine owns the concession carts at Road America, and Road America has IndyCar race every year and whatever. So they set aside Saturday night for a couple hours, and all the IndyCar drivers come to the concession cart. Well, that's something to watch. Let me tell you, because the concession carts, as hard as they try, are not equal and whatever. So it's so fun to watch all the super professionals, the best in the country.
Way back when I started working here, it was about 6 years ago. About 6 months into it, we had a promotional event with Chase Elliott.
Okay.
And he actually came out here, did this. It was a race chase event. Mountain Dew was putting it on, and they brought a bunch of fans out to race with Chase in the go-kart track. Well, once that was done and they all got out of here, Chase looked at us and was like, "Y'all want to go for a ride?" And we went and did a staff race with him, and that was actually a ton of fun. I had to cheat considerably. I used the I used the cut-throughs about 4 times just so I could constantly be up with everybody.
But at the same time, Chase asked you to race, and I mean, what are you going to say? No.
Yeah, exactly.
We were in those carts faster than faster than you could say go, and that was a lot of fun. And Chase is a cool guy. His dad's an awesome guy as well. Bill, he comes out here for events.
See, I'm so old. All I know is Bill. I don't know Chase, but
yeah. Bill, I'm trying to think. He was a one-time Cup champion, and Chase as well, a one-time Cup champion. So
one of my favorite memories was when Chase finally got the championship. I mean, this entire city. I mean, you thought it was a Super Bowl parade coming through here. It was.
What's the population of Dawsonville? Do we know roughly?
A lot.
Well, it's a lot more than it used to be.
Yes.
Dawson County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Georgia.
Probably one of the fastest growing in the nation right now with how much stuff they're putting up around here.
The town appears to be around 4,000, but I could be far
You're right.
off.
Wait, I'm getting the wrong Dawson, Georgia. I typed for Dawson, not Dawsonville.
See, we're on really 2 sides. The part of Dawsonville that's over by the highway is where all the growth is happening. The people out this way, more towards the historic downtown Dawsonville, it still has that very much small town feel.
Okay.
But you go 15 minutes out over by the outlet malls, and it's pretty much like every other
Didn't even know there was outlet mall.
Yeah, we're on track with a parade lap. But, yeah, if you come up from, say, Atlanta up 400, you go through cities like Roswell, Cumming, and then it becomes a 2-lane divided road that goes up the east side of Dawsonville. There's outlet malls, a lot of shopping, and as Will has said, the growth is over there. But we're a few miles west of that with the downtown proper, and that definitely has that old square feel to it. There might be a couple of churches, and that's what people think of when we talk about the pool room, when we talk about the courthouse. That's the image of Dawsonville, not sort of this run-of-the-mill strip plaza area. And we were talking about the pool room. Will, it is a Sunday. They're NASCAR racing, so can we hear the siren from this distance?
Yes,
Wait.
if they ring it, we will.
I got to hear this story now.
Well, we'll have to wait because we got to start setting up for our juniors in our final. Once again, it's going to be 14 laps the distance, as they seem to be in pretty good formation at the moment. Nathan Dupuis was your winner in the heat race.
This is tough for juniors to drive this slow and in this formation.
Yeah, they want to get a stomp going here.
There's a good shot of the tram lines. We are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls.
And you could see that speed limit sign just on the side of the screen there. It's too wide. Some cars bumping over the curbs on the inside of turn 1. Down they storm into signature turn number 2 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And up the hill they will work once again. Still 2, sometimes 3 wide back in the field. They will need to get single file before the kink, but they sweep by our vantage point. Drivers still taking chances going 2 wide. Let's see if they all make it through the kink. They do for the moment. So now, like a long snake, they slither down the back straightaway towards turn number 9. Nobody stepping out for the moment, so Nathan Dupuis building upon his heat race win. He's your early leader with the field behind him. It looks like the first 4 karts trying to break away and hide. So, Dave, the story of the Siren, as we see a battle going on for 3rd here. Late dive into 16. They're still side by side. Let's see if the outside momentum wins or the inside having a pusher at the line. Dupuis leads. Wargo 2nd, Thiek 3rd, and Carter Barkas running in 4th. That's your top 4. And they're still battling up in 2nd place. Wargo and Thiek trying to settle it out. You can see one of the drivers looking around right behind him. No mirrors on these karts, so he is looking back and seeing what is around him. So, Dave, the story of the Siren is at the Dawsonville pool room. They have a siren on the side of the building that's attached on a pole. And Will can give all the details if I'm not correct according to gospel verse here. But when Bill Elliott was racing, every time he ran, they would set off this siren sound, and it's sort of like a tornado siren sound. It's not quite that loud. And it's just become this thing that it's known not as the siren, it's the siren. You have to pronounce it appropriately.
Sure.
And when Chase started driving, the owner of the pool room decided, well, he's an Elliott, and if he won a race, we're going to re-implement that. So now when Chase wins, you hear the siren go off, and it's one of the pieces of small-town America that makes Dawsonville unique at the pool room.
And that's all they use it for, is when one of the Elliots
wins.
Wow.
Now, inside the restaurant, you can get the Bully Burger, but to me, the real treat at the pool room is to see the walls. And if you've ever heard people say, well, if these walls could talk, at the pool room, they do talk to you, but because the walls are lined with pictures and old newspaper articles, not just about Bill Elliott or Chase Elliott, but it has history going back to the 30s and 40s for drivers like, I believe it's Lloyd Say and Park, some of these old, pre-NASCAR drivers that have streets named for them in downtown, and some of their exploits, even before Bill Elliott came along. And then you see Atlanta Constitution articles or Atlanta Journal articles before the newspaper merged to become the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, chronicling Awesome Bill from Dawsonville's rise to prominence in the Cup Series. So the pool room is more than just a meal. It is an attraction for race fans.
And I'll tell you, it's a relatively small town, and I highly recommend you come on down. Take a summer vacation and come on down and check it out. Yeah, definitely go to AMP.
Fall,
yeah, because I bet it gets hot in here. Yeah, good point. We're here, and it was relatively cool the whole time we've been here, but we got lucky. But, yeah, this town is just beautiful. There's the original courthouse is right in the middle of a roundabout right downtown. You literally drive around it anywhere you're going. You got to circle it.
And that's common in Georgia. When you go up to the north, you normally have the center of the city built around a green of some sort, maybe an open field with a gazebo or a small bandstand on it. But in the south, many of the counties built things around the courthouse, and you'll have some roundabouts. So Dahlonega is much the same. That's the county north of us. But Dahlonega is a bigger structure, and at the time, it was a bigger county, even though it was farther from Atlanta. The gold rush that happened in Georgia in the 1830s and 40s was centered around Dahlonega. The line, there's gold in them thar hills, was from Dahlonega, and they had a ton of money up there. And when you see the old downtown, it's much more developed than Dawsonville. They have the courthouse, a ring of roads around it with two-story shops. all neatly tucked around it. So, as Dave, as you were saying, come on down. Fall is a beautiful time here when the foliage happens. As we see a battle up front, maybe a 2-for-1, some contact through turns 9 and 10.
And it looks like your leader is going back to second place, unfortunately. He did get past.
Yeah, we can see Lucas Thake running in third, but a swap up front. Carter Barkus, your new leader.
Yep, over Nathan Dupuis. Yeah, it's actually, for me, coming from way northern Minnesota, this is just such a completely different lifestyle. And it is very remote. I'm here to tell you this area, this Dawsonville, is very wooded, very mountainous, and very remote. I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, the type of mountains that we have here, I mean, Minnesota, I think of it as it's the flat plains. But in Georgia, it's not the mountains that you'd see in Colorado and the Rockies or the mountains of, say, the White Mountains in New Hampshire, but it's a rugged country here. And much is what, that's why this track is this way. The ground here, it's not like you just have flat land leading to the mountains. Everything is up and down, and that's what this track and this facility has been built into. You have a lot of short ridges with deep ravines right next to it. And that's sometimes where that moonshine was made. We had mentioned that earlier. Someone would set up a still in the forest.
And I'll tell you what, every time I come down south here and I'm going through any of these mountain countries, and I don't care if I'm Tennessee or Georgia or, whatever, I see a little smoke over on the mountain, a little smoke coming up. I'm always convinced it's a still out there in the middle of the woods. Somebody's got a still. They're cooking up some shine or some mash or whatever you call it.
Yeah, well, it would be the still. The mash, you just have to let it soak. One of my mentors in racing, Charles Head, who's announced here, he's in the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, did a class at Brenau University called From Moonshine to NASCAR. And it chronicled how a lot of people see Dawsonville as the birthplace of NASCAR. You could debate whether it's here or at Daytona. Daytona has the speedway and the race, but here is where the drivers were running shine. As I mentioned earlier, more moonshines run down Highway 9, they figure, than any highway in America. And that moonshine, the crafters of the moonshine, we'll use that phrase,
sure.
They would take the money and start to soup up their cars to try to outrun the revenuers, as they were called at the time. And police cars didn't have radios. As we see the cross flags, 7 down, 7 to go. They would soup up their cars.
Beef up the springs,
and, change everything that they could. And that's really, they were racing on the back roads trying to not get caught by the police.
And apparently they were quite successful enough to fund some NASCAR teams. I think old Junior Johnson, a number of people like that, they're very famous for.
He's mentioned as having a past in shine. And this is at a time where otherwise North Georgia wasn't really subsistence farming, agrarian economy, but subsistence farming. And you needed money to pay for property taxes. You might need money to buy things for the farm that you couldn't grow or produce yourself. And shine was an easy way to do that. You'd take some corn, some yeast, you'd refine it down, distill it down, and you could sell that to get cash money that you would need. And, of course, all of this happened in the wake of Prohibition. Don't ask me which amendment it was. We're not constitutional scholars here, and if we're giving it, I'll just say this: do your taxes are due tomorrow, but we're going to give out suspect tax advice. But they needed that cash money, and they still kept doing it even after Prohibition had ended.
Oh, sure. If you got a good thing going, why not? Yeah. Okay.
All right, back on track.
Thank you very much for the history lesson, truly.
Carter Barkus leads Nathan Dupuis, and then it's a gap back to Lucas Thieck and Derek Wargo. So, that gap's kind of gone away right there. So Lucas reels in the top 2. We'll see how things settle out. There's 6 laps remaining here in our junior final.
And Carter Barkus once again, Nathan Dupuis second, just like you said, Feck, Wargo, and Sukina. Then we have Hudson Jack Erlin, a Canadian national champion. I think he was in 6th. Till the screen rolls around again. Yeah, so Hudson Jack Erlin, Sawyer Richards. There we go. Sawyer Richards, Thomas Nichols, Nicholas Campolongo, and Robert Arana. Robert Arana has run with us for a number of years.
one of those drivers from San Antonio, Texas. So in this field, we have drivers from Texas stretching all the way up to Ontario. 3 drivers from the province of Ontario in this field. So definitely a wide dispersal of geography for our drivers. You're riding along right now in 3rd place as our top 2 have opened that gap once again back to Lucas Thiek. So Lucas seems to be yo-yoing at the back of this lead pair, able to hitch on, and then it seems like he has a bad turn, and then he fades back away from them.
Yeah, a couple of Wargos racing this weekend with us.
Yeah, we just saw his brother in the Kid Kart division, as you had mentioned, Deegan Wargo, in his first time ever in a kart, and they are residents of Metairie, Louisiana, one of the suburbs of Nolens.
Nolens, yep. And we were just down. We started the season in Nolens. The Southern Promoter is behind me here somewhere. But, yeah, we started the season at New Orleans Motorsports Park, went from there to, I think, Jacksonville, and from there to Charlotte. And now here we are at Atlanta.
Which track did you run at Charlotte? Was it at Charlotte Motor Speedway?
Yes.
Okay, down on the infield?
Yes. Basically turn 3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was it at Jacksonville? I know there's a karting complex there. I'm just trying
One of my favorites, and it's not top, but it's right up in the top, whatever. It's called 103rd Street Sports Complex. And it is
which sounds like a club or a bar.
Well, and what it is a city-owned park.
Okay.
Now, get this. If you pay taxes in that city, you can come use that racetrack anytime you want, as long as it's open. Now, they have a club there that puts on events, so you can't compete against them. But as long as the club isn't racing an organized event, you bring your cart and just run. You have to wear a helmet. I mean,
and what was the name of that again? The 103rd Street?
103rd Street Sports Complex. And it's open to the public. So, and I absolutely love this, and I wish the rest of karting would figure this out. When people are driving down this very busy 103rd Street in Jacksonville, Florida, and they see all the lights on, you can drive in there and watch the races for free.
Wow.
Spectators can come anytime. They don't know anything about it. They can talk to people. So.
Well, and for people that aren't familiar with Jacksonville, it is one of the largest land area cities in the nation. They've annexed pretty much all of Duval County, so you're pretty far out there at that section. I recall seeing some YouTube videos. They have a long back straightaway, which lets the drivers draft. You wouldn't think you'd have the drafting here, but they're still able to do it with these 206 engine combinations.
Yeah, drafting is huge there, and it races very well.
Of course, if it's Florida, it has to be pancake flat.
Oh, without a doubt, yes.
Not so today, as we're seeing over 40 feet of elevation change in this track as the 2 to go comes out over our field, continuing to be led by Carter Barkas with Nathan Dupuis just about a tenth of a second behind.
There's our drone shooting by the back of the camera, and there it is again.
You see the shadow of the drone down there. So we're flirting with 80 degrees here on what's become a beautiful spring Sunday in Georgia. People further down south in the state may be enjoying the Masters, but we're enjoying a different sport here up in the north part of Georgia, just outside of Dawsonville. Barkas leads Dupuis, and as you can see, Lucas Thiek has come unhitched at this point. So, Dave, I have a feeling it's going to be a 2-kart race to the finish.
Yeah, and they're both capable, and Dupuis hasn't made a real serious move yet on Barkas, but I could imagine he's going to soon.
So once again,
it should be the white flag, right?
It should be the white flag coming around. So Dupuis was the heat race winner. What did they do in action yesterday when they were here for round 4?
They both battled very well, just like they are now. I can't remember who won yesterday.
And there we see Dupuis send it down into turn number 2, and he's able to make it stick. So move Nathan Dupuis back to the point. We don't see a lot of passing down into turn number 2, but he sent it at that point to reclaim the lead.
I'm going to say he was fully committed.
Yes.
If it didn't work, yeah.
The problem's not so much going down. It's this, if you brake too much. Now we see Dupuis block the inside. Barkas comes along outside. Might we see a crossover? No. Dupuis able to hold Barkas at bay, so they're still single file, clipping the curbs a little bit through the S's. Now we see Dupuis again cover the inside of the track. Barkas looking for a way around as they sweep around turn 14. Now we see Barkas trying to go up the outside. Dupuis going to cover the inside. A lot of looking back here.
Yes.
Coming to the final corner. Third driver's getting involved. They're almost, down to the inside of 17. Side by side. To the stretch. To the line. 3 wide. What a finish.
Crazy.
Nathan Dupuis holds off Carter Barkas, and Lucas Theek, almost like a thief in the night, came in there, and it closed in the final seconds to finish third.
Wow, what a race. I didn't expect Lucas Theek to come out of anywhere like that.
Yeah,
I don't know where he came from.
I think they were battling so hard up front. Everyone forgot about him. Shades of 1981 at Talladega when a young unknown Ron Bouchard was able to sweep by Terry Labonte and Darrell Waltrip and surprise everyone at the finish. So a great run there. We'd love to see a replay. Here we go as we see Barkas on the outside, push Dupuis right down over the curbs, and that opened the door for Theek. And boy, you think it's going to be a good finish 2 wide. Let's make it 3 wide. Checkered flag is in the air, and the hand's starting to come up in celebration. Nathan Dupuis able to hold on. Look at the excitement down at the scale house, and Nathan will get a word, I imagine, in a moment with Steve Newbold. And race fans, we got 7 more to go, 7 more races to enjoy here. So a lot of excited drivers getting out of their carts. They're going to have some stories to tell when they get back into the classroom tomorrow morning.
I'm sure, yeah. We've got, once again, we've got people from all over the place. We got Florida. I got to put my glasses on. I can't see. Florida, Ontario. Like I said, I think we had 3 entries from Ontario, Canada. Louisiana, Ontario, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia. Lots of Florida and Georgia. And Ontario, I guess, is most of them.
So they're going to roll across the scales, and that will set the stage for our 206 heavy class to roll on track.
Hey, we got a special treat here. We have the Southern Series race promoter himself.
We need harp music.
Yes,
as
absolutely.
He comes in.
And
what's your name, young man?
Brett Spouting.
All right, Brett. So what is your role with Cup Karts North America?
I am the South Coordinator, Director. I don't know if we've ever officially given it a true title, but I guess I'm in charge of the South Series.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure,
what are your thoughts about AMP this weekend?
Yesterday was a struggle, time-wise. I got the schedule wrong a little bit.
Okay.
So, and we are extremely by the schedule. We live and die by the schedule. It's like that every time, and I misjudged the length of time it's going to take us to pick up carts. So we're, a little bit off on that, but that's okay. If that's some of the worst part of it, then that's easy.
And when you say pick up carts, you mean carts are stalled off track. They have to go send out the wagon for them.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Instead of it being that 2 minute, it's more like 5 to 6. So a little bit extra.
How is the racing on track been compared to maybe what you might have expected coming in?
Overall, it's about what we expected. We have a group of drivers, and Dave Mack can attest to this, that whenever you go to spring nats, winter nats, grands, summer nats, a good chunk of the top 10 drivers are here this weekend that are at the events that draw 4, 5, 550 entries. So we have, we're lucky in a sense that we have drivers who are high up in the rankings at all events, and the caliber of racing is just elevated at our events because we have those guys that are at the top end of the stick. So tight, tough competition. The 206 platform in itself lends that, to be extremely close racing no matter what. Usually, your top 10, top 15, you could throw a blanket over them, and it doesn't really make too much of a difference. They're going to be racing pretty tight.
And just on screen, we are seeing our 206 heavies start to roll on the track. Dave, we're just enjoying, we're getting the 1 to go sign. We're just enjoying a conversation with our series director. So, but first, hold on, Brett. We're going to send it down. I see another broom sighting, but Steve, he needs to turn the broom over because it's just a stick. There we go. With our winner, Nathan Dupuis from our junior division. Take it away, Steve.
Nathan, strike a pose with that broom because that was impressive. 3 wide finish. You pulled off a last lap pass. Walk us through that pass.
Yeah, so just trying to strategize just staying behind him where he was weak and where I was stronger. I knew in that corner that I had a better exit, so I thought I could make the move there. Made the move, defended down the back straight, parked it on apex so he can't over under me. Kind of just make my cart as wide as possible through the fast stuff, and then just make sure I got a good exit out of the last corner to really get that nice photo finish.
Well, I really wish that we had footage of your crew and all your people that were celebrating on the balcony up there. It was loud and it was a party. But congratulations. Go hang out with your crew. Great race, and hopefully we'll see you out here next time.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Nice shirt, Nathan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Nathan Dupuy, a happy LO 206 junior winner this afternoon. So now we have set the stage. We might have 16 carts on track ready for our LO 206 heavy feature. William Lessig, Colin Atkin, your front row as the green flag is in the air. Lessig won we're going to call it a photo finish at the stretch. 11 thousandths of a second was his margin of victory in the first heat race. They're still 2 wide as they head up that hill, 3 wide further back in the pack. That's not going to work for too long, gentlemen. Let's see if they get settled down. They scream past our vantage point, and once again, like a snake, they begin to slither down through the kink and onto the back straightaway.
And everybody stick around. If you're watching the race, stick around. We're going to get back to Brett in just a couple of minutes, Brett Spouty. Going to wait till things settle down just a little bit on the racetrack here.
And once we start talking with Brett, then it'll get crazy on the track. Guaranteed to happen.
Of
Guaranteed to happen.
We may break away. We may not.
I see a familiar red machine in second place. That has to be Owen Lloyd once again, I imagine, as they field sweeps off turn 14 down into that braking zone. Just testing the waters this time. They're still going to have 13 more laps as they come around, but getting an early check of the times. Colin Atkins, your leader. Ronnie Kleiss is actually running in second with the quick time so far, 103.462 seconds.
And if you think you're seeing duplicates, there's a Ronnie Kleiss and a Ron Kleiss, and they are father and son. Ronnie being the younger one, of course. But you keep seeing that name over and over and over, and you keep seeing it up front. That's legit. That's what you're seeing.
Owen Lloyd mired back in 11th place right now, so that red cart was Kleiss. It wasn't Lloyd. Lloyd, we're used to seeing him further up. We'll see if he's able to mount a charge here. A little more time than we're used to seeing as far as he'll have laps on track to make it happen. But right now, that number 11, Colin Atkin, your leader.
And yes, indeed. And I don't recall what happened to Owen Lloyd why he started so far back. Do you remember it all? Or?
Well, we don't know what penalties may have been appropriated when they went down after the race. According to the scoring, he was 3rd place, but we don't know if he had a bad lap or what might have happened. It's one of the storylines we'll continue to watch here.
And Cup Karts does enforce the rules very, very strongly, and they do discuss them. So
I think what it was the I think he lost a Nerf bar. So whenever he came across scales, he was actually about 4 pounds light.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, there we got the answer. Okay, that's why Owen Lloyd had to start so far back.
Well, and they do really try to cut that weight as close as possible. They come across the scales, say, after qualifying, so they try to get as close as they can. Every extra pound you carry is going to cost you a little bit of time on the stopwatch, so they try to get it perfect. And I guess if a piece of the car falls off, that's going to throw the math into the negative side of things.
Yeah, in fact, being a little bit going a little bit deeper into that, they try to guess exactly how much fuel they're going to need to make it across the scale. And sometimes they cut it a little bit short on the fuel.
That's right. A gallon of fuel will weigh about 7 pounds, and I figure that's probably what they hold, right, about a gallon in that tank. So you're trying to get it right down to the amount that you can, just have enough so you don't stall when you're coming across the finish. As our top quartet starting to break away, it's Ronnie Kleiss in the lead right now. Colin Atkins second. William Lessig, who was our heat race winner, he's in 3rd with Macon Moore in 4th.
Macon Moore is traditionally a pretty strong runner with us, and he hasn't had a real good weekend so far. And when I say somebody hasn't had a good weekend, they might be running 6th or 7th or whatever, which is fantastic anywhere else. But this is the best of the best. I mean, if you're not running 1, 2, or maybe 3, you're having an off weekend. So, and there we go, up and over the hill again.
Yep, working their way up. So Brett, what's up next for you guys? We've heard, I believe it's Daytona Beach is your next destination.
Yep, we're gonna end the season in Daytona. We originally were going to Bushnell. In fact, this race was supposed to be at Kershaw. Change of plans on the tracks in there, and we ended up here. And then we've been working with Daytona, or working to get Daytona for quite a long time, and eventually it finally happened, and we had to. Luckily, I run the Bushnell track as well, so it was an easy conversation with myself to renegotiate my deal there to move it around.
And it went, Brett, what are we going to do? That's right, Brett.
Right, we're going to do this. Okay, great.
Well, it's not a problem if you're talking to yourself. It's only if you're not agreeing with yourself
Right,
that you got a problem going on.
Yeah.
So you said the season ends at Daytona, but
Yes.
is the summer or is the Southern Series like real early? When does your season run?
Yeah, so we ran first weekend of December, maybe the second weekend, early December at New Orleans. Then we went to Jacksonville in February here this weekend, and then Memorial Day weekend, Daytona, May 24, 25, 26.
So you will have about a 5 or 6 week break before Daytona.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, will a lot of these drivers leave, I'll say, leave the South, I'll put that in air quotes. Will they head away from the South region and go to other regions so they can race through the summer months?
Most of them attend all of our national events, and I fully expect to see some of them at like Ohio next weekend, and we got Baltimore coming up somewhere. I expect to see a number of them. I know Owen Lloyd will follow us pretty much through most of the U.S.
A handful of them will travel. They may not run the entire group, and we've got the same thing. We've got a couple Canadians come down, run the whole season with us. It's still cold up north, so they come down and play with us, and then after that they head back home and run their Canadian series, or vice versa with North or Northeast.
And speaking of, you had mentioned Owen Lloyd, currently in 5th place. You see that red cart that's just coming up from the bottom of the screen. So he is scored as being up 13 spots from his starting position. So that red cart on the move. Let's see if he has enough time to make things happen. 6 down, 8 to go here in our heavy feature. As our top 4, they were all together at one point. Now it's our top 2 have pulled away. Ronnie Kleiss, Colin Aiken, your leaders. Let's see if the Owen Lloyd show is going to get cranked up here. Dave, what a story that would be if he's been able to charge through the pack. We've seen sometimes you can see him setting people up as they dive through the kink, getting ready to make a move in 9. He's made moves down into turn 2 as well, using up all of the track and all of that cart.
Yeah, and if anybody's capable, he is. I know I had to laugh. Brett was unable to make it to Charlotte Motor Speedway, so he texted me, and unfortunately, I don't have time to look up my phone most of the time.
Right.
But he texted me and said, "You realize the top 5 are all my Southern peoples?" He's such a homie. Brett is such a homie, and he's a good one.
Well, if you want to follow me, I'm the Georgia Racing Podcast online, so at some point I'll be a homer for Georgia during this if it comes to it. As we see cross flags coming up, 7 down, 7 to go. And Owen Lloyd scored in 5th, but he's up to 4th on the track. So the train is coming at this point, and it's coming out of Waycross, Georgia in that 119 red machine, sweeping right through the center of your shot there. And let's see, he has a bit more of a gap to get up to 3rd place, William Lessig, who was our heat race winner earlier today.
Hey, Brett, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you make any predictions on entries for Daytona? Just a complete off the tee on. I didn't think so. We've had 500 plus at a couple of places. I don't think we're going to get 500 plus at Daytona because first time ever, but I predict big numbers. So if you're thinking about it, I'm here to tell you at home, don't worry about parking. There's ample parking at Daytona International
I got to tell you,
Speedway.
the engineer in me kind of just blew a circuit when I heard 500. Just thinking the logistics of that, and not even racing, but just you have 500 haulers somewhere.
Well,
you got a
in the
lot
last
of
6 months, we had 2 500-plus entry races.
Yeah, wow.
So,
I would expect, I know it was a late call to add it to the schedule. I know that it's a holiday weekend that is also a huge racing weekend. You've got the 500 in Indy. You've got the 600 in Charlotte. Both those areas are larger pools for entries for karting. So, I know that there's going to be that group of people who already had plans to do something, and that's fair. We made that change late to add what I'm going to call a larger event even though it's still technically a divisional for
Oh,
us at this
trouble
point.
off the S's as one of the carts goes through the painted stripe. Lost a couple positions, so we'll have to wonder, Brett, would that be a foul, or is it okay because he didn't gain positions there?
He definitely did not gain anything.
Okay, it looks like he knew knew something was afoot. As our top two have pulled away, Owen Lloyd has reeled in third place William Lessig as they put lap number 9 onto the board. So, Brett, sounds like you're searching for that signature event. And as you're saying, Memorial Day weekend, really the greatest weekend in motorsports. You also have Monaco for the F1 worldwide. A lot of local tracks also take advantage of that to put on some big local shows as well. So,
yeah.
Do you know where that will be streamed, where people might be able to catch the broadcast of that event?
Being that it's late announcement, just getting ready for it at this point is kind of what we're on. Once we get registration open, we're hoping for that late next week, middle to late next week. Once we get that initial switch turned on and the thing kind of becomes a little bit more automated, then we can start focusing on getting the smaller details that are still big details, but they're one problem, solution.
Well, I guess if you don't have carts, you don't have anything.
Right,
so you got to
exactly.
start with the carts,
Right. So,
or start with the track, then
right.
get carts at
Yep.
that point.
So it's you said something about the 500 thing and blowing a circuit. After about 200, it doesn't make much of a difference. It's a ton of go-karts, no matter what way you slice it, up, down, sideways. You're right. Parking, is a big deal for 500 entries. Like Dave said, luckily we are literally the only people inside the speedway that weekend. So we've got the entire, I think the whole complex is like 180 acres. So I mean, we've got the whole thing to ourselves. So we've got plenty of space to spread out. It might be that it gets spread out a little bit further than people are used to for the other Kart Week event, but that means there's a lot of people there too.
Well, and you also have to think the staging and the after race, the tech area that you need gets bigger. But Dave, back your fishing pole. Looks like you might be going into Lake Lloyd on Memorial Day weekend there to catch something.
Seriously, does anybody know if there's fish in there? I know there's always boats.
Yeah, there's
there
always.
Is, okay.
I always worry in Florida that there might be gators lurking in any body of water down there. And
we go to Monticello.
Not maybe.
we go to Monticello and we're watching the racetrack, and all of a sudden we see a kid running. They throw it on their fishing poles and running because the gator's coming after them.
Yeah, I've heard people joke in golf that if you hit a ball near a gator, it's just a free drop.
Give it up.
Yeah, you give a free drop there. Yeah. Meanwhile, on track, Ronnie Kleiss continues to lead Colin Aiken. Behind them, it's William Lessig and Owen Lloyd. Lloyd's been able to get to the rear bumper of Lessig, but at this point he has not been able to find a way around, and he is running out of time if he has designs on a victory this afternoon. As Kleiss continues to lead, and the gap between second and third is 1.4 seconds the last time around. Although just as I say that, once again, it seems like third and fourth starting to reel in our top duo. And Dave, you have to know if those top two start slicing and dicing, you're going to see third and fourth up there. We saw it in our last feature where the third place driver seemed to come from out of nowhere.
Absolutely. And I'm hearing race control say, I think 2 flags were out, so I think 2 to go, yeah.
Yep, 2 laps remaining. As Owen Lloyd trying to recover from a trouble at the scales after the heat race. He's right there in fourth place on your screen behind William Lessig out front. Ronnie Kleiss made an early pass to get to the point, and he has been a strong leader since then. That wonderful sound of the LO206 engine, a nice rumbly sound as they run down the back straightaway or as carts pass our vantage point, and you hear them on the outside microphones. A little crank it up moment there. Third and fourth and screen. There you see our top 4 heading once again through turn number 14. And they should see the white silk in the air as they come around this time. Ronnie Kleiss has just 17 more turns between himself and victory. There it is, that white flag. And he has, I'm going to call it about a 5-kart length lead. You have to wonder if the draft that Colin's getting might start to be slipping away, which would allow Kleiss to head off to victory.
Third and fourth are definitely catching second. A heck of a hurry.
Yeah, it's happened a little bit, and then all of a sudden, all at once, it's a 3-car battle for second as our leader slips away into the North Georgia mountains. Now it's Aiken who's coming under pressure from Lessig with support from Lloyd on the brakes for turn number 9. They all stay single file for the moment. How much longer can these drivers withstand the urge to make a move on track? Kleiss probably loving what he sees behind him as there's a pass up through 12. Lessig stuffs it up the inside of Aitken, and they're still side-by-side sweeping through 15. So Aitken has the preferred inside line. They're side-by-side. Here comes Lloyd.
Georgia.
He's going to make it 3 wide.
And he's up to third.
Lessig goes off the track. Here comes Lloyd to third, trying to get to second, but he cannot. Out front, there's no question, though. It was Ronnie Kleiss, your heavy winner this afternoon. Colin Aiken comes home in second. Owen Lloyd third. William Lessig fourth. And Bryce Frank
Congratulations,
rounding up
Ronnie.
that top 5.
Yeah. And Owen, what an amazing comeback from slight diversity. Adversity.
He might be ruining the fact that we went to 16 or from 16 to 14.
I am suspecting he probably is, yes. Absolutely.
We were talking about Memorial Day weekend. I remember one race where Carl Edwards climbed out of the car after the Coke 600 and said, well, if we had had another 50 miles, like, the longest race they have in the circuit, and he just I wanted a little more time in there to just get things done.
Everybody always needs one more lap.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, absolutely.
So congratulations to Ronnie Kleiss. Yep. He should get an interview in a few moments with our intrepid reporter, Steve Newbold. But congratulations to the driver from High Springs, Florida. So we have been enjoying Brett, the series director, in the booth with us. Brett, any other comments you'd like to make about the Southern Division of CKNA?
No, I mean, we're just super excited. Even though our season's winding down, we only have, one event left, two points events left. The series in a whole has a lot of growth and health, moving forward with it. I think this is my wife and I were going back and forth on how I think this is our 3rd season. I think
seems like forever, but
right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Seems kind of
it's only 3.
Seems kind of hard to believe that it's only been 3 years, but we've gone from single Saturday day events, packing in 2 rounds of racing to get points, to a single event to now we're pushing 200 entries.
And we're having to shorten the races because we're running out of clock.
Right.
That's all,
exactly.
all busy
right.
and yeah.
So it's the health of the series in whole is good. Cup Karts in whole is good. Everything keeps growing, which is great, and we're overly excited that people want to come and race with us. Our goal with Cup Karts, Greg's goal, Steve's goal forever has been to provide the racers a fair, level playing field that we apply and promote rules that are fair for everyone, no matter what the situation. And we do our best to make sure that everyone gets a fair shake. We want everyone to enjoy the event. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's spending their time and money, to be here to race with us. They have choices. So, we're ecstatic that everyone wants to come. We love that everyone's here. We really enjoy all of our racers and what they bring to the table. The beauty of it is, no matter whether you're racing for that finish, that we just saw, or you're running for 10th, 12th, 15th, you're usually racing somebody. So even if you're not, racing for a win, you're going to race somebody for a finish, and that's a cool thing that you're not just out there.
Yeah, not just hot lapping
right.
out there.
Yeah, it's not just some, event where you just ran by yourself and that's what it is. So we're excited that the growth has continued. We're excited that the level that we have in the South is top notch, and we love whenever these guys go home with wins. They went home with a win that means something. We've got good class sizes. We've got good racers in these classes. We've got people that are, really enjoying it, and we really appreciate what the racers are doing for us.
And it's truly the best 4-stroke racers in multiple countries. Right now today we have 4 countries represented here, 4 countries around the world represented here.
Yeah.
For the Canadians to consistently come down to the South Series, that says a lot. You
Yeah.
know, that they're that impressed with the South Series and
Yeah, no,
the tracks
absolutely.
and whatever.
And you know, we don't get to go up there much because you know in the South it's not like the North. You know, we don't have to pack everything in from April to September, October. We get to enjoy this type of weather all the time. You know, maybe a little bit windy or cold some days, but for the most part, we get to enjoy this all the time. So it's hard for the South to travel out, but the ones who travel down, who are ready to get out of their elements at home, we appreciate them.
I know a lot of other series will have speed weeks in Florida, and for them to come from the north and avoid the snow for a week and get down to some at least warmer weather is definitely a relief. But you're right, down here, we've had races into December here. The days do get a little shorter, but you're right. You can still get some 60-ish degree days, and it feels comfortable out there during the daytime.
Absolutely.
Little challenging, we'll say, in July and August down here.
Yeah, it's good to. I'm glad that we're done by, the end of May.
Well, the first year that you started the South Series, I remember working at Bushnell in that hot box tower.
Yep.
Oh my God, I was dying there. But yeah.
Well, and I remember when we were planning the series and everything was getting started, everyone's like, "Why are we, Cup Kart guys are like, why are we done so early in the year?" I'm like, because you don't want to do anything
You'll
outside.
die, yeah.
And it's hot.
Fortunately, Brett called in a icy freeze truck or something, and it's about saved my life.
Yeah, well, they're hosing you down with some. Well, you were talking about races. We do have our club races here at AMP, part of our championship series. And next race is coming up May 4th and 5th, the doubleheader. Then they space out a little bit because we have one June 1st, July 13th, August 24th. We do kind of spread them out in there. Yeah, it's pretty miserable here in August, that time frame. Hazy, hot, and humid is the saying for Atlanta.
Yep. No, it's last year I remember, down at home, I'm like, man, these guys probably want to do some rental cart rides, get some breeze on them. That was like a hairdryer. It's like just blowing a hairdryer in your
a convection
face.
oven.
Yeah.
Just open up a convection oven.
This isn't really enjoyable.
All right, cadet division on track. 6 carts set for action. They will go 14 laps. And in the heat race earlier today, it was Ruben Greer who was the winner over Ryder Thompson. We'll see how they do in this race. It looks like they're stacked up pretty good 2x2. So let's see if the announcer's curse is in effect or not this time. But it looks like Greer and Thompson, your front row. Greer, one of our locals, he makes the drive over from Vestavia Hills, Alabama. That is a suburb of Birmingham. Thompson coming up from Jacksonville, probably about a 5-hour drive. Green flags in the air. We're underway. 14 laps for our cadets. Looks like our top two might have been Thompson, might have gotten jumped and settled back into third spot as our field is single file up the hill. And just as I say that, one of them steps out through turn 3, but cannot make it happen around turn number 4. They go by our vantage point and bring the wonderful sound with them. And now they head away from our vantage point down through the kink.
And that third place is definitely interested in taking over second. I suspect you're right. That's Ryder Thompson.
I think he on the outside, he got shuffled back on that initial start. When we had Lincoln Massey here, he said sometimes it's better to start in third than it is in second, where you're on the preferred line right behind the leader.
The majority of the track is left-hand turn, so yeah, the left side of the track would be your preferred spot, of course.
It is a counterclockwise layout here, 17 turns, just a little under a mile. Dave's getting metric on me, saying it's 0.87 miles.
Well, that's what it says on the wall outside our door here.
It does, okay. I think we've always called it a mile. But we have someone special down in Victory Lane. I don't see a broom, but I do see our intrepid reporter,
looks like
Steve
number
Newbold.
7.
Thanks, John. I feel special when you say that. Anyways, we're here with Ronnie. Ronnie, tell us about that last race.
So yesterday we didn't have a good final. The cart got wrecked. And we got new parts for it, got it fixed up, and way faster today. And Colin was a really good teammate. He helped push me all the way to the end. His cart got tight, so that gave me an advantage. My cart was pretty consistent, and I was able to hold the lead.
So is this your first time out at AMP?
I was here last weekend, but this is my second time here.
So overall, how was your experience running on the course?
The track's great. Turn 2 is kind of slow. It feels so weird going up. I raced 2-strokes last weekend, so that's probably why. But the track's great. It flows really good. The facility is really good, and the kart track's cool. And you can go over and watch whenever you have a break. So that's also cool.
Well, hopefully we see you back here in the next couple weeks when we have our next club race. I don't know if you're on the touring circuit or not, but if you are going to come back, well, hopefully we can see you in Victory Lane again.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys.
All right,
Congrats,
thank you,
Ronnie.
Steve. An excited Ronnie Kleiss in Victory Lane for picking up the win in our 206 heavy final today. You saw the action on screen there. One of our drivers back in the field going 4 up into the fluff, and now we have a battle for the lead at the front as Thompson looks down to the inside of Greer, although I believe helmet color-wise that was Greer getting the lead back from Thompson.
I believe you're correct, yes. I think Greer's leading now.
Greer is in that white helmet, more red color on Thompson's kit. As again, for us announcers, unique colors make life a lot easier for us up here.
Thank goodness
Brett,
for that.
maybe you can require that people have like unique color patterns out there. As
Right.
both drivers getting 4 over that blue paint. So again, using up all the track here. But yeah, for us announcers, there's not much of a number placard on these. Seeing something vivid in either their helmet, their suit, or that front nose cone makes it a lot easier for us announcers.
Yeah, it's always fun to see different looks, colors, and numbers are hard. Those we don't like to be different because we need to see that.
But they're small. It's not that they're.
Yeah.
It's just that they're small
exactly.
numbers on there.
It's a 6-inch thing that flies by you at 40, 50 miles an hour, and you're supposed to catch it. So.
And Cup Carts does have rules on the numbers, size and whatever, and we sell numbers.
Yep.
With on a yellow background. Hey, Brett, real quick, can you tell us about your home track? Nothing to do with Cup Carts. Your home track specifically, is there any interesting configuration? You know I'm fishing here. You know exactly where I'm going.
I will bite, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so at home, Bushnell Motorsports Park, we've got the bridge and the underpass. That's what Dave is going to refer back to there. It's a little bit different, a little bit unique. Some love it, some don't, but that's, to each their own. So, but we do have a bridge and an underpass, so you go up and over and back around and all kind of fun stuff. So.
And the first time I was there, I saw that. I said, you got to be kidding, a bridge and a tunnel. And one of the older Lloyd boys lost his engine in the tunnel.
That was
one of the twins, right?
No, that was Corey Tolles. I think they forgot to tighten the butterfly.
Oh, it was Corey. I didn't realize that. Okay,
Yeah,
anyway.
and this was way back when.
Yeah, and he lost his engine, and he had nowhere to go, and the field was coming at him, and he had to jump up on top of the tire wall to avoid getting hit as his engine's rolling down the racetrack.
The whole engine just left the cart. Yeah.
That's a new way to blow your engine there, I guess. You said the engine just like
it just fell right off. Motor mount.
The engine
and
mount.
all.
Oh my
I
goodness.
mean, the whole thing just right off.
I thought you were going to go with the name of the track. Down at Lamar County Speedway, they have a few different configurations, and one of them is called the Baconator.
Oh.
Which it has nothing to do with the Wendy's burger. It's that it was named after. As we see a battle for the lead, Thompson trying to get to the inside of Greer. And for the moment, he's just going to slide back behind. But it's not named after the burger. There is a driver there named Bacon, and they named it after him. But they have cute little names for their different tracks, and that name caught my eye, the Baconator.
Yep.
So watching a great battle here. Ruben Greer, Ryder Thompson, they're 4 seconds ahead of third place, so they have some freedom here to mix it up, and they have been down the back straightaway. Now we have to wonder if there might be some aggressive blocking penalties here as we see Thompson work to the outside. Greer hugs the inside, and he's going to make it off turn number 10. So, Brett, that's one of the rules that we don't see here typically at AMP called as the aggressive blocking. What is the rule on that to keep things fair on track?
So what I would call excessive blocking is when you are making more than one choice in lane. So, like, for example, what we just saw where one kart decides to run the bottom quarter of the track, I would call that, that's the line they picked. In this case, I would say this driver, I'm going off my short-term memory here, it didn't look like he made a move even at the end of the straightaway to get back in the racing preferred line, a standard racing line. So, I mean, that was a good example of just picking a lane and using it. Excessive blocking, when I get involved in making calls, is when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. So we got one look there, that was it. and they didn't move when they got to the brake zone. So had that driver been constantly looking, checking, seeing where they're at, and then reacting back to that other driver from behind when they're turning their head and looking, then you get into a situation where they're not racing, they're blocking.
So it's almost that they can make sort of one decision. It's when you decide I'm going to cut back across the track.
Right,
You're gonna get in trouble.
when you're reacting back to someone else's move.
As we see the cross flag, 7 down, 7 to go. This time Thompson alongside Greer into turn 1. Little bit of contact.
Together.
Greer almost out to the grass across the curbs there, but Greer on the inside through turn 2. Thompson's going to keep his foot in it on the outside. So for the moment, you have a new leader here on lap number 7. A little bit of argy-bargy there, though. We'll have to see what the stewards think.
Yeah, I mean, they get to make the official call. It looked to me like it was purely accidental. I don't think there's anything aggressive there, but I don't make those calls at all.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to make those calls there either.
You can't even imagine. I remember way back in the early days, I always wanted to get in on them arguments, and then I realized, wait a minute, I don't really.
Yeah, my blood pressure stays a little lower just saying I have to call the action. So Ryder Thompson, your new leader. Ruben Greer now moves up to the inside, almost gives a quick glance to say, what are you doing, mate? As he slides on by through turn number 14. That's become one of the new passing areas around this track. Most people would say it's 9 and 16, but here comes Thompson again as Greer went a little wide, but now Thompson is just going to slot back in behind, 1 kart length the distance. That was all 1 lap. Technically, there were no lead changes, but that doesn't pass the eye test of what great racing we saw. These two have crossed swords. It's a joust on track right now.
So Greer made that pass look really easy, in my opinion. Like he could just run away, and he's not running away, so I'm not quite sure what set that pass up. Here comes Thompson again on the inside. Oh, checks out to the outside.
And this could be a gearing thing. Maybe Thompson's got that straightaway speed, and he works real well.
1 2 different,
Yeah, at the end of 9, and because the way Greer came up the inside of turn 13, looks like he just came out of the S's and he just drove by like, no problem. But Thompson holding right there. Greer's going to shade a little to the inside. Maybe doesn't want to get past on the inside of 14. So they're still nose to tail. Greer, your leader in the 20 kart. Thompson took a quick peek to the inside. They're both going to go right to the limit of the blue paint there as Thompson once again takes a peek, slots back in behind as it's lap number 9 down, 5 to go. You could see from that shot behind them, their closest competitor is several seconds in arrears, so no pressure. These two, once again, pretty much have carte blanche to go out there and battle as they see fit.
And to those people at home that don't quite understand the gearing, your rear sprocket is on a certain size gear, an X amount of teeth of gear, and you change everything. There's no gear box in these machines. They're just a single speed. So to change your maximum speeds or maximum RPMs, you change the size of the rear gear. You can add a tooth, add 2 teeth, 3 teeth, whatever, or subtract. And that's how they go out and they do practice laps and to determine what gear they want in the back.
So sort of like a bicycle where instead of a 10-speed, though, you have a single-speed bike where you take the wheel off and change the gear. And these, you're saying, what are they? They come off the rear axle for them to do it?
Yeah, they got to take it off, yeah. And some gears are split, some aren't. A split gear, obviously, is easier to change.
Kind of reminiscent of a quick change rear end. A lot of the short tracks across America, they can just take some bolts off the rear end housing and change the gears where they can't change the transmission. Here it's even more simplistic, though. There is no transmission.
Right.
You just have the clutch, which turns a gear at the bottom of the engine. The chain connects to that and that chain connects to the teeth of the gear on the rear axle.
And you can change the front gear also, but it's that makes a dramatic difference. So,
which gear is bigger? Actually, has more teeth.
The rear.
The rear gear has
dramatically
more,
yeah.
So it's sort of the reverse of a bicycle, where the bike has the big gear up on the front. In the end, race fans, it's all when you make it smaller in the back, you end up getting. Let's see if I get this right. You get more turns of the rear axle for every turn of the engine. Got that right?
That would make sense, yes.
Okay. I always tend to get those backwards, which way gear ratios work. As Thompson once again takes a look to the inside, but it was a late look, and he's going to just fade in behind Greer. So these two cannot get away from each other, and the issue is still in doubt. 3 laps remaining. Yeah, now I'm really thinking about the gears and
Yeah.
which way what turns.
I
and
should have
how
never
many,
gotten into that. Yeah.
I think you're right. When you make it smaller in the back, you get more revolutions,
You're
which
gonna
means
go faster on the top side.
Yeah,
that's
the front
faster
is
on the
turning.
top side. All right, they sweep through the S's one more time. This is race 4 of our program. Coming up after this will be our Legends division, so we'll go from one of our youngest to our oldest drivers on track, but we still have about 2.5 laps here to decide it. Ruben Greer, Ryder Thompson swapping the lead back and forth. Ryder Thompson content to just be in the tire tracks, although as I say that, he steps out from behind Ruben Greer, but not able to get alongside that number 20. Greer, one of our regulars here, even though he hails from Alabama. It's about a 2.5-hour drive to get up here to the North Georgia mountains. If traffic cooperates. We need to put a little asterisk on what I said there. But now, maybe for the first time today, Greer, that might be his biggest lead right there.
Yeah.
But this is where Thompson tends to be strong, is off the kink, down the back straightaway. Maybe he's trying to pick up a little bit of draft, a late break. And let's see if he can hone in on that rear bumper once again. You see nobody else in the shot that last time around. Jackson Brewster running in third, 11 seconds back. So these two have plenty of leash of freedom here, as this time around they should see the white flag in the air. So they have 17 turns left. Greer right down the inside of the straightaway to see the white flag. Little handout from Thompson. Don't know if he's catching cool air or signaling something or signaling displeasure right there.
Maybe signaling something to his dad, because that's where a lot of the mechanics and crew chiefs like to stand along that right-hand side there.
Okay, Thompson up the hill, trying to get to the outside. Will he set up something down the kink in the back straightaway? Greer in the white helmet is in front. Thompson behind in the red helmet. They're nose to tail through the kink. Thompson goes right to the inside. Greer shuts the door on the back straightaway. Let's see what happens into turn number 9. Thompson steps out. Let's see if he might try some move off the S's. Cannot for the moment. Just about a 3-foot gap between our top two.
Yeah, and Thompson's all over the back of Greer now. He was just holding back for a while.
Yeah, he's wearing it out, but Greer was at least blocking the inside there. Let's see if he goes defensive, and he's down to the inside. So Thompson, hand out for a moment, going to try a crossover. Are we going to see a run to the line? Thompson's on the left. Greer is on the right, and for the moment, with 2 hands in the air, Greer celebrates seeing the checkered flag first here in our cadet division. Ryder Thompson comes home in second. We'll wait for third place to come in.
Don't believe I saw a black flag, so I think we're good, but we'll have to double check.
As you've said before, it is unofficial until the race officials look over everything. Looks like Tyler Morowick came in third, Jackson Brewster fourth, and Silas Root rounding out the top 5. And once again, we say that these are elementary school kids. You see it once they get out of these karts that they're kids out there.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
They're 4 feet tall, maybe going on 60 pounds. Good show of sportsmanship there as they all come to a stop in the tech line. Well, coming up after this will be our legends. So we'll go from drivers 8 to 10 years old to, I think you got to start at 50 years old out there.
Yeah. They're definitely the senior citizens. And you see so many good
All right, well, Brett, we appreciate you joining us in the broadcast this afternoon. Good luck in making those tough decisions. We don't have to. And we look forward to seeing you back here next year. I don't have any vote in that, but it's been a good afternoon, good weekend of racing, and we would love to have another big Cup Karts North America race.
Once again,
Thanks for having me.
Oh, you are still working. Okay. That's Brett Spouty from PS Racing and Bushnell Motorsports Park, and he is the Cup Karts Southern Division race promoter, and I'm going to credit him with the presenting sponsor this weekend, too. So you got it all, Brett. And I was kidding him earlier. I told him there's 4 divisions in Cup Karts, and he was kind of fishing for something, and I said, this is one of my 4 favorite divisions right here. One of my top 4, I think is what I said, favorite divisions.
Well, wait, there's 4. We have 9 today, though. I'm confused.
No, divisions.
Oh,
of Cup Karts, yeah.
the geographic
Yeah.
divisions. Okay. I was thinking class when
Yeah.
you said division.
Yep, we have 9 classes now. We used to have 8, and we added the cadet class. And it kind of really changes the schedule quite dramatically.
And these are the cadets you're watching. Once again, 8 to 10 years old. If you walked up the ladder, you'd start in Kid Kart, go to cadet, and then after this would be that sportsman division for the drivers that are aged 10 to 12 years old. We'll see them on track. That was when Lincoln Massey joined us earlier. He was one of those sportsman drivers.
Yep, and then after that we go to Sportsman Junior, and then all the different seniors.
Here, we'll be generous and say senior light, senior medium, senior heavy.
Yep.
Then you would have masters
and legends. Yep, absolutely. So here we are in beautiful Dawsonville, Georgia, somewhere near Atlanta Motorsports Park. And if anybody's considering coming down, don't confuse us with Atlanta Motor Speedway. They're roughly 2.5 hours apart. And the people at the front desk told me a number of times they'll get people that come here looking for something else, or vice versa, or all kinds of different things.
And you'll be greatly confused. Not only is Atlanta Motor Speedway is south of the city of Atlanta, down in Hampton, Georgia. We're up north of the metro in Dawsonville. Atlanta Motor Speedway is centered around a 1.5-mile high-banked oval. This is a country club centered around that 2-mile road course with a kart track at it. Atlanta Motor Speedway also has built in a short 8th-mile dragway, and they'll do some Legends and Bandoleros racing on. They can form a 1/4-mile oval on the front side. And I think they might also do some SCCA events where they're not really races, but they can close the they have a road course on the inside, and they can do some driving things on the inside.
Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Atlanta Motor Speedway.
I did not know they had a road course.
There is. It's like a Charlotte or Daytona where they use the infield as part of things. But unlike, say, Daytona, where you have the motorcycles, you have the 24-hour, there's not really big races that happen down in the infield at AMS.
Okay.
So it's just sort of an add-on that is there. So tons of karts on track. You see them getting on the tram lines. It is time for our Legends division. Green flag is out, and we're underway. 14 laps of Legends action. And we have a legend with us in the booth. Welcome back. Oh, Al Edwards having issues with the headset here. And we're saying that Al's
online?
good. Yeah, Al's with us. So
all right.
Welcome, Al.
Thank you.
Legends starting to get spread across the track here, working their way single file down through the kink. As Prudence showing the way here so far after some great battles in that cadet division. So, Al, definitely a switch to see go from 8 to 10 years old up to now the drivers that are over 50 that we'll say, I imagine when this race gets started, they're 8 to 10-year-olds at heart out there. They still have that same excitement, I imagine, when they stomp on the throttle.
Yeah, it doesn't matter really what the age is. There's always that set of butterflies that you get when you're getting started.
And a little bit of a battle for 5th place. First lap in the books, Todd Barron leads. Tyson Swain second. And Yanko running in 3rd at the moment. When they had their heat race earlier today, it was Todd Barron who was the winner. Brant Estes was scored in 2nd. And Brant Estes right now is running in 4th. So not the best start. A little contact coming through turn 4 there on camera, a little further back in the field. So we'll continue to try to get details on that. Right now it looks like 4 lead 3, and then it's a gap back to the rest of the field. So Todd Barron continues to lead. Now that group of
batteries
3 has reeled in our top 4, so it's 7 karts at the front. Barron, Swain, Yanko, Estes, and Davis. Right now, nobody stepping out of line. And just as I say that, here comes a power move to the inside. Swain and Yanko. Freight Training's our leader. As Todd Barron.
Here comes Brant Estes as well.
Yeah, Todd Barron gets shuffled back a couple of spots there. They're still 2 wide through that signature U-turn, trying to go 3 wide up the hill. That won't work for very long. They get single filed back down. But Tyson Swan is your new leader. Todd Barron was scored in second that time around. Pretty sure he got shuffled back to third as second and third teamed up on the leader that time around. You can see they got a nice corner off 17, hooked up in the draft, and they were able to get by Todd Barron. So the Doctor gets pushed back into third spot. Let's see if they're able to hook up anymore and get away from the rest of our field as you are enjoying our Legends final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And we're going to go split screen so we can get a word with our cadet winner down in victory lane. Take it away, Steve Newbold.
We're here with Ruben, winner of the cadet final today. Ruben, walk us through that race.
Well, I just felt like it was good to start first in the first heat because it would like take the inside lane, so I did. And then that made me like first through all of the chicanes and everything.
So if I'm not mistaken, you've been out here a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, that is.
And how many times have you won on the track so far?
I won all of them yesterday and I won all of them today.
Well then,
get the broom!
That means we need the broom. I couldn't remember if you had won all of them or if you had just won the past two. So my mistake on that, you swept the weekend. Congratulations. You want to give us a little sweep before we go? There we go. He's giving a little pit lane a sweep a little bit.
The boy knows how to drive, but not necessarily knows how to sweep.
Sweep the leg.
Congratulations to Ruben. That's awesome.
Back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. That was Ruben Greer, our cadet winner on the day. As we're back with our Legends race, top three breaking away. It is Swan, Yanko, and Estes.
Yep.
The one driver who is dropping back, Todd Barron, faded back to sixth that last time around. So the Doctor having some illness in that card.
There's got to be something wrong there because that's not like Todd. Now let's see what these three can do to mix it up. Now they have really run away from the second pack here. I would say by about 2.5 seconds at this point. And they hopefully will just keep on working together, and we'll get some playing here at the last few laps and see what happens.
Yeah, they're playing nice for right now as 4 laps are on the board. That means they'll come around to put 5 into the history books, but they'll still have 9 laps to go. And Al, I have to wonder, these Legends, especially the locals, aren't used to running 14 laps. We stop at 12. You have to wonder if they'll be ready to tap out once they get to lap 13 out there.
We'll see. You know, Brant is down in my tent with me with his son Cameron, and I don't know. I might have to push the carts up to the garage they have up here behind the building because he's going to be pretty worn out.
All right, so there you see our top 3 followed by 2 more carts. Todd Barron falls back an additional spot, so things not going well for our heat race winner. There you see 3 followed by 2, followed by 2. Barron would have been at the back of that last duo.
Okay. Well, I just got informed that the oldest driver here today is Lee Thompson at 77 years old.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
He's racing with us in the Racing for Children's OTK platform. So congratulations to Lee. Glad he is here. It's great to see him out here.
Lee Thompson currently scored in 15th place overall.
Wow.
He said 77.
77. Danny May just whispered that in my ear. That's quite the accomplishment.
Thank you, Danny.
All right. Do you have sources?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely have sources.
Al has sources.
I
but
do
wow.
reveal them, though.
77. At that point, I'm thinking, a lot of times when you're a kid, you have to get a doctor's note. When you're 77 in a card, I imagine you have to get some sort of doctor's note.
Yeah,
right,
I'm
I
sure.
hope so.
Or some
Let
sort
you
of
out
a
on
medical
here.
clearance.
So I just got back here, guys. I had to leave for a minute. What did Todd Barron go off the track? Anything?
He's running in 7th, definitely fading back. So it would seem that something is a little bit sick with the doctor's cart out there right now. He was up to first. Suddenly the second and third carts just steamrolled right by him, and then each lap he is just falling a little farther back.
Wow.
Little battle for 4th place right there. Looks like Clark was getting jumped by James Insko. And I believe Insko was able to make that pass stick. But our top 3, as Al had said, starting to draw away. The gap was 1.2 seconds from 3rd to 4th. As they see the cross flags, this time by 1.3 seconds. So it is opening slightly.
1.2, 1.3. We don't know what that's going to end up looking like here at the end of the race. It's really gotten warm outside. Track temps are about 110, 115. And it is really going to be an interesting end of the race here with on lap number 8, 7 laps completed.
And we want to say that's the temperature of the asphalt itself. Ambient air temperature 83 degrees currently.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to be
sunny. Right,
yeah, it's sunny. We're getting close to record highs. That's about 15 degrees above a normal temperature this time of year. All week long coming up is going to be that kind of temperature.
Right.
It's going to feel like shades of late May here more than the middle of April.
Now take a look at Insco here. It's really interesting. He started to break away from his partner, so he's all by himself. There's no bump drafts, so let's see if this either helps or hurts him.
Well, he's trying as he might. He was further back in the field. And coming around the score that time, Todd Barron still back in 7th place. Definitely not the result he would have wanted after he had that great performance in the heat race. So something must be amiss on that number 11 car.
Yeah, he's always strong everywhere we go. So for him to be that far back, there's something definitely amiss.
Yeah, something's up.
So our top 3 winds their way down the back straightaway. You have Tyson Swan, your leader, Eli Yanko in 2nd, and Brant Estes, a stout and steady 3rd. Maybe in the Kingmaker spot. If these top 2 start to get too crazy, he will be ready to pounce and slide by. For the moment, though, they're content to just ride single file. Once again, Dave, some drivers out there finally listened to us and said, just ride around until the end. You don't need to damage your equipment early in the race.
But I was mostly thinking that back in the heat races.
That's
Make
true.
sure you make the feature.
Yeah.
This is the feature now. Time to let her rip.
So 5 more laps remaining. At this point, the cardio conditioning of these drivers will be tested. Up and down they go once more, that 3-story climb.
Oh, Brant Estes taking a look on the inside there coming out of turn 2. He definitely didn't have the momentum.
But we heard one of the drivers saying it was slow out of turn 2, and I have to imagine that's the feel of coming up the hill, not so much going down
and
into
look
the
at
hill.
Brant Estes right on top of Eli Yanko. It's, oh, wow, he's right on top of him. He's giving that little goose. He might be trying to get a better seating position there by bouncing up and down. But as you can see, he runs a little bit wide and then tightens it up a little bit and pokes his nose in. I think he's just letting Ellie know that he's there.
Yeah, giving us sort of a little go-kart love tap back
That's
there.
right. Well, I mean, but Ellie and Tyson have really not come unhitched at all. They are touching, and they've really figured out their braking points and everything. Ellie just is hanging right on the back bumper of Tyson Swan.
Battle for 4th back there. James Insco not quite able to hold off Tim Clark as they come to the line, but for the moment, he does hold him off. Al, recall a few laps ago, Insco was able to pull away from Clark, but now without a drafting partner, Insco struggling to make progress toward this lead trio.
He's losing ground, 2.3 seconds now behind this 3rd-place driver, Brant Estes. And you know, see, Brant has to hang back a little bit there through 4, but he's testing himself. He might get a run here on these 2 guys. Now they're so tight, he's really going to have to get up the side and hold it tight on the inside of Ellie.
As far as Insco falling back, you really need somebody to dance with. And when he didn't have that, you could see he just had nothing left to give and has fallen away from this top trio. Now Estes maybe starting to come a little unhitched there, about a kart length between himself and Yanko in 2nd. Let's see if he's going to be able to close it in. And he seems
right
to,
there.
right through 16. So we've seen some wild passes through 16 just today, let alone what was viewed yesterday. So we'll see what is waiting as there's now 3 laps remaining here in our Legends.
When they get that 2 to go, I think that's when Brant is going to be making a move here. I think they're all going to start making moves on each other. Brant might just lay in wait here. It's either that or I'm just going to settle. It's unbelievable to see Tyson Swan there at the front. We're really happy to see him. We don't see him that often, but when he comes here, he really performs, and he has moved up through the field today. He started, I think, almost mid-pack and has managed to make his way to the head spot. So great job to Tyson.
That's right, Tyson, a native of Canton, Georgia, which would be just up the road. And right behind him, Elianko from Thornhill, Ontario, Canada. So definitely a difference in geography and commute times to get here. But right now, Swan, your leader. And as the popsicle sticks come up, They're
2 to
content
go.
once again to ride single file. You see that 4th, 5th, and 6th have merged up on the track. One other driver I don't see scored there. Todd Barron is now scored as a lap down. Have to wonder if he may have pulled off
I think he
with
did.
mechanical issues.
I did not see the leaders pass him, so I suspect if he's a lap down,
Yeah, now he's a lap down. That's hard luck for Todd. That's something that does not happen often at all for him.
No, I'm really curious to hear what happened.
Well, and you have to figure Chapel Hill's probably about a 5-hour drive home from here, and that really has to make the drive home sour on a Sunday evening. With to have had the way the weekend started for him, the way the day started, and then to just have it come apart, it's just got to be kind of a miserable ride home.
Yeah, you're right. I would agree with that. But he's got a lot of years in this thing and a lot of trophies under his belt. So I think I think it's going to hurt for a short period of time, but he's going to be right back at it. I'm sure we'll see him in Daytona. And the white flag is out, folks. We're going for the last lap, and here comes Brant Estes.
I think that's Yanko up the inside.
Yanko up the inside to Tyson Swan. Tyson Swan is going to try and take it back. They're really going after it here. And Estes is going out on the outside into turn 3. Is he going to be able to make this one work? Maybe, maybe not.
That's a tough place to pass. Maybe a little side contact there between Yanko and Estes.
But that puts Tyson Swan way out in front now. So really, right now, unless Tyson really messes it up here, it's going to be a battle for second between Estes and Insko.
Well, hold on. We've seen some wildness here as Swan leads Yanko and then Estes in third. It's a gap back to fourth, currently that is Insko with Clark running in fifth. So the battle should be decided right here. This is your podium. Really all left to be decided is the order of who's on what step. Swan, the driver out of Canton, leads Yanko. Let's see if Yanko has anything special.
Looks like Estes on the inside. It's going to be a drag race to the finish for second. Estes and Yanko and
Yanko second. Swan first, Yanko second.
A lot of hands up in the air there. I don't know if that was good job or maybe something a little stronger there. But
yeah, I think that might have been the universal sign of peace, but I couldn't quite tell.
As Will said a week ago, he was pointing him the way to heaven there. We don't want to project that onto somebody. It might have just been it seemed like mostly clean racing. I don't see a black flag mixed in with the checkered. So here's a replay. You see Brant Estes take a tight line off 16 to get to the bottom of Yanko, and looks, to my view, mostly clean there, although Estes
didn't squeeze him at all.
Right next to him.
Right next to each other. He might just be looking over his shoulder going, I got second.
Oh, I think that's a thumbs up.
That's a thumbs up right there.
That's a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Some clean racing. And from Swan out front, Tyson Swan, you could see his fist pumping in the air, celebrating his finals win.
There they go.
Great job. Great job, everybody. I know you can hear us up here in the booth, and we are really proud. Brant, that's Brant's second national podium. We are so proud of Brant here, and also Tyson. Great job, my friend. That was an awesome job. Great drive.
See Brant in the black and green, eyes up driving.
Is that Dr. Todd? No. Up front? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
that
is.
Yeah,
So he must have pulled off early. So we're going to go down to Steve Newbold. He's got something for us down outside of Victory Lane.
All right, guys, I've got some info of what happened with Dr. Todd. It seems like he's had a spark plug issue, and his engine was cutting in and out, so we went ahead and just pulled it off track. It's either a spark plug or a fuel issue. He's not exactly sure, but he was losing power going down the backstretch, and he just went ahead and pulled it in.
That's hard luck.
So no go for Todd Barron. That's what caused his issues this afternoon.
Now, let's also mention the fastest lap of the day here, James Insko with a 101.666. Don't know if I want the .666. We'll just say 667.
Yeah, he finishes
way to go.
Fourth place, and he increased 2 positions during the race.
Yep. The hard charger, I believe that's the lightning bolt. That goes to Drew Galloway. He managed to bring up 7 positions.
Cup Karts, like I said earlier, we're rolling to Ohio next weekend. Then after that, we'll be in, I don't know. Eventually, we're going in Northeast, so we're going up to Baltimore. Tony the Toe is the promoter up there in the Northeast Division, and Tony the Toe wants us to make sure everybody knows we're going to Baltimore, so we're looking forward to that. Check the schedule, and you'll see when we're going up there. Another brand new racetrack. Every year we have a number of new racetracks, and And Baltimore will be a new one for us. It's actually, I think it's an airport parking lot or something.
Nice.
You have to wonder on these airport tracks, do you end up with bumpy conditions out there? Like, who knows what kind of conditions you'll get on a random parking lot. So, Al Edwards, thanks for joining us in the broadcast. He may be back at some point, as it looks like our 206 Light Division is rolling onto the track, one of our larger fields again. And they look like they're under race pace. We might have just missed the start completely there. And for the moment, though, while they stream by, we're going to go back down to Victory Lane with Steve Newbold.
Well, usually we see Tyson Swan in the Vintage Series here at AMP and at the Georgia Karting. Wow, what a win. This is your first national event, if I understood Al correctly. Congratulations, first off. Walk us through it, and we're just going to have fun with us.
Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is not my first national. I've won several national championships. This is the first CKNA national that I've won. You know, it's nice to win at home. People come to your track, and we love it here. It's a wonderful facility. It's a little bit different, but it's nice to be able to win at home. Really is.
So, do we have any shake and bacon going on with you and Estes?
Oh no, Brant's a great driver. He's always been clean. He runs a great race with us here. Love to race with him. He's definitely a good asset to the organization.
All right, guys. Well, it sounds like they're coming through turn 14 now, so I'm going to go ahead and pan back up to you.
All right, Steve, we're loving the Grateful Dead logo on Swan's driving suit there.
It looks pretty good. I like it.
All right. 206 Light stacked up, and green flag is in the air, so we're underway as they hurdle their way towards turn number 1. Tight field formation, still 2 wide as they dive down the hill, and a couple karts going real wide, 3 wide trying to go up the hill. So intense action already here in the opening corners for our 206 Light final. Dave, they got to get single file down. That is not going to work through this kink.
No, and it looks like they're well.
You could see somebody right up on those curbs, might be getting some fillings checked on Monday after that bump, and they're 3 wide heading to turn 9.
I was just going to compliment them on being single file, too, and somebody proved me wrong.
Yeah, it comes up on you quick. You're that steep downhill. And, yeah, you have to wonder if they do that, if that's going to mess up the toe or any of the alignment on the kart, because that has to be quite a hard bang when you hit those curbs. Winner of our heat race earlier in the day was William Lawler. Colin Warren was second with Owen Lloyd in third as they come around to put 1 lap into the books. Officially, Colin Warren still our leader. Josie Chambers second with Owen Lloyd in third. One car going way wide off turn number 1 there.
Through the grass a little bit.
Yeah. Saving the engineering team some work later this week, mowing the grass out there. So there's the big knot at the back of the pack, but up front, like our top 5 trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Warren, your leader. Keep an eye on that red card of Owen Lloyd. He was charging up earlier. 3 wide. You can't make that work. My goodness, they did. But Colin Warren goes from 1st to 5th to 6th, all in one corner complex. Excuse me, that was Chambers in the 645.
I was gonna say, yes, it looks like Colin Warren's cart, the red cart, but it's not.
But, wow, he was right up at the front to get shuffled all the way back to 7th. And now with all that action going on, look at the conga line here. That second group has caught up. It looks like a peloton at the Tour de France. Gafarher leads, Owen Lloyd second, Colin Warren running in third. That was the scoring at the loop. I'm trying to see. It looks like Lloyd
changes.
Yeah, Lloyd is running in third right now, so it's a treadmill of turnover out there. They're going to go 2 wide through turn number 4. That's a bold move for 4th place. And hopefully they get single filed out through the kink. I imagine at senior light division, they're still thinking they're bulletproof out there.
Oh, of
course. Like our juniors.
Now, most of these guys, a lot of these guys will race each other 2 more times yet today.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see them in the mediums. We might have seen some of them in the heavies, but we should see some of them. Lloyd and Gafarher will definitely be out, and Lawler will be out in the medium class.
Yes.
Somehow in the background I hear one of those supercars shrieking by from the main track.
Figure out if I'm hearing that on the headphones or I'm hearing that live.
Either way, that was still pretty cool. It sounds like a GT prototype there. You can see one of those Ferraris streaking down the back straightaway.
See a Kart against a Ferrari. Who's faster?
Yeah, and a shifter might win it in a short run. Top 4 seems to now have broken away from the rest of this field. Gafarhar, your leader. Colin Warren second. He has the purple moniker of having the fastest lap. Then Owen Lloyd is in third. Reagan Seville running in fourth. Reagan's a name we haven't called too often this afternoon.
No.
So Reagan joining us. He's from Huntsville, Texas. Lloyd, the one from Waycross, Georgia. Now we see a battle for the lead. Gafarhar coming under pressure.
There comes
on
Owen
the
Lloyd.
inside. It's Warren coming up on the inside there. Warren out of Naples, Florida. He's going to the front. Will there be a crossover? No, but here comes Lloyd trying to get by as well.
Nope, he
and
gives up.
Thinks better of it. We continue on. 4 laps down, 10 more remaining. Every time those leaders start to battle, that second echelon gets right back up as they're side by side for the lead. Gafarhar and Warren going at it. Now here comes Lloyd as well. And I think that let Seville get up to third as well, so shuffle Warren back to fourth place.
Back to fourth, well, he won't be there long, though.
And again, that second group right into the picture as well. About the top 9 cars nose to tail as they weave their way through the S's.
Looks like they're going to settle down just a little bit, hopefully. I know you were asking earlier about airport race. We have never had one before. That's why I couldn't answer you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you also said a parking lot, too. I had visions of the old Cleveland Grand Prix where they'd run at the old Lakefront Airport.
I'm not sure. I know we're going to be at BWI Airport, wherever that is. And if it's
that's
operating,
the Baltimore Airport.
Baltimore, yeah.
But if you said a parking lot.
Well, I'm not sure. I might have made that part up. It's an operating airport, isn't it?
I believe it is.
Well,
yeah,
I think we got to use a parking lot then. I don't think we can use a live airport. Tony the Toe would know. Check your schedule.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Well, it might be an April Fool's Day joke. They said that Dawsonville was going to have a new city circuit, so
there you
we'll
go.
see.
I am all for unusual tracks, though, believe me. That sounds very unusual, so I'm looking forward to it. That's the Cup Karts Northeast Series, which a lot of people cross over.
Yeah, we've had one of our drivers came from Maryland this afternoon, so he'll be thinking it's home turf up there.
Another one from Pennsylvania that I know of. I'm trying to think of who else, but and the Canadians attend that one real well too. A lot of Quebec drivers attend the Northeast very well. Last year we were at Tim Hannon's racetrack up in New York, but we stayed in New Jersey or Pennsylvania or somewhere.
We had one of our drivers. It was actually Lawler in this race. It was from Ellicott City, Maryland. My story where you're saying the Canadians come down real well, I go to one dirt race at Charlotte. Across from the main track is the dirt track at Charlotte.
See it all the time.
In November, they have the Dirt Track World Finals there, and that includes the big block modifieds from up in the Northeast. And when a Canadian driver wins, it's money. Matt Williamson's the driver they support for. The fans live it up and love it up when that happens. They're all starting to sing "Oh Canada" when he's coming down towards victory lane. And I don't think of it as like a country versus country thing. I just enjoy seeing the sort of camaraderie that organically forms out of the audience.
It's a fun rivalry because the Canadians are just plain fun to begin with. So, yeah, I truly enjoy that.
And in the other classes, we see the cross flags. At that event, only the modifieds tend to have Canadian drivers. The others are mostly Americans because the modified series runs in mostly New York State over into Ontario or Quebec. So you have maybe a third of the drivers are Canadian. And, of course, the Canadians are pulling for that one-third. The other series tend to be more from the south or the western part of the country. You don't see a lot of Northeast drivers in sprints. You don't see a lot of Canadian drivers in sprints. It's just the nature of where the racing is.
When you say sprints, you mean winged sprint cars?
Yeah,
like World of Outlaws?
Yeah, World of Outlaws. That's the headline of that show. It's the World of Outlaws sprint cars, the World of Outlaws late model series, and then it is the Super Dirt Car series of the big block modifieds.
One of our racers' dads is on the World of Outlaws board of directors. So and they watch us a little bit.
I know the World Racing Group is headquartered in Concord, North Carolina, so they're just just down the road, and that's the group that owns the World of Outlaws.
Okay.
When it's the sprint cars, they call themselves the greatest show on dirt.
Yes, they do.
And
Johnny Gibson's the announcer.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see it, you understand why they call themselves that. They're running out there at, shifter kart speeds on dirt, that big wing on top. But we talked about stagger earlier. Here it's a road course. You can't have it. I don't know how many inches, if it's like 8 inches of stagger from the right rear to the left rear. It's an obscene amount, all to make those cars go left as fast as possible. Here, you need to have more balance in these karts because there's a mixture of lefts and rights. And if you tried to put stagger in the car, you wouldn't be able to turn the other way against the stagger. It just makes it too difficult.
Well, I like your description earlier. It's like a red Solo Cup, rolling it across the table. It's going to go one way.
We're going to hold one up in memory of Toby Keith,
who
we lost earlier
would,
this year.
I would absolutely subscribe to that.
But, yeah, that's the best description I can have with the stagger. The problem with stagger is it makes your corner great, but when you have to go down the straightaway,
you got to fight it.
Yeah, and you'll see the driver actually slightly turn to the right. So you sacrifice straight line speed for cornering speed, and on an oval, more than half the time you're turning. Here, it's a balance. I don't know, a third of the time you're straight, a third of the time you're turning the way the stagger would be set up for, and a third of the time you're going opposite
the other way,
that. And maybe we'll send Al out there with some stagger.
I think
and
we
see
should.
what happens.
I think that's a heck of a good idea.
Hashtag for science.
Yes.
All right, recapping our top 5 here. You see them on screen. Caleb Gafarhar is your leader. Owen Lloyd scored in second, but by Kart it looks like he's in third. Colin Warren
got ahead.
Up to second. Reagan Seville in fourth, and Colin Atkin is running in fifth place. As they come around to put lap number 10 into the book, so that would leave just 4 to go. And once again, this is our 206 Light feature. Coming up after this, we're going to get a little younger blood out on the track. 206 Sportsmen coming up. They're waiting in the wings. But historically, it is this 206 class, whether it's light or medium, that gives us our craziest finishes. Let's see if we can repeat the action that we had yesterday.
So it's a traditional two-stroke racer, Gafarra. I think is how you pronounce it. That's Colin Warren in second. Waycross Georgia's Owen Lloyd in third.
Reagan Seville running in fourth as now we see Lloyd step out a little bit through 14. Ooh, got a little loose over the curbs there. And
Egan back in fifth then. Okay.
Yep. How's the Entente holding for the moment? They're still nose to tail.
Here comes.
Yeah, just as I say it.
Warren.
If I say they're holding on, then we see a pass, and now they're all getting jumbled up down the hill. So Warren is able to try to get to the front. No, I think Gafarhar in that blue Valence is still out front. Warren slid back to third.
Owen Lloyd up to second.
Lloyd took advantage just by staying the course, was able to move up to second. So it's Gafarhar, Lloyd, Warren, Seville, and Aitken. Although I think maybe even Aitken got by Seville. Just looking at the number placards, because Seville has a 3-digit number. So I think he fell to fifth place. Owen Lloyd has to be chomping at the bit, looking for a win where he's been so close today, and things just have not gone his way. He made a huge charge up through the field in the LO206 Heavy after having to start pretty much at the shotgun tail of the field. 2 flags in the air. 2 more laps remaining here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Once again, you're watching the Cup Karts North America South Division. I'm John Matthews, joined by Dave Mack in the booth as the field moves up the hill. Looks like Owen Lloyd may have lost second spot once again to Colin Warren, as we see that reddish kart of Lloyd faded back to third. So the only constant seems to be Gafarhar up in first. Behind that, it is just constant change. Colin Aitken running in fourth, and then a gap has formed. Looks like Reagan Seville has lost the draft of the top 4.
No, Caleb Gafarhar, he did not have a very good weekend. I mean, it was very, very, very impressive, but not for him for the whole weekend so far. And all of a sudden, he's looking real strong right now.
Yeah, when you get to this level, you're not just looking for a good run. You're looking for checks, as we would say there. You're looking to be at the top of the podium. The white silk flies in the air from our starter as you see Gaffar take an extended look behind him. Maybe a low line into turn number 1 to be a little defensive. He drops down into turn 2. Owen Lloyd in third. Maybe took a wide line there, but for now they're all single file. Now Lloyd steps out. Looks like it's going to cost him as here comes Colin Aiken, steals third place. So maybe a ill-timed move for Lloyd. That shuffles him back to 4th.
And he was looking over his shoulder the whole time. He knew he made a mistake or had some kind of a problem.
And you know what? After 14 laps of intensity, it's easy to have a slight mental fade. Now into 9, we see Gaffar on the outside, and there's the move of the race perhaps, but Gaffar bangs his way back through there, till too wide. Gaffar and Warren. Now Warren slides back. He loses 3 spots. Here comes Aiken and Lloyd. Aiken, your new second-place runner. Lloyd in third. Gaffar leads the field. Defensive line down into turn 16. Let's see what Aiken can do. Possible crossover. Here comes Lloyd. They're side by side for second. That's probably going to open it up as the checkered flag is in the air. Flying to the finish. Caleb Gaffar, both arms out, extended and excited in victory. Coming home in second, Colin Aiken. Owen Lloyd third. Colin Warren in fourth, with Reagan Seville in fifth. Boy, they packed a season's worth of action into that one last lap.
Did you notice a black flag at all? I did not.
I didn't see one. I was looking for it. Here's a replay. You can see second and third getting after it. Owen Lloyd coming up to the inside.
Yeah, the black is out.
Okay, you're right. There's the blackout. But that wasn't for there. Turn 9 had maybe some action. I'd love to see a replay of turn 9 where it seemed like Gaffar and Warren were banging off each other and banging off the curbs. And ask and you shall receive. So now we see this in this replay. Gaffar is in the lead. Warren's in second. Warren comes to the outside. And then I believe we see a crossover attempt here. Looks clean so far. And that's turn 10 there. Maybe a little squeeze. And they're just leaning on each other.
Yeah, I don't.
And you can see Warren completely in the blue and white stripes there. He ends up losing all 3 of the spots there. So,
I think it was tough racing, but once again, I don't make those calls.
Yeah, we're not the judge. We're not the jury this afternoon. Thank God.
Yes,
for that.
yes, I agree with you.
So we are hearing, at least here behind us, we hear little glimpses or little snippets that there might be some penalties handed out. So we don't know what's official until Steve Newbold knows what's official. But wow, a dramatic finish there in our 2:06 light final. I have a feeling if they went 2 laps or they went 20 laps, we'd get the same chaos on the last lap there. That this time it seemed it started up in turn number 9. We'll see what the officials decide. Setting stage down in the staging area, it is our 206 Sportsman division. Aston Wyatt is in that 222 red and white machine. He's out of Huntsville, Texas. He was your winner in heat race action earlier, alongside Lincoln Massey out of Monroe, Georgia. Lincoln spent some time with us up in the booth. Inside of row number 2 looks to be Isaac Carvalho. That's number 21. He hails from Marietta, Georgia. And alongside looks to be Ryan Perez in the 122. Just looking for the numbers in the rest of this field. Al, I'm going to call on your eyesight. Is the car at the back of that, is that the 444 of Bowen Green?
It is.
Was he the driver who wasn't going to be here because he was at a baseball tournament?
Yeah, something like that.
And here he is. So I guess he's going to line up at the back of this field.
Yep.
That means Evan Fry and Riley Dobelar will be in that third row.
I think that's Dobelier.
Dobelier.
Yeah, I think the parents corrected me because I kept saying Dobelier too.
Okay. I just knew I was saying it wrong when I was saying it in the heat race. We're hearing a lot of chatter behind us about penalties potentially out of that race. But in the meantime, our sportsmen, you see the rip cords being pulled, so they're getting ready to start. Aston Wyatt's going to lead this field out on the parade lap. Al, we've seen Bowen Green here and compete very well. So what are we in store for? He's starting in 7th. Is Does he have to get up to third quick to get up with our top duo as before the draft is gone?
He does, but I don't see his cart moving. And I don't
No, he moved out. That's somebody else's
Oh,
cart
okay.
for the
Yeah,
next
sorry
race
about
there.
that. Yep. There he is. Yeah, he's really going to have to hit it hard.
So it is him on the
Yep.
track, you're pretty sure?
It is.
Wow. Well, that's probably bad news in the baseball world because that means he probably lost or something.
Yeah, he might have
out
lost.
of the tournament. There
Well,
we go.
we see the cars in the background, but in the foreground, it's Victory Lane with our own Steve Newbold. Take it away, Steve.
So after results have been finaled, they're still going through tech. Caleb is our winner. Caleb, walk us through that last lap. It was chaotic. Turn 9, turn 16. Walk us through it.
I mean, it was a wild whole race. I thought me and Owen were going to get away, but we stayed a 4-car battle, and I was just kind of holding the lead the whole race. Colin went for a couple passes, and I was able to hold it. But then on that last lap, I was like, okay, they're pretty close. I looked back down the back straight, and I didn't see them on my right, so I was like, oh, they're right behind me or passing me. And Colin was on my inside, and we got through too wide and went to the next corner. We got a little bit of wheel rub in the next one because I got high centered on the curb. But then we went to the last corner. I was like, I looked to the right. I just want to see if anybody was setting me up, but nobody did. So I was like, I think we got this.
Before we go, does it make you nervous at all leading a big train like that?
No, not at all.
And he's a little bit more than me. But brother, I see what you're doing over there. Brother.
What's up, brother?
Send it back up to you guys.
Caleb stone cold about being out front. So congratulations to Caleb Gafarhar, our 206 light winner here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Green flag's out, so we're back underway with our sportsman division. And look at that. Aston Wyatt goes right to the front. Looks like
Bowen Green
Carvalho
goes from 7th to 4th.
Okay,
Bam.
looks like Carvalho got in there, so we'll see where Lincoln Massey settled out on that unpreferred outside line. And you're right, Bowen Green already working his way up towards the front.
And I think actually Lincoln, yeah, I think he's 3rd.
Well, we'll wait for timing and scoring to get settled out. If that's the case, Bowen Green looking down to the inside of somebody in turn 9, makes the move. And
No, that's actually Lincoln's 4th.
Okay, so Lincoln had
Got
a
shuffled back quite
very
a bit.
tough start.
Yeah, he did.
So Bowen Green's already in front of Lincoln Massey. Those two have crossed swords at different times this season already.
sure
So
have, yep.
they put on the show without the sort of national level event. Those two just going one-on-one. Out front, Aston Wyatt is the known factor. He was the heat race winner, and he's coming around to put lap number 1 onto the board as your leader.
Yeah, Lincoln Massey making a move here.
And maybe a little
Wow.
contact down at the bottom there. Carvalho gets shuffled out.
Wide.
Yep, Lincoln Massey making a move here on the outside. He's going to make it stick. He's going to have to stick it back in there.
And will this allow our top 2 to break away? As I think that's Bowen Green that might be up into second place right there. Aston Wyatt continues to be your leader.
Until they come by the stripe, we'll get official results.
I think that
Or
is Bowen
update.
Green because
I think you're
Massey's,
right.
Massey's number 7. I'm trying to get his
Massey's
placard
3rd.
in there. He's 3rd in line.
He is 3rd
Okay.
in line right now. So I think that's Bowen Green in second. Number 444, Bowen Green in second. And they have pulled away quite a bit, and Massey is getting a bump draft here from Isaac Carvalho. And so they're really going to have to work together to get back up here. It's going to take a couple of laps, but they're going to do it if they do it wisely.
So Bowen Green started at the back of the pack as he was on a baseball field at some point earlier today. He's come out of the bullpen for the final, and he has scored in second place. He has the purple moniker on Race Hero, 61.853 seconds, the fastest lap so far in this race.
So it is Aston Wyatt, Bowen Green, Lincoln Massey, Isaac Cavallo.
Correct.
Ryan Perez, Evan Fry, and Riley Doblayer.
Nose to tail go our leaders. Nose to tail go 3rd and 4th. Right now, the gap not shrinking or increasing between them. Boy, you know, Lincoln Massey's trying to do everything he can in his powers to try to catch that draft of the leaders.
And they're catching them. They're making it work here. Isaac Carvalho is doing the right thing by pushing.
Well, by pushing, he also gets closer to the front as
Exactly.
well. So he's helping someone, which helps himself in the greater scheme of things. Aston Wyatt continues to lead. There's Bowen Green in second, and now we should see 3rd and 4th start to catch that draft and they should be able to make this a 4-car battle. Typically here we have seen Isaac Carvalho here racing as well, but usually once Bowen Green and Lincoln Massey get going, Carvalho gets unhitched from the draft, ends up having to settle for third. So it's great to see Isaac running fourth here in action early on.
And a good way to describe that draft, many years ago we used to always have the windows open in the car when you're driving on the interstate. Well, now you have them closed. But open your window sometimes, stick your arm out the window, and the wind will blow it way back. It's going to be real hard to keep it out there. Pull up behind a semi, and you're floating in just dead air. There's no resistance whatsoever. That's basically what these people are going through.
Exactly right. It's a great way to put it. It gets really quiet when you get about 6 feet off of a semi at 80 miles an hour, and then you don't have to hit the gas hardly at all.
We hope no police are watching this, as Al might have just admitted to some sort of crime as we see Lincoln Massey go really wide off turn
Lincoln
17
goes wide.
there.
Isaac Carvalho goes on the inside. Let's qualify that. That's in Montana where the speed limit is 80.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Not the speed limit, it's the tailgating part, brother.
Actually, drafting is legal in Montana as well.
Did Montana
really?
finally?
Yes, yep.
Do they have a speed limit? Because they didn't used to.
It was Utah that actually abolished their speed limit.
Okay.
No, but there's
Montana for many years.
At the point in the 60s and 70s, the speed limit during the daytime was just called reasonably imprudent.
Reasonably imprudent.
And a $5 ticket.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, as we're talking about speed limits, it looks like Lincoln Massey is breaking a speed limit here because he has just made his way into second with Isaac Carvalho in front of him.
I think that's Bowen. I think it was Bowen Green that went to the point.
It's Bowen Green that's in front of him.
So Aston Wyatt goes from first to third in just a couple of corners. Let's see if the driver out of Huntsville, Texas is able to respond, as Bowen Green didn't have any laps on the track today until he set on for the feature. Moved his way up from 7th, quickly got to 3rd, got up to 2nd, passing Lincoln Massey, and now he's your new leader as we put lap number 5 onto the board.
5 of 14. Do we come down any? Or
no, 14.
Still 14.
Yeah. Okay. 14 was they came down from 16.
Yeah.
Oh,
as
it looks
they're
like
almost
Lincoln
3
Massey
wide.
almost got pushed out by Aston.
Hand signals there.
Yep, a little bit. Hey, what are you doing there, dude? So, Bowen Green has moved a little bit ahead there when Aston tried to make that move on Lincoln Massey. So now they're going to have to work together to get back up on Bowen Green, and that's going to happen because they've caught that draft again. Here comes he sucks right back up on top of him.
And
here.
Isaac Carvalho also trying to get in, otherwise he'll be caught out with nobody to dance with. Bowen Green, your leader. Lincoln Massey runs in second, so it's a pair of Georgia boys leading the Texas native here in our 206 Sportsman final.
And are they going to come unhitched here? Is Bowen Green and Lincoln Massey going to turn into a 2-kart battle? Doesn't look like it here. Lincoln runs wide once again, and unfortunately it really got Alex, I call him Ashton, back up on top of him.
So Aston Wyatt, that red cart in the 3rd slot. Lincoln Massey in the number 7. He's running in 2nd. Little sluggish up the hill. Bowen Green in that 444 for the moment opens up a couple of cart length advantage. Now we'll see the draft come into play, and we imagine Massey and Wyatt will reel in our leader once again. Carvalho starting to slip off. Maybe he has lost the draft.
Is he going to go for it? No, he's going to suck right back up on top and give him a hard bump. Turn in. He's trying to open it up, and Lincoln Massey might have a challenge here from Aston. Not quite, but he stuck a nose in there. Lincoln certainly knows he's there.
Yeah, there's a term they use in cycling that when somebody loses the draft, they say the elastic has snapped. And unfortunately for Carvalho, that appears to be the case, where now that gap will open up as our top 3 are locked in the draft. Carvalho does not have that aid, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time every single lap.
Unless these guys start racing. They really start bumping and bamming. Isaac could catch right back up.
Well, and as we saw in one of our earlier finals where the 3rd place guy, the top 2 got after it, and the 3rd place guy came from out of nowhere, and if he had a few more feet, we might have had a different result.
That's right.
I believe that was down in our cadet race where Greer and Ryder Thompson going at it. Tyler Morowek came in from literally out of the shot. Like where even was he?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He wasn't even on the camera view.
Right.
And all of a sudden he's racing for the win.
He whips it out and boom, Just, I mean, it was like he had nitrous oxide.
Well, I'm thinking if he had that much ability or horsepower or whatever, why didn't he use it earlier in the race?
Right, exactly.
And of course, that's not even close to true.
He just came out with a whole bunch of momentum, the camera angle. We just had those 2 front drivers, and then all of a sudden he just pulled out, and there he was.
And we kind of forgot about him. We thought it was a 2-driver battle.
Exactly.
So no question, it is not a 2-driver battle here. 3 karts hooked together. Bowling Green. Massey goes way wide
and loses the position.
Woo, almost to the tires there.
Yeah, really washed him out there. I don't know if he was being touched or not, but wow, that was hard luck for Lincoln.
I mean, usually sometimes there's penalties if they put 4 wheels up in that painted area. Lincoln may have just about had 8 wheels out in there for the amount of space he had. Here's a replay.
No,
already too late if there, but
wide. He just ran wide. He lost the position
like
there.
Just pushed
so
out,
hopefully there's no penalty there because he lost the position.
Well, and that might be the penalty itself, as he's probably even lost the draft at this point.
Might have.
All it takes is one bad corner, and you can lose so much track position.
Absolutely.
Bowling Green leads Aston Wyatt, and then you see on the screen, that's the gap back to Lincoln Massey.
Yeah.
Probably a 1.5 seconds that he will lose on this one lap. So they'll come across the line. Most of our leaders that lap running 102, Lincoln Massey a 103.5. So, yeah, about a 1.5 seconds lost for the driver out of Monroe on that lap.
That is too bad. Now, we've got 5 laps to go here, 9 complete. We're on the 10th lap. So let's see if Lincoln can reel them in because they are starting to come unhitched themselves. You notice here the 444 is getting a little bit of an advantage, and then Aston just sucks right back up on top of them. They start racing each other. It could mean Lincoln could come and just blow right by them.
I think it was so far this season when Bowling Green and Lincoln Massey have been on track. Bowen has come out on top when they've been out there. So Bowen is a stout competitor when we're having club races, and he's showing that same form today for the CKNA South National event.
Yeah, let's take a look at our ground here. Yeah, he's 2.8 seconds behind at this point.
Yeah, and he was about a second slower than our top 2. So
yeah.
You can see the power that the draft has. Lincoln Massey running similar lap times to Isaac Carvalho in 4th and Ryan Perez in 5th.
And he wasn't, and so I'm thinking he might be having a small mechanical because he's really fallen off. That's not like Lincoln.
Well, Bowling Green and Aston Wyatt up front.
About 3.5 laps remaining as they make their way through the S's, and they'll come back towards us. If it was the Masters, we'd say that's the clubhouse turn out there, and they're headed back towards us. Once again, Aston Wyatt hopping up in his seat, maybe to get a little boost up the turn, maybe to get settled in the ideal position. He's right back to the rear bumper of Bowling Green.
Well, we have to give Lincoln Massey some props here. He's gone purple, 101.488.
That was on lap number 5, I think right before the intense action happened, and then he got unhitched. Now, these drivers have GoPro cameras. You can see the one right to the left side of Aston Wyatt. Will be interesting to see what Lincoln garners when he watches that film, either tonight or coming up in the week ahead. What happened in that one corner?
Yeah, something's wrong. He's falling off a little bit too much here.
Bowling Green.
I'm going to say at this point now he's probably 5 seconds behind. He's really falling off.
Bowling Green able to open up a little bit of daylight. Yep. That's about his largest lead of this race. Call it 3 kart lengths. Now can Aston reel him in like he's got the hook set on a good
he's
fish?
Doing it right there. He's right back up on top of him.
Wow.
So catching him is one thing. Can he pass him is another. This time around, they will see 2 clinched flags in the air from our starter, indicating 2 laps remaining here in our 206 Sportsman final.
Yep.
Coming up after this, we'll have our Masters and then our 206 Medium to complete the program as they are nose to tail for a moment through turn 1. We see Aston trying to close in on Bowling Green, using a little of the bobsled technique. Bowen solid in that seat, just holding his position as they're again nose to tail. They come down through the kink. Let's see what kind of run Wyatt can get up towards turn 9. Well, for the moment, not quite strong enough to make an attempt on that leader 444 card. So Green holding on for now. You are seeing the best battle on the track, and it is the battle for the top spot on the podium.
And they just can't, really, I'm not quite sure how much of that is by design and how much of that is that's all he has. I'm pretty sure Aston has something.
Yeah, he's got something for him.
Well, we shall see.
We're going to get one to go.
The white flag flies in the air. Maybe a little block from Green going into turn number 1.
Definitely a little nervous. He's looking over his right shoulder. You better look over his left
here
now.
He comes. Watch out.
And sometimes being nervous will create the problem that you're trying to avoid in the beginning.
The race behind him, not the race in front of him. He just needs to hit his marks and drive defensively and not worry about Aston at all. Aston just washed out a little bit. You see just that little steering correction that he just had. Got him about a half a cart length behind.
Well, that's easy for us to say up here in air-conditioned comfort where they've been out there in the heat 14 laps and now. We see Bowen Green block down the inside. Can Wyatt make a crossover?
He got sideways there. You see him really step out, and now Aston is right on top of him. He was trying to break the draft there.
So they'll go up through David's Bend, reach the top point, turn 14, Green.
Over his shoulder twice.
Defensive driving down through 14. Let's see if he'll block on 16. Here we see Wyatt getting right to the rear bumper. Bowen defensive on the inside. Crossover's coming. Here comes Wyatt. They're side by side. Contact off 17. To the stretch. To the line. Contact again. Bowen Green takes the checkers first with Aston Wyatt coming home in second.
But they almost took each other out right at the line.
And I couldn't see if there was a black flag in the checker there.
There's going to be something going on there, I can assure you. Isaac Carvalho got by Lincoln Massey.
So Isaac
congratulations to Isaac on the podium.
Yeah, Isaac staying composed. Here we see a replay. Green blocking on the inside. The crossover from Wyatt. You could see those wheels wiggling back and forth. Green squeezes Wyatt right down to the inside. They come down to the stretch, and here we see Wyatt get high and catch the left rear of Green. Nervous moments for sure, so we'll see what the stewards decide. But for the moment, Bowen Green has been declared as the winner in our 206 Sportsman Final.
No, unofficially, we don't know if that race is done because there was no black. I was watching. But
the black could have been,
yeah.
It takes a while to say put the black flag out there with
it. There's no way they could have called that, but I'm sure there's going to be some review on that.
Oh, good race. Oh, great race.
It was a good race.
Exciting finish.
Hard luck for Lincoln there. It looks like he had some sort of an issue.
Way to go, though, Bowen Green. Bowen's having a really good weekend.
Well, we're going to need some highlights from the baseball field and see what he did. See what happened this morning.
Yeah, see if we can get Steve to ask him about that.
Drivers congratulating each other a little bit. I know our Johnny on the spot is Stephen Newbold. Hopefully he is garnering all the information for a Victory Lane interview. Do want to let you know coming up next will be our Masters division, one of our largest fields this weekend. 21 karts ready for action. But we'll stay focused here as the sportsmen go through our tech, make sure everyone has weight, and then the jury will go to the deliberation room. We don't know if it's an actual room, but they'll deliberate on what to do to the results.
I think it's a balcony right in front of us, to tell you the truth.
The jury balcony with a great view.
I think both series promoter and race director are out there, so I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yep.
Well, once again, you've been enjoying a beautiful day of racing here in the North Georgia Mountains. Thanks for spending some of your time with us on Kart Chasers here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm John Matthews, joined by Dave Mack in the booth, as well as Al Edwards, the proprietor of the Will Bite Racing Team. Has a few drivers out on track today providing his expertise. Steve Newbold is our pit reporter.
And representing Cup Karts all over the world, I am very happy to be here. Thank you for allowing me to play in your playground.
We love it.
Truly are enjoying it.
I'm going to start politicking to get you guys back next year. I already started that when Brett was here. I think Will and Lucas might get more of a vote than I do on that one. So
I'll tell you what, if you had a dramatically larger parking lot, I would lobby for a national here.
What might happen if they didn't have something at main track that day?
Yeah.
So the officials just trying to compile all of the results, and now you see our masters in the staging lanes. They're just waiting for all of the other classes and the cars in the previous class to clear the scales.
Yeah,
and get the
scale
track
line
opened up.
just a little bit short here, so the carts are still on the track, waiting to get off the track, and that's what the holdup is here.
And that's just a change. It's only a couple weeks old that we've had that. In the past, it was over by the Kartworks building. But then we had the problem of carts that were all coming through an area where people were walking. Part of that was alleviated by moving the staging up to where it is. We used to have tech and staging and everything all sort of in one area right by this building. So I'm sure they'll continue to refine the process here. As you know, if we have a field of 10 carts, not a problem. You put 40 carts through, and it's like, wow, we didn't factor that into the math.
And we start like 72 at Newcastle in one race. So
Oh, my goodness. That would be wrapped around bumper to bumper on most tracks. So
all kinds of families and kids, and obviously the carts are right on the other side of the tire barrier there, and then you can see all the family and supporters and everything along the fence watching the action, cheering their drivers on.
It is a family affair for sure. Usually the crew chief is dad.
Yep.
In a lot of these operations, when the kids get a little older, around this age is where they'll start getting the kids to work on the cart a lot more. When they're 5 and 6 years old, you see them more interested in playing tag or playing catch once they get off of the carts. But definitely a family affair here in racing.
And I'll tell you that, I've been doing this since day one, back when we were called a different series before we had to change the name to Cup Carts. And I have never, ever, ever had an entry from the state of Utah. So I have a personal bounty, and it's been going for 4 or 5 years now, maybe longer, that I will pay out of my own pocket. It's nothing to do with Cup Carts. I will pay out of my own pocket for anybody that enters from the state of Utah. So Stacy got a real treat up in South Bend, Indiana. She heard that one time about 4 or 5 years ago. She went on Facebook and immediately changed her location to somewhere in Utah. I think she said or something.
You need to check IDs,
yeah,
brother.
I said, no, Stacy, I'm not paying you. But hats off to her. She is so funny. Her husband, J.D. Gunn, which I think is the greatest name in motorsports. J.D. Gunn, So, and he really is coming on lately. So
you've seen drivers from all the other states except Utah?
Not everyone, but for whatever reason, I picked the state of Utah is because they have such a fantastic track there.
Okay.
Just west of Salt Lake City.
Oh, wait, so there's a track that no one's from the state in?
Nobody has ever raced with us from Utah.
Okay.
And I can't figure out why. What do they have against us? I mean, we've had 8, 10, 12 countries, but nobody from the state of Utah for some reason.
Wow. Well, that's a statistical anomaly, it would seem like.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
But that's just my personal opinion.
So peering down here at our Masters division, the winner in the heat race earlier in the day, James Bricotti. You see him at the bottom of the screen in that 721 card. Alongside is Ron Kleiss. Kleiss had the quick lap in that pre-final, 102.127 seconds. They're set to go 14 laps here, and they got a good-sized field, as you can see. I count 20 carts, although they're not all stacked up side by side. Could have 21. We'll see how many actually answer the call. The shadows, we're getting to that hour of the day. The shadows starting to grow a little bit longer here. Earlier this season, we noticed that a lot of shadows started to streak across the straightaway into turn 16 as well as the main straightaway, and that can pose some extra challenges for the drivers where they'll dive into the shadows and then immediately come back out into the sunshine. We'll see how things go. The sun a little higher in the sky than it was when we had our opener several weeks ago.
So we have a bunch of entries from all over the place, just as usual. Where's High Springs? Is that North Carolina or something?
I think the driver from High Springs was Florida.
Oh, okay.
I saw that in
Ron Kleiss, isn't it? Yeah, Ron Kleiss. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have some huge names here. We got James Brucati and Danny May, Ron Kleiss, Tyson Swan, Todd Barron, Ellie Yanko, Jorge Ruiz, Kevin Medeiros, James Insko. I mean, just a lot of fantastic names. Ryan Sporowski, Terry Downs. Terry Downs, they have a, they're very, very interesting. Every time you go by their pits, they have, and I can't remember, Podium something products. And it looks like we're starting the engines.
Yeah, the ripcord's coming out. Nice thing about these 206 engines, a lot of times you can see the driver just reach back with their own right hand and pull it. It's not like a lawnmower where you have to hop off and pull it. Just reach back while you're in the seat and pull it. Even if they stall on track, sometimes they'll just be able to reach over and get it going. Versus my personal favorite is the tags. They just have a push button start on them. But other classes, you need help to start, or shifter carts, you need to get a push. Or you can hop out of the cart, put it in neutral and do a running start with yourself.
Have you ever seen it? It's either ICC or ICA. Can't remember which, but it's a direct drive, solid, so they don't have any clutch or anything. So the driver lifts up the rear end, holds the steering wheel with the left hand, lifts up the rear end with the right hand, runs down the racetrack, drops the rear end, and jumps into the seat. And as soon as them wheels, because they're constantly going, as soon as they start going.
That sounds like an OSHA violation. I mean, that really does.
It is just a hoot. Oh, if you've never seen one of those races, I highly recommend it. It's what is it? ICA, I think, is a shifter, type of shifter, a non-moto. So it must be ICC. One or the other anyway. It is just a riot to watch.
Yeah, that's where normally in the shifter carts, normally they just pull the clutch in or even have it in neutral, get it rolling, and then they just pop the clutch.
The only time they use the clutch is,
that or the standing start, or to get things started and on the way.
But yeah, and shifter carts, anybody who don't know, it's a 6-speed gearbox, 125cc liquid-cooled 6-speed gearbox, and they're kind of a treat to watch too. They're I call them smokers because they're definitely a lot of blue smoke. When they're sitting stationary, they have a lot of blue smoke.
Well, and that's because they run those two-stroke engines. You mix the oil and the gas together, so you have those plumes of bluish-white smoke come up, especially at the start. They want high revs when they pop the clutch, so to speak. So getting set to go with our Masters final. And coming up after this, we'll close out our program with our 206 medium. So once again, our Masters look to be staged up nice and neat. Danny May at the back of the field in that 999. We'll see if he's able to charge up, but that's not a normal spot for the driver out of Athens, Georgia. He's picked up several wins over the past few seasons here. So they creep their way through the tram lines. Even Steven, things seem good. Green flags out. Masters final underway.
Ronnie Kleiss got to cross a line first. He's not necessarily still in first, but he did cross the line
I think
first.
he's holding station on the inside, so that's going to put James on the outside. So I think Kleiss slid up in front, so it might be Ron Kleiss.
And Todd Barron is back on the track. We're happy to see that. He had an issue with the spark plug earlier.
So our field mostly getting strung out down the back straightaway. We should have some happy news from down in Victory Lane in a moment. Let's send it down to Steve.
So I'm changing Bowen's name to Rivera, as in Mariano Rivera, as the closer. He came in after his baseball game, again, like he did yesterday, and won the race yet again. So walk us through your day, because it seems to have been kind of hectic.
We unfortunately lost our baseball game, so we scurried on down to the go-kart track, got the go-kart ready, and in the race I was able to get to the lead early, and me and Ashton were able to pull away. I was able to block on the last lap, and Ashton drove a great race, but I was able to pull it out.
It was pretty interesting watching out on the big screen, watching you go through the final turn. You know, guys were kind of bumping and banging there at the end. Does that throw you off any during that last little bit when you guys were bumping and banging?
Not really. I mean, I've raced enough national races where I'm quite used to it, but yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and set it back up to you.
Hey, Bowen, I'm going to ask for your autograph later.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you,
Thank
Steve.
you, guys.
As he says, with Mariano Rivera, the closer. We're gonna call him Allen Iverson though, because it's practice. Who needs practice?
Sure,
he just
exactly.
jumps in and goes straight into the final and goes from the back for the victory. Congratulations, Bowen Green, on your sportsman win this afternoon. Back on track. One lap is on the board. They're coming around to finished their second lap. Ron Kleiss leads James Bricardi, Todd Barron, Terry Downs, and James Insko. A little bit of churn the second time around, although Kleiss continues to lead. Good to see Barron back out. He had that spark plug or fuel problem in the he was in the Legends, so he's doing double duty. Now he's against drivers that could be up to 20 years his junior in this field, and he's holding his own for the moment. So Kleiss, the driver out of High Springs, Florida, leads the field down the back straightaway. Second place, Brincati. He was the heat race winner. Let's see what he might be able to do in that 721 machine. Made the trip down from Troutman, North Carolina. And the rest of the field, mostly single file back through the field. One driver we had mentioned early on was Danny May, and so far he is up to 16th spot. Boy, it's tough to say you're going to start in 20-something spot and charge through the field. Unless your name is Hamilton, I don't think you're going to be able to make it happen.
And Danny May is having a pretty good weekend, too. He's running real strong.
So he had some sort of misfortune. Remember, he was the first car over the scales.
Yep.
Yeah, so he had some mechanical and just pulled off, and they would tech him first.
Best part about him is he was still smiling.
Yeah.
Danny is a very happy person.
All right, so our top five is broken away from the rest of the field. And that top five is Ron Kleiss, James Brincati, Todd Barron, Terry Downs, and James Insko. We've heard Insko's name before as well, so he must have been racing in the Legends division.
Yeah, James Insko doesn't make all of our races, but he makes a fair amount of them, enough that you remember him. And he's another jacket-only guy, no race suit.
I can also say I really haven't met another Insko. So it's a pretty unique name as well. If you had said Smith, you'd be like, there's a lot of them out there.
Where is James from? I'm thinking Northeast, but I'm not sure.
James Insko is listed as being from DeLand, Florida.
Oh.
That would be sort of on a line between Orlando and Daytona.
Okay.
I believe is about where DeLand is. So not too far from the next race coming up for CKNA at Daytona. So by golly, he better be there.
For the CKNA South Series.
The CKNA South, yeah. As we had some conversation with Brett, so James better be there.
Yeah, I would think so. I guess I wasn't even close when I said up in the Northeast area, was I? Wow.
It's the, how about this? Away. It's the Northeast of Florida.
There you go.
There we go.
That's what I meant. Yep, you're right.
Always a way to bring it back to truth.
Sure.
All right, top five on track there. Maybe that fifth place Kart coming unhitched, and that would be Insko. But just as I say that, he's able to get right back to the rear bumper of fourth place Terry Downs. They come around to complete lap number 5. That would leave 9 laps remaining. Side-by-side battle for fourth as Insko works up to the inside of Downs. Let's see what happens down through the hill as they come up. Whoa, one cart down to the inside, and I'm seeing one cart that's not even in the frame. So we lost somebody there at the bottom of turn number 2, and you can see the ton of momentum lost. That driver that made it up the hill lost 3 positions. There we see the 222 looks to be in some amount of pain. That was Terry Downs, so something happened down at the bottom of that hill. I couldn't tell if he was anguished because of what happened or if he might have been hurting from some contact, leaning very far back in his seat. And that's going to make it a 3-cart breakaway. Kleiss continues to lead Brincati and Barron. It goes to show how quick things can happen. It seemed like they're driving side by side. The next thing you see is one cart down several positions, the other off to the side, being aided by one of the marshals. Let's see where Insko falls. He came around 5th on that lap, and now, according to the scoring, he's back in 6th, but he is 4 seconds in arrears.
So it looks like number 9, Ron Kleiss, is still your leader. Brincati, I believe, still in 2nd, and Todd Barron in 3rd. So Todd fixed whatever spark plug or whatever problem he had, obviously. Probably a different cart, actually.
It could be. It would be a different cart. You'd figure that happened. Somebody else that's fixed it. Danny May started 21st. He is up to 11th position. He is 9 seconds in arrears, but given enough time, he'll win this thing. It may not happen in this amount of laps, but we'll continue to follow his advancement up through the field. And we can say that Terry Downs has retired. He stopped scoring, and he has scored us at least 1 lap down. So he has the fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, he is right now scored as 19th position as the cross flags are out. 7 down, 7 to go here at AMP.
And bad luck for Terry Downs, unfortunately. Sorry to see that, but he is out of the race.
So our top 3 continuing to just run in single file. Currently scored in 4th, Ryan Sporowski, 3 seconds in arrears. So there's been some more changes behind. I think we may have seen, obviously Downs is out.
You know, Doc, well, he's thinking about pushing James Brucati to try to get ahead of Ron Kleiss. And Brucati up side by side, the Doc right behind him. Well,
yeah, the Doc dumped. He just dumped Brucati there.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah.
He just hung Brucati out to dry. I'll help you. No, I'm not going to help you out there.
Whoops, changed my mind.
So the doctor pulled a fast one there. Kleiss continues to lead. Now it is.
Doc is battling for the lead.
Yeah, and you know who Brucati's
No,
going to
he's
help
back
that
in.
time
Yeah.
there. But moved Todd Barron up to 2nd place. Brucati has that burned feeling right now, though.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was getting a push from Barron, and then Barron just dropped down to the inside of the track to get behind Kleiss, who continues to lead. Now Barron in that clean white-looking kart is running in 2nd. Brucati in the multicolored kart. You happen to know what chassis Brucati's running?
I do not, actually.
I was wondering if it might be a Tony, just the color of the color on the front, the striping. Looks like some other Tony karts I've seen.
Definitely does look like a Tony kart. I'm not positive. Yeah, I can't see it from there.
Okay. No worries. As Kleiss continues to lead Barron, and they're starting to pull away from Brucati. He's going to have to do something special here to reel in this top duo, or he is going to lose the draft. And there you can see it. That draft may have been snapped there.
And here comes Doc Barron again, looking on the inside of. And it's, wow, that's a
He's
close
still
one.
side by side, and they're into turn 1 side by side, down into turn 2 side by side,
And real
almost
close.
like a
They
parade lap.
better settle down here.
Yeah, they finally get single file, and that has allowed Brucati to
change.
get back into this battle, though. Of all of that racing, they were side by side through several corners, though. So clean, hard driving here in round 4 of CKNA. And just as soon as Brucati got in there, it seems like he was distanced once again.
So once again, your leader, Ron Kleiss, followed by Todd Barron and James Brucati. Ron Kleiss, he's got a very, almost invisible kart, just all black, nothing unusual, but he's got a very distinct helmet.
Yeah, the white helmet makes him stand out, or silver color, perhaps. I was going to say we'd see shadows at this point in the day, but some cloud cover has drifted over the speedway. Dave, you have to wonder if that's going to lower the temperatures, might change the way that things handle out there. Usually the cooler temperatures will tighten up the track.
Certainly think it would. Doc Barron is doing some kind of hand signals. He's not happy with Ron Kleiss for some reason. And I didn't see anything. I'm not quite sure what he would be complaining about.
Well, unless it was from something where they were side by side, which to us looked like clean racing.
Yeah.
In the emotional state in the cockpit, it may be a little, they may have a different viewpoint than we have here.
Yeah, and the camera angle doesn't always give true vision, too. It's nice to have, but it's not always, you can see things sometimes with the naked eye that you can't with a camera.
We're still nose to tail. This
Yeah.
time they'll be coming around to put lap number 11 into the board, and you can see that gap back to 3rd. So it's now a 2-driver battle, and it is an even bigger gap back from 3rd to 4th.
Or all kinds of hand signaling, and I don't know what's going on
Maybe
there.
is he signaling to somebody on the side? Or
Could be, because that's right where everybody would be standing,
Yeah.
yeah.
you figure the driver wouldn't be signaling too much. The signals usually go the other way.
Yeah.
The information comes to the driver. Nose to tail as they sweep once again past our vantage point here in the building. One of the things that we'll be watching, Brucati is running in 3rd, sort of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Will the next group of karts, there's 4 of them coming, be able to catch him, or will he just settle in for third as we have another kart down, the number 92 machine down at the bottom of the hill. That's Jorge Ruiz. So another problem down there. He was scored as 9th coming around that time. Danny May up to 8th place. But all eyes focus on the front. Todd Barron in the white kart looking to find a way around Ron Kleiss in the black number 9. Can't get through Dawsonville without a number 9 as the popsicle sticks go up. And now Barron makes a late move into 1. Barron.
2 laps to go.
Oh, he pushes wide, but he's your new leader.
Todd Barron is leading, yep, with 2 laps to go.
So maybe all those hand signals came into fruition. I have to, at this point, pull for a number 9. Maybe the siren will be going off at the pool room if a number 9 wins. But Todd Barron now at the front. Less than 2 laps remaining. Let's see if Kleiss can mount a charge to retake the lead. Stalking Barron down the back straightaway. They're onto the brakes for turn number 9.
And they got about a lap and a half to go, and Todd Barron is still leading, followed by Ron Kleiss.
Kleiss is right there, so Barron had a lot of laps to study what Kleiss was doing. Kleiss won't have that time, but he's going to look to the outside, ultra close through turn 16, even too close to make a crossover there. He just got stuck on the outside.
Those tires were so close, and I don't think they touched. I don't know how it's possible.
White flag in the air. Now Kleiss goes to the inside with a slingshot move, so he's going to lead down the hill. Here comes Barron. He's going to fire back over. So Barron right back to the front after being behind for a turn, and they're going to go side by side. Kleiss getting right up to that rear axle, but no closer. They sweep past our vantage point and drop down to the kink.
Lippity-doo-dah.
Behind him, James Brancati, 3 seconds in arrears. So this is the race for the top of the podium. Kleiss to the outside. Is he going to try the crossover? He sets him up and sends it through turn 11, but no! The doctor holds on through the S's, so Barron continues to lead over Kleiss. Just a few turns remaining. Barron down to the inside. Here comes Kleiss looking for some setup. The best passing we've seen all day has happened in 16 and 17. Kleiss through the center of the corner. Oh, and then that Kleiss spins out and backs it into the wall.
All by himself.
You see the frustration, and a couple of karts go by.
1, 2, 3 pass him, yeah.
So Todd Barron, your winner. We don't know if he was expressing frustration or wanted something else, but at the finish, Kleiss fades to 7th spot as your leader and goes on to win. Todd Barron. Brancati comes home in 2nd. James Insko 3rd. Ryan Sporowski 4th with Kevin Medeiros coming home in 5th.
And I see the checkered only. I don't see a black. No, that doesn't mean anything will happen right at the end. But
here's a replay. Yeah. Barron leading. Kleiss in 2nd. They go to the corner. I don't know if Barron broke early, and Kleiss just
had to lock him up, maybe?
Yeah, locked him up. Almost got into the back of Barron, and you could see his hands in the air. I don't know if that's frustration or looking for a call. And by the time he didn't stall it, but by the time he got going again, the time lost. Some karts passed him, and there you see both hands up in the air.
Obviously.
Absolutely. I wonder if he just overdrove it. Barron might have broke early to prevent a crossover, and he probably had to stab the brakes in that black number 9. And as we said earlier, if you go hard on the brakes, you're going to lock up that rear axle. And once that happens, you're coming around. So Todd Barron had trouble in the Legends feature, fuel pump issues or spark plug issues. He has atoned for that, picking up a big win in our Masters final. That sets the stage for our final race of round number 4 of Cup Karts North America, South Division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Race fans, this will be a good one. It is our 206 Medium Division. Once again, their lineup set by the finishing order of the heat race earlier in the day. The heat race winner was Owen Lloyd. Caleb Gafarhar was in 2nd. Colin Aiken 3rd. Colin Warren 4th. And Christopher McKeithen was your 5th place runner. So you can see the top karts there staged up, waiting for the command to get under power, as they'll just wait for the drivers in our Masters division to clear the scales. They'll also have to pick up a couple of karts that were on track, as we saw a couple karts run into mechanical or contact issues at the bottom of that signature turn number 2. Well, while you're watching on Kart Chasers, we'd encourage you to reach out and check out Atlanta Motorsports Park on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook. Give us a like or a follow on those platforms so you can find out about the events that are happening at AMP. The digital content team does a great job here putting out media that lets you know what's going on, whether it's special drivers coming in, unique cars on track, or big events like today's race. So our race officials will go through and just look for any penalties, any issues on that final, but it definitely seemed like a heartbreak for Ron Kleiss, second going into the final couple of corners. Back end came around when he got on the brakes and scored in 7th place. You could see the frustration from the gestures of the driver out of High Springs, Florida. And that set the final stage for Todd Barron, the doctor from Chapel Hill, to be able to cross the line first and pick up the checkers. Well, it has been a beautiful afternoon. As I had mentioned, some cloud cover coming over. Not a dense, low cloud cover, just a little bit of high, thin clouds, a little bit of shade coming over the track. So not the long shadows that we had seen about a month ago for round number 1 here. Just a gentle shading of the track. Might take a little bit of temperature out of this asphalt surface. But we have reached our final race of the day. Officials just looking over what had happened on some of the action on track. And Dave, boy, that definite heartbreak for Kleiss on that finish. We're hoping he's setting up for some kind of move, and then to see the back end snap around on that cart. It happens literally in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was just crazy. And I'd still, even after watching it live and watching a replay, I still don't know exactly what happened there. If he did it himself, or maybe, like you said, Todd Barron maybe braked early and kind of threw him off and took away the crossover.
Yeah, because in that case, if Barron goes through too hot, he's going to swing wide, and maybe Kleiss sets up for the crossover. Well, the defense to that is for the lead driver to brake more so that they basically make sure that no matter what, I'm staying in front and I won't swing wide. If you know what's coming, the driver in second has to just go around the outside, have to go hard. But it looked like Kleiss wasn't expecting that, maybe had to get hard on the brakes.
Which will lock up the rear end,
lock up the
and
rear.
spin your own. Anybody who's never driven a kart, it happens so fast. I'll tell you, the very first time I ever drove a kart, and I went through an unexpected divorce, blah, 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 so I got all this time on my hands. So I decided to take up kart racing because it's cheap. Everybody knows it's inexpensive, a lot of fun and whatever. Well, first of all, I was wrong on that count. But
yeah, no racing's cheap.
Yeah. But my very first race, I go out there and I started on the pole. Unfortunately, the pole.
And here we're going to see a replay. This is back in turn number 9. So the doctor on the inside, there we see Kleiss make a nice crossover. They're side by side through 10. Maybe a little curb action from Kleiss. Then we see the doctor over the curbs in turn number 12. So we'll see what maybe the officials are looking at something there.
Maybe.
I thought it was clean racing when it was done at speed.
It looked to me like it too, but once again, we're not we don't make the calls, fortunately.
Hashtag blessed that we're not making the calls out today.
So anyway, I was telling my story. So my very first race, I started on the pole. We get the green flag on a standing start. Long straightaway with a hairpin left-hand, turn at the end.
I can see where this is going.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spun it completely around. Now, the whole field is coming at me. I spun it. I'm going backwards down the track at speed with the entire field coming at me. I've never raced anything in my life, but I'm an expert just like everybody up in the grandstands,
How did you not stall the engine where you're going backwards?
I just flat out got lucky. It's a flathead. I have no idea.
Okay.
And then I proceeded to spin like 3 more times in the first lap or something. And I realized this isn't quite as easy when you're sitting up in the grandstands knowing exactly what them drivers are doing wrong.
Yeah. Well, and here what makes turn 2 even harder is that you're headed downhill. So there's an urgency of I need to get on the brakes, and 2, the weight shifts forward. All right. Looks like a doctor is down at Victory Lane with Steve Newbold. Take it away, Steve.
Doc, you did a number on this track this weekend. You had issues in your Legends division. You come to this division, and you've just dominated all weekend. Walk through that last lap, how it was all kind of dicey.
Yeah. So, when I was younger, I could remember every detail of every race, and now I'm starting to draw blanks. But once I got by into second, I thought I had a really good shot to win, and Ron and I raced obviously very hard, very clean. I'm trying to remember I got under him here in the hill, and then he got me back, and I did the dive bomb coming down the hill, and I think that was the thing. To be able to compete with these guys, but to get in the pre-final. So great race.
Thanks, Doc. We're going to send it back up to the booth because I can't hear anything down here at the moment with these LOs running by.
All right, as the Thundering Herd rolls behind on their parade lap for our final race of the day. It is our 206
Senior
medium division, and this would be the weight between heavy and light. Hashtag science.
And it's traditionally our largest class at what are we? Cup Karts North America now. It's traditionally our largest class at every race. And we've got somebody off already.
That's
unfortunate.
the 881. That's Harrison Browning out of Decula, Georgia, one of our locals. Some sort of mechanical issue, and he pulls over right by the cowboy cam. You saw it there happening live. You never know what's going to happen, but Heartbreak Browning didn't have a time in warm-up, so maybe continued mechanical gremlins as he pulls off the track. You see other drivers back in the field weaving their tires back and forth, trying to get them warm, trying to get them clean, so they will be providing maximum grip when they head down towards turn number 1. And the green flag is out. Final race of the day underway here. It is our 206 medium division. Side by side, they go down into turn number 2. They sweep and head up the hill, and like that Oklahoma land rush, 2 and 3 wide, off into the grass, some karts, as they try to shuffle out. They need to get single file by the kink, and there's still a couple of karts side by side in the field. Let's see what they do. They just in time get single file, and now they start to weave their way down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and they were actually 4 wide at one point going around there. That's like way too much.
Yeah, that math can't work. Out front, that familiar light blue valence Grafarhar up in front once again.
Wow, and I don't know, did we start? Possibly 29 karts started, which is a pretty full field.
It was last week. I'm going to look to Will Rignan for confirmation. Did we have 40 last week? We had 41 in senior 206 running, so it was literally a NASCAR start coming down the front straightaway.
Sure.
As lap number 1 goes into the books, and that means we have 13 to go. Recap of the front of this field. Caleb Grafarhar, your leader. Colin Warren second, Owen Lloyd third, Colin Aiken fourth, and Bryce Frank running in 5th. Dave, something you've mentioned, these drivers run multiple divisions, so it seems like we keep hearing the same 3 or 4 names over and over, race after race.
Absolutely, yes, and that's why I know a number of these people fairly well, because they do race with us at most races in the South Series or even in any one of the 4 series. Once again, not so much Canada. Not too many Americans go to Canada, but the Canadians are just fantastic about traveling to the U.S. And they like the South Series.
Well, battle for the lead and a crossover. So Grafarhar, for a few feet, lost the lead. He's going to slide right back in front of Warren. And then we see Owen Lloyd in 3rd, but now he's trying to get to the inside of Warren, but he might be stuck on the outside. Hold on.
Now he's getting laid out.
But now he's on the good side, so it looks like he should be able to grab 3rd place back. Owen Lloyd settles into 3rd. So all of that action, no change in our top 4 on the track.
And he is back to 3rd. Yes, indeed.
So Grafarhar with that light blue valence is your leader. Behind him,
Colin Warren in second. He is so tough, so unbelievably tough.
These top four have been the names we've called the most. Owen Lloyd, the two Collins, and Caleb out there.
Yep.
As now we see Warren going again to the inside of turn 14. Let's see,
And
Lloyd's
here
going to
comes
push on the
Georgia.
outside.
And he's going to get up to second.
Yep, so move
Yeah.
Lloyd up to P2. A couple of carts getting a little over the white blue lines back there, but they're going to settle in. To me now, this track looks so different. We're used to seeing it in the sunshine. All of a sudden, with the clouds coming over, it looks like a different facility from some of these shots.
I'm sure it's cooling down dramatically, which has got to be changing everything for the drivers.
You could imagine maybe some of the drivers might have made a little air pressure adjustment, although I imagine when it's cooler, they might want more air in the tires. You can't bleed a tire.
Yeah.
You can't add air just with a bleeder. So there you see our
Lloyd
top
back
of our
to second.
field.
Oh, look at here comes the 211.
That's Warren going by.
Yeah.
And ooh, some bumping and banging, and the loser out of that might be Owen Lloyd as he gets shuffled back to fourth.
Definitely, yeah.
I think that was Colin Aiken that moved up to the front. Yeah, you
Colin
can see
Aiken.
Lloyd's definitely in fourth in that red card.
Sure.
But he's going to go to the
he's looking.
inside.
Oh, can he pull it off, though? That was awfully tight
Oh,
corner
but
for
here
him.
now it's maybe a fifth name's going to enter the chat here, as I believe that is Bryce Frank who comes by. Oh, for the moment, no change in the top, although Frank has the fastest lap and the purple moniker as they field once again about the top 12 carts glued to each other's bumpers, heading up the hill past our vantage point once again. Colin Warren, your leader. Caleb Gafarhar, second. Colin Aitken, third. Owen Lloyd, fourth. And Bryce Frank running in fifth. Dave, I got the feeling it's only a matter of time until they're just going to go at it again in another corner and seemingly pass and then somehow end up in the exact same spot as they were when they entered the corner. That top four has been, you'd think they're a relay team that they've been out there working so much together. Now we see a move in the pack by Grafarhar trying to get by.
I think your leader is Colin Warren.
I think you're right. Warren is out front. But somehow Grafarhar was getting by Aitken there, and then Lloyd still back and forth.
Who's looking inside?
Now Lloyd is in third.
Lloyd is in third.
We're on a treadmill here where
yeah.
they just keep switching positions because Grafarhar is back up to the front with that blue valence.
Wow.
So they thunder by our position and then start to snake their way down that back straightaway, probably topping out at about 70 miles an hour, just 1 inch off the ground. Top three still nose to tail. Nobody made a move that time. I don't think we'll say that many more times, though.
No.
It seems like when they get to turn 9, somebody just about's making a move every single time.
Back in the field, we got, let's see, Owen Lloyd. Did he get moved? No, he's still up in third.
Owen
Okay.
Lloyd is in third.
I know Colin, Christopher McKeithen is back there somewhere.
And there goes Warren to the front by Grafarhar again. So move Warren back to the point. Technically, he led the last lap and led this lap, but he didn't lead most of the middle in between there. Grafarhar second, Lloyd third, McKeithy in fourth, and now Colin Aitken has fallen to fifth for the moment. Our field chugs their way up the hill. A little bit of gap opening between Owen Lloyd in third and second place Grafarhar. We'll see if that closes right back up. Meanwhile, Grafarhar urging Warren down the back straightaway. Urging with the chrome horn, as they would say in modified racing.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
It's modified because they have that bumper rail up front.
Sure.
A lot of drivers got good at moving someone out of the way, like the late Teddy Christopher or Richie Evans. You'd finally just have enough, and the bumper of a front car matched up to the rear of another. And there we see Grafarhar again with Owen Lloyd pushing him by. Lloyd might not be done yet.
Which means Warren goes back to third.
That's right. For the moment, Warren is back to third. So Grafarhar is your new leader on lap number 7 at halfway. Yeah, modifieds, the front and rear bumpers on cars were matched up.
Yeah.
No, not massive, but they matched up. They weren't higher or lower. So the front bumper could just hit the bumper of the car in front of them, the rear bumper, and move them out of the way. It wouldn't drive.
Pit maneuver?
Not quite a pit, because it wouldn't drive under. In NASCAR Cup, the hood would be lower and would go under the rear of the other cars and actually lift them up. Modifieds, it's just a push, like get out of here. So our top 6, 8 karts, all nose to tail down the back straightaway. Caleb Grafarhar, your leader, ducking his head, trying to get a little bit more aerodynamic, trying to find a way to get away from Owen Lloyd. It is not happening. There's no shadows over the track, but these drivers have been each other's shadows all day. Where one goes, so goes the other. It is Grafarhar, Lloyd, and Warren, your top 3, and they have been the names we've been calling all afternoon, putting on a show for you fans here from AMP.
It's 6 laps to go, that time by the stripe. This is our final race, our final race of the entire weekend here at AMP, Atlanta Motorsports Park.
We're going to want more out of this class for sure. But no, all the races were trimmed to 14 laps just to maintain that we could keep on schedule. So our final race of the afternoon. A good view in the background to some of those supercars lined up for the extreme experience. But the focus once again returns to the kart track as our 206 medium final is living up to the billing. Caleb Grafarhar, your leader. Owen Lloyd, second. Third place, Colin Warren. And then it's a slight gap back to Christopher McKeithen and Colin Aitken, fourth and fifth.
Danny May back there in 16th, still running around the track. He had a pretty good Saturday, not quite so successful Sunday.
Not every day is going to be yours on the track. Quickest lap in this race, Owen Lloyd, 60.608 seconds. That was 1 lap ago, so he must have been pushing Caleb because Caleb's fastest lap was also on lap number 8. They're becoming like household names to us. Caleb, Owen, and Colin are running 1, 2, and 3, and they finally opened up some daylight back to Christopher McKeithen in 4th. So it looks like for now, this is your podium.
Christopher's up to 4th. Yeah, the other Colin is back in 5th. For some reason, Colin Aiken is having a little bit of trouble back there. But yeah, look at Grafarhar.
So the gap that time around about 1 second from 3rd back to 4th. If the top 3 bobble at all, we know the rest of that field will be there, as now we see Owen Lloyd work up to the outside. He lost a spot in there, but now, so I didn't even see where it happened. Warren got by Lloyd for second, so now Lloyd's going to have to push Warren down the back straightaway, takes a quick peek to the inside. Now there goes Warren, takes a dive to the inside. You've got a new leader off turn number 9, and it is Colin Warren.
Yeah, Colin Warren up to first.
Caleb is in second.
For a second.
Owen is in third. And they're single file for the moment. Yeah, that gap, they can do a little bit, but not too much. The rest of that field will hunt them down, as now they have 3 laps remaining here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. There goes Owen Lloyd up to second, so move Grafarhar back to third. The shuffle is on. It's almost like a braid at this point, the way they keep, 1, 2, and 3. I think the only one that hasn't led, I don't think Owen Lloyd has led throughout the course of this final.
Wouldn't it be an absolute hoot to see a marked line, a different color for each driver, the top 3? The entire race, and how they keep
those ghost cars that they do, and NASCAR has been using on Fox. Now maybe here's another move down to the inside. Ooh, getting a little dicey in the corner. So now Owen Lloyd goes to the front. Here comes Grafarhar trying to get up on the outside. Cannot make it happen as Colin Warren fends off, losing 2 spots. And just as I had said, Owen Lloyd hasn't led. Here he comes to the front. It's not official until they get to the stripe. And the rest of that field starting to reel them in as our top trios are getting too
across
crazy.
The stripe. So Owen Lloyd gets credit for leading 1 lap.
2 to go here at AMP. Lloyd leads Warren and Grafarhar. Then it's a gap back to 4th. So once again, we'll focus in on our lead trio. Lloyd leads up the hill. Grafarhar maybe takes a peek on the outside, but he's going to fall back in. So Lloyd with that red number 119 kart. He's the driver out of Waycross, Georgia. Behind him, Colin Warren in the 211. And then we have that blue valence of Caleb Grafarhar, first, second, and third. And we have no guarantees how they're going to finish as they have about a lap and a half left. Drivers taking a quick peek over their shoulders. Here comes Grafarhar looking to the inside of turn 14. He's going to stick it there, but maybe caught a little too much of the rumble strip, so he's in the not preferred line on the outside. Maybe a crossover coming up here. He's up to the inside of Warren, so Owen's your leader. They're side by side for second with a white flag in the air. Warren's able to hold on for now. Grafarhar has to slide back into third. They dive down the hill. Owen takes an inside line on turn 2. He's looking to block. Up the hill they go. So Caleb tries a shot on the outside, and oh, by the way, the rest of the field is there as our leaders have been getting too active at the front.
Yes, indeed. Christopher McKeithen is getting mighty close there.
Well, our top 3, let's see what Owen Lloyd does. Right down the middle of the track, a semi-defensive line. Behind him, it is Warren, and then Caleb. Caleb goes up the inside, and they're going to be side by side. Owen Lloyd's loving this. Whoa, Caleb, 4 wheels up in the paint. Here comes 4th place. Looks like McKeithen gets by Caleb out front. It is Owen Lloyd. Oh, one off in the dirt. Bringing up some red clay there. We'll see what the marshals say out front. Let's see what happens. Owen Lloyd has a couple of kart lengths. He looks like he is clear with the checkers in the air. Owen Lloyd wins.
I didn't see a black flag. I think Owen Lloyd is going to be
we might.
Well, something could happen, though,
when
on the last
a car's
lap,
that deep in the dirt, we may see something happen. But Owen Lloyd, your unofficial winner. Colin Warren second. Christopher McKeithen advances up. Here's this replay. That's Grafarhar in the blue cart on the right, and he gets sort of down and just takes a shortcut there. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't think that one's going to hold.
I mean, forget he had 4 in the dirt on that one, and then coming to the line, our top 2 mostly clear, and then it's just a scattering and smattering of karts trying to get 4 wide, coming to the checkered. You're right, no black flag was thrown there, but they may look at this film and see, might ask Caleb what he's doing there, although he kind of got checked down, I think, by McKeithen in the 19 there, and then he just took it where about 5 feet to the inside of the corner.
Well, he missed the what we call the rumbles or the gators or whatever. He missed them, so he didn't do any damage, or not much. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen races in the past where if they were going to continue racing, they had to bring blowers out on the track and kind of get all the dirt pushed off. So a day of racing done. We'll see what the official is. Although we just had Will Rigdon say he would try that in rental karts, but that's actually not part of the rental track.
Unfortunately, that might be why they don't let us do it the full track anymore.
Will, we should try that in our Toyotas.
Oh, yeah.
But you could try anything in rental karts. I mean, they're not really teching it out there.
I mean,
so.
after we close the doors and send the public home, we can do whatever we want.
Sure.
As long as
shut off the cameras.
As long as the insurance company's not watching.
So some drivers just chatting about the race, circled up there, waiting to go through tech. We did hear the voice of Steve Newbold coming in. He will hopefully get a word with our winner. We believe it's Owen Lloyd. We'll see what the officials say. And right there, you're getting a view of the new lighting system over this track. The poles rising up not only right there, but around this and the main track as well. So there'll be lighting
lights,
here.
Them skinny little.
No, the lights are under the bottom of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As we see drone on drone here, but if the drone was lower, we might see the lights, but it'd have to be upside down. But that will light up the night sky a little bit. As want to give credit to both of our drone pilots today. I believe one of these is Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, and then we have Jeff Farver with IllumaCube Engineering. This is probably Jeff. He has the steady drone where Daryl has the one that's the first person that flies you right in.
And by the way, he's waving. By the way, that Killboy, he does have massive amounts of video that he would love to sell you video or pictures or something. Go to his site, killboy.com.
I believe it's killboy.com. If it takes you somewhere else, I'm not responsible for that, but we believe it's killboy.com.
He's around here somewhere, but yeah, He definitely has all kinds of video he would like to see if you're interested in.
And now this is where they actually land the drones, is
Yeah.
right on that table out there. So it looks like we're coming in for a landing.
That's the landing.
X marks the spot. Oh, there's
There he
Darryl.
is,
Actually,
yeah.
Darryl was outside there. So that landing, I think, is Jeff Farver, and he's put it right
Look
on
at
the
that.
X.
Are you kidding me? He couldn't get any better. No, he's not down yet, though. There he is.
He's not all
Okay,
the way
yeah.
down yet.
Okay, killboy.com, KILLBOY, all one word, .com. And he's got, it says scenic photography, and it's actually quite an impressive front page. So, yeah, go to killboy.com, and he'll be more than happy to sell you any, I don't know if he's got still pictures or just video or whatever, but definitely look it up and see what happened at the racetrack this weekend.
Yeah, buy something.
Yeah, buy
you
something. Support him.
You could probably hire him to come out and do your event.
Well, I suspect.
As one of the karts I see on track right now, we had mentioned early on, Harrison Browning came up over to the Cowboy cam right at the beginning of the parade lap. It looks like I see his kart on the back of the sled coming in. But a great day of racing. We're just waiting for one more word from Victory Lane. Well, we are reaching the end of our broadcast. So, Dave, I just want to pull you in and just see if you have any closing thoughts on what we have witnessed this afternoon.
You know, I am very, very impressed with AMP. I didn't know what to expect. In fact, I hate to tell you, but I thought it was Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Okay.
And I had no idea, and I didn't see big grandstands when we got here. So
well, they're good people too down there.
I'm
We
sure
don't
they
wanna
are.
hit
Yeah,
on-
I'm not going to. Anybody who is considering coming down here, I can't endorse it enough. The track is unlike anything I've ever seen it. The only thing I could even compare to is the brand new Ozarks International in a smaller, condensed version. It's right in the mountains. It's just fantastic. Ozark has absolutely nothing for parking or camping or pits or whatever, so they'll never have a major race, I don't think, with a huge amount of people, but unless they improve that. Ampere, even though they have facilities and we had a fantastic time and whatever here, the people, I have never experienced a racetrack where the people treated us so well. So I'm just thrilled to death to be here. I highly, highly recommend consider bringing your race series to AMP because it is great.
Well, we market ourselves as a country club for motorsports enthusiasts. I do see something happening in the screen. It looks like in Victory Lane, Stephen Newbold with an excited Owen Lloyd. Take it away, Steve.
Owen, they were cutting the grass behind you as you were crossing the checkered line. Let's talk about that last lap. There was a lot of incidents that was going on. Brother, back in the background.
Yes, sir. I saw them cutting the grass, like you said, and I just decided to keep it up high, don't block, and I saw the run I had, and I just pulled away and get the win.
So this would technically be a sweep for the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Not a sweep. No, this is my first win this weekend. I have placed top 3 every time, so it's good finishing rate.
Man, I'm losing track of everybody. We've had so many drivers out here, so many races. It gets kind of confusing after 29. Yeah, was it 29 yesterday? I don't remember. It was a lot. But anyways, congratulations on your win. And anything you would like to say to end out the program?
So thank you to my dad, my grandparents, and Mike Capps, the best engines out there.
All right, guys. Back up to you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Congratulations, Owen Lloyd, our 206 medium winner today. And with that, we're going to draw to a close our race program today. Thank you for joining us for this broadcast of the Cup Karts North America South Division Race number 4. We look forward to hoping that you tune in on May 4th when we continue our AMP Championship Series. For Dave Mack and Steve Newbold, and for all the staff here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, I'm John Matthews. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thanks. See you next week in Ohio.